from Crank Yankers. You may know him from Key and Peele and a whole bunch of other stuff. He's gone way back. He's operated Steadicam on American History X. I mean, just a ton of features out there. So I am super happy to have him on here, and I'm going to bring him in here and let him introduce himself. And here we go.
Hey, hello. You caught me adjusting my laptop. Hi, everybody. By the way, I was discussing this with some friends, camera operators and DPs. We're constantly adjusting our webcam so the headroom is just right.
Perfect.
Like, we can't help it.
So go ahead and introduce yourself. Give everybody a little bit of a brief history about yourself, and then let's dive in here.
Absolutely. Well, hi, everybody. Strangely enough, we're in my house, as Scott is in his house, and we're all in our own houses. So don't have to ID any of our locations. I'm Charles Papert, cinematographer, and very happy to be here today. And we're going to talk a little bit about how I got into this whole thing, and maybe you guys have some ideas on how I can get out of it.
That's perfect. Just for fun, Charles and I were catching up yesterday on a test, and he and I first conversed way back in like 2004 or 5 maybe, right, on this. It was a home built Steadicam forum group, and then also DVX user, and it's cool that just to see people just launch from their careers. And of course I'm watching from behind, watching everybody else go by, but this is how we learn things. So Charles, let's dive in through your career here and kind of talk about some of your shoots that you've been on, and where you got started. Where did you get started? So
I like all of us, humble beginnings. I'm not an LA native. I've lived here for 23 years, but I grew up in the Boston area, Brookline, Massachusetts, home of Conan O'Brien and other luminaries, and was fascinated from around the age 12 with this business. It was a tough one to learn about, sort of off in the backwoods, not very close to anything, New York or LA. And again, at a time, as you can imagine, before there was an internet to help you find out things. So going to the local library to look for books on filmmaking was not quite the conducive experience for really immersing yourself back then. But I kept my eyes and ears open, and went to NYU Film School for 1 year. But while I was there, I was able to finally start to learn about the thing I was fascinated about. Cold called a Steadicam operator. I had discovered Steadicam a few years earlier through some articles. Didn't really know what it was or understand it very well, but I knew I loved what it did. The Shining was just like mind-blowing to me when I saw it. So I had this fascination with Steadicam and camera operating. So I cold called a Steadicam operator named Ted Churchill, who was a big guy in New York at the time. And he was very kind and invited me out on some sets, and I got to hang out on movies like Ghostbusters, which was mind-blowing, as you can imagine, right, as a teenager. Had a great time doing all of that, and it absolutely cemented what I wanted to be doing with my life. So left college because I was a little bit anxious to get going. Didn't want to sit in any more classrooms. I really wanted to be working on set. And then it was, I went back to Boston for the next 10-ish years or so, surprisingly. But kind of made my way up in the industry there, and then eventually moved out here.
Well, that generates one of the most popular questions that everybody gets, especially from people who've been in the industry a long time. Yeah. Film school or not?
Yes, it is a good question. And I think, sorry, I kicked my whole setup there. Yeah. I think I've been asked so many times over the years, my son or daughter think about film school, or I'm thinking about film school back in the day. I changed my tune on that a lot, I think, over the years. I still feel like undergraduate, you're best spent learning about the world, then maybe getting a liberal arts degree and looking at a lot of different things and learning about the arts in a more generic way. Maybe take a painting class or an art appreciation class and sculpture. And meanwhile, I think business classes would be great for everybody to take at this point. Sure wish I had taken some. I know a lot more than I do now. But I think, somewhere around the graduate level is potentially a better time to get into filmmaking. However, these days, I don't know, the equipment is all out there and so inexpensive. And certainly for, I think for kids now who have access to a phone and some sort of editing, they can start making films on their own. So I don't want to knock the film school experience. And in fact, I've had some great times, partnering with certain institutions like AFI. I taught a class at USC last year. I think there's absolutely benefits to it. Certainly on a networking level, for sure. The number of people that I have met, even now, 25, 30 years and more out of college that say, oh, this connection I made way back in college, and we work together. And I think all that is great, the networking aspect of it. So, it's a complicated one, but for someone like myself who did not have the patience to sit in a classroom, I just wasn't getting enough out of it to justify the incredible cost. So I say just, take whatever camera you have available to you and just start making things.
I think that's a pretty fantastic answer. I mean, it's definitely the way that I learn myself. Sitting in a classroom does not teach me near as much as just watching somebody do it for real. I mean, be a sponge and absorb it. But, there are different people that absorb information differently.
Of course.
So,
yeah.
I think your answer kind of covers that whole gamut there.
Yeah. I think, especially for people in production, our brains work in a certain way that I feel like it's the kind of the opposite of sitting in a classroom. It's absolutely learning by doing. It's kind of like molding something out of clay, making an image. It's so hands-on, and it comes from so far within. Learning the basics externally is great, but then it's such an internal process. It's like learning how to be an artist if you're going to make art, learning how to make films if you're going to make. I feel that's the way I feel about it. I think we're kind of caught from different cloth. I know for me as a student, even in grade school, I loved everything that broke from the routine, field trips and assemblies and anything that wasn't sitting in a classroom. I was like, cool, because I just wanted things to be different, which is what being on set is 40 times a day, right?
Right. And just for everybody out there, we actually have quite a few people out there. Feel free to ask any questions out there. I will get to them as soon as I can. We've got a lot to cover here, but also, your input helps shape this conversation and, get the answers you want from Charles by asking those questions. So just go ahead and put them out there. I'll queue them up and we'll get to them as they pertain to everything. But you want to jump right on into your first set of slides here and chat about that, or?
Yeah. Okay. So,
all right.
So we talked about, so I moved to LA in 97, and coming out of Boston where I had been operating Steadicam for a few years, I'd been DPing on a certain level, like corporate work and local commercials, maybe some regional commercials. I shot my first feature in 95, which I think there's a picture of somewhere. I'll ID that. That was a lot of fun. It's 35 millimeter, just, a bunch of kids just sort of going, what are we doing? It was fun. Great learning experience. So, but I couldn't get on any of the big shows that came to town. Anything of size, anything that had, that had been financed out of Hollywood and had names in it, could not get on those as a Steadicam operator, which is what I really wanted to be doing. I started teaching the Steadicam workshops in Maine at the photographic workshops, and then also in Malibu. And when I was coming out to Malibu for those, I made friends with some of the local operators, Dave Comides being one of whom is legendary Steadicam Op. And we got to be buddies, and he was like, hey, come sleep on my sofa, hang out with me for a few days, hang out, and I'll show you the city, which was great because I started to get a feel for LA. And obviously we've got people from all over the world potentially tuning in. I think it's lessened over the years, but there's such a series of misconceptions about Los Angeles and what it's actually like here. And I certainly had many of them. So it was actually really great to have the opportunity to kind of hang out and realize, hey, I could actually do this. I could live here. It's not this bizarre thing that's been portrayed in the media, and people like to go, oh, LA, especially, East Coasters, little snobs that we are. So, so I did that a few times. And one of the times that I was just hanging out at his place in West Hollywood, he said, hey, listen, I just got a script for a movie. I can't do it. He was working on ER at the time, doing incredible work. Dave was the second operator on ER. Guy B was the first, and Terrence Nightingale the third. There was only 3 camera operators over those 15 years, and they all did the most incredible. I mean, they changed the vocabulary of television there, those guys, which was great. And I got to be around it later on. But initially, so Dave was doing ER. He said, I can't do this movie. Here's a script. You're in town. Maybe you can go meet on it. I read the script as soon as he gave it to me. Saw that the office was walking distance from his place. Walked down there to drop off a reel. And the producers who I met with when I dropped it off said, actually, the line producer, he said, hey, the producer and the director are here. Maybe we'll just go all watch your reel together. I mean, terrifying experience.
No panic. No.
I'm like, is this how they do it in LA? No. This is also, by the way, a kid who has been trying to do this for 5 years in Boston, can't even get to the door into the office. They're like, yeah, thanks, leave it under the door. And now I this is an actual real movie. And they're like, yeah, come and meet everybody. So so they screened the reel, and the director turns to me and goes, yeah, sure, you're hired. Suddenly, I'm on my first show, a legitimate show in LA, just like that. I was like, oh, it was that easy, huh? So that movie was, that was American History X. Oh, hey, look at that. So 3 weeks, 4 weeks later, this is what I find myself doing, running like a madman in front of Ed Norton on the basketball courts in Venice. So, that was a crazy movie. Obviously, it stood the test of time. People still talk about it. Very powerful film. Very interesting experience to work on. But I got to do my first movie in LA and said, well, this worked out. I think I'm just going to move here. And that was it.
Huh.
Moved to LA shortly thereafter. Oh, look at that kid.
He's so youthful.
Very youthful. Now, eagle eyes may notice here, if they're familiar with Steadicam, I point that way. The monitor is facing one way, the camera's facing another. I was doing a little stunt there because I had to run so fast down that court that I mounted the camera backwards for that shot so I could see forwards. Nowadays, because we have these lightweight LED monitors, you could actually mount one fore and aft. People do that for low mode also, and they invert the camera. They've got a little monitor at the top as well. Those monitors, in fact, with that rig, you couldn't even separate the monitor. That was a Steadicam 3A. So yeah, that was my little survival technique, and that's an ultra lightweight 35 millimeter camera called an SL Cine, which I actually bought a few years later. One of those. That was a 5-pound camera body, which is funny because the size and weight of it now is very similar to an Alexa Mini or many of the other cameras that we have. But at the time for 35, of course, it's got the mag on the back. But yeah, that was such a radical idea to have such a light 35 camera.
Yeah, it definitely is a smaller configuration. Question for you: what was your most challenging Steadicam shot?
Good timing on that one, Rich. Because in American History X, there's a shot where Ed Norton and Ed Furlong kind of run down the stairs in the house. It's right before the famous curb scene that everyone knows who knows that anything about that movie is
disturbing.
Notable scene or something, yeah. But yeah, I had to kind of push in at. We're up on the landing. I pushed in to meet Ed, and I turned 90 degrees and started going down the stairs in Don Juan, where the camera's pointing backwards. He's coming at me. I had to turn the corner of the landing down, to the second set of stairs at a very low header that I literally had to duck my head under, and I'm 5'7", so that's low. And bring the camera underneath it, and he, so it's a lot of moving around on stairs. It was very, very difficult shot. I was never one who was good on stairs as a Steadicam operator. I hated doing stairs. It just, was really tough. Many of my colleagues are able to go backwards on stairs, either up or down. My legs could not do that. My brain couldn't do that. So I always had to do the Don Juan, walking forward, shooting over your shoulder, which is a different set of challenges. But yeah, that shot was brutal. And it was a BL3, which for those who know the older film cameras, was a pretty heavy camera. And we did 40 plus takes of it in different sizes. The take that ended up in the movie, not my favorite. From the headroom's a little off, but it has, I think because that movie is so memorable, a lot of the sort of Steadicam students note that shot. And at a certain point in your life, you get to where, look, if people like something you did, even if you don't care for it yourself, you're gracious about it. You say, thank you very much. I'm glad it had some value for you.
Yeah, it's hard as a creative to like your own work. So
I would say, listen, we'll have moments here where we'll go into these sidebars that are very philosophical, but this being one of them, I think it was a huge life experience for me to learn how to accept the compromise and actually appreciate something on its own value without always holding it to the super high standard. It's something I'm still continuing to learn, but it was really helpful for me in my career to, I think, I was quite a perfectionist when I was younger, and you're just going to get disappointed over and over again in this business because we're working for people who will not let you take the time to get things perfect. You might want another take. You might want 5 more minutes to work on the lighting. You're not going to get it, and it's not going to be exactly what you want. And it's a lot better if you can just let go of it and move on to the next challenge. I find that if you spend all day kind of being frustrated, you don't have the same satisfaction in your job. So yeah, that has been a long one lesson for me, a hard one lesson.
Quick question here from Ali. Hey guys, I'd love to know Charles' opinion on gimbals and the impact they've had on the industry. Just another tool or the beginning of the end for Steadicam?
Just another tool is what a lot of people describe me as. So I'm taking this personally, Ollie. Look, the beginning of the end of Steadicam was bandied around a lot 5 years ago. 6 years ago when these things came out.
Yeah.
There was a lot of talk about that. And I think there was a lot of concern with the Steadicam community. I should point out, by the way, we haven't gotten there yet, but I'm 10 years out of Steadicam. I put mine down 10 years ago. I took it around the back of the shed and shot it in the head. No, sent it to Australia, actually. Lives in Perth now. Okay, gimbals, they came on strong. I think there was a lot of misconceptions early on. We saw very quickly there were certain issues with them and things they didn't do as well as Steadicams, and some things they did better. But there was a lot of work to be done. It certainly was not a mature device the first year or even the second year. It's getting there now. I think anyone who's deeply involved with gimbals knows that to really make those things sing, you have to know how to tune them. You have to be a nice Tim does. You have to be ready and informed to be able to tech these things. The big mistake that was made with gimbals was the assumption that they could just be thrown, cold onto a set and they would just work. And that, I think, ultimately did a lot of damage to the name of gimbals in larger productions because it ended up being like, this thing doesn't work right, get it out of here. But the reality is, Steadicam is the same thing. In the very early days of Steadicam, there was a fair amount of dry hiring of Steadicam where guys think, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I saw a guy demo that. Just get me one, I'll use it. The differences in the technology are quite significant in what you have to learn as an operator or as a technician to manage both those pieces of equipment. But I think they're almost in some ways they're on the same level. To be a great Steadicam operator takes many more years of practice than a great gimbal operator. But I think to truly know how to make a gimbal work in every single environment is very rare. The first question there that we had from Rich Moriarty about the hardest shot that I've done. Rich is actually one of the top gimbal operators. He's a fantastic operator overall, but he also is, he's been around Moby since the beginning, and I've used him on a few things. there he is. There's a picture of Rich with the movie. And I waited a long time to put a gimbal on one of my jobs. I had a commercial where it finally made sense. Because to be honest, there was a lot of times on commercials in particular where it would just sort of show up on a list somewhere. Or, this is what we're going to use from a director. And I'd call and say, well, what do you want to do with it? And as we work through it, I go, I think that's more of a Steadicam situation. I go, oh, okay, I'm just used to gimbal now. Finally, a job came up that I said, okay, you know what? I think the gimbal is going to be the right one for this. We're going to be on the beach, so there's going to be a lot of wind. We'd like to be able to go higher and lower in one shot than the Steadicam can. And I don't see anything in there that a good gimbal operator won't be able to manage for us well. Brought Rich on, learned a ton about how to do it right, which he does. He always had the wheel set up. There was one shot where he was doing it majestic mode himself. Then it got a little bit more complicated and he said, hey, jump on the wheels. And there was no downtime. That's an example. He carries 2 complete setups, so there'd be no downtime if something breaks. This to me is all critical with gimbal. So in the same way that I would only hire a Steadicam operator who knew their stuff, I would only hire a gimbal. I would only allow a gimbal to be on one of my jobs if somebody on our show knew how to tech it, and I felt very comfortable about that. So yeah, that's my very long-winded answer. I'll try to be a little bit more concise, guys. But
no, that's a good answer. Because
here, let me just say one last thing, more specifically to Ali's point. In terms of the future, we're already seeing the technology is blending the two rigs. The Steadicam Volt, for those who aren't familiar with it, it's an accessory for Steadicams that uses the same tech within gimbals, and it stabilizes the gimbal of the Steadicam, which is incredibly complicated dual use of the word. And that's from what I hear from people. I haven't used it myself since I don't do Steadicam anymore. It's really making a lot of sense to combine these techs. And in the meantime, the gimbals themselves are getting more sophisticated and I think more user-friendly on the software side, which will help. So Steadicam has not gone away. It's in I think as much demand as ever, depending on who some DPs have gone very much over to gimbals from what I've heard. But now that Steadicam has gotten its own advantage from that tech, I think we're going to see both of them for a good long while. There you go, Ali. Thank you.
That's a good answer. So from American History X, where did you cruise to from there?
So then I moved out here. I did a few features right away. The next one was Major League 3, was shot by Tim Sherstead. And then he brought me on his next movie, which was Office Space. And okay, there he is. There's Milton. I mean, this is probably the best single image we're going to look at this entire chat, people. I mean, how great is that?
I have my red stapler right over there.
What?
I have my red stapler right over there.
Yeah, of course. I mean, people, often ask, well, what was it like? You worked on Office Space. That must have been incredible. Of course, it's like every job. You never know how successful it's going to be. And in fact, it was not a successful film when it came out. It took a few years on home video because it did. It was positioned just right for DVDs. So, by the way, you got to admire that shirt. That was clearly a Hawaiian shirt day. But it was a nice little film. Yeah, it's so loud. Still own that shirt. I just found it recently. I don't know if I'll fit in it anymore, but yeah, it has not faded at all. That thing will be here long outlast us. The cockroaches will be wearing it. Yeah, it was a fun little movie to make. It came out. I thought, hey, that's fun. Nothing happened. Then it got to be the icon that it is now, and the people, do ask me about the printer scene, smashing the printer. That I think the most proud of, because on the day, Mike Judge said, it's a little, I apologize, I'm going to have to do a tiny bit of a Mike Judge impersonation.
It's required.
I don't want to shoot this like a hip hop video, like a rap video, but I don't really know what those are like. Do you guys know? And DP goes, I don't know. I haven't done one. And I went, yeah, I've done a few. So I said, so we could go wide lens, low mode Steadicam, and I just rock and roll in and out with the thing, and in the rap videos of the day, people, the musicians would be playing to the camera. That's really, Beastie Boys, that was handheld, but same idea. I had done a New Kids on the Block video not long before that. If you want to look at them side by side on YouTube, if you look up Dirty Dawg, DAWG, NKOTB, that was the second incarnation of New Kids on the Block, and you compare that video, the night exterior scenes, which were shot in the Franklin Park Zoo in Boston, with the printer scene, you will see very similar camera moves. The printer scene from Office Space. So yeah, I was very proud of what I brought to that particular scene visually, because that again has become so iconic. And a few of my friends, Steadicam operators, Colin McDonald being one of them, have had the opportunity to recreate that for, I think, commercials, where they've, kind of parodied the look of that printer scene. And I thought that was great. I wish I could have visited those days. It would have been fun.
Let's see. Oh, there you go.
The thing about these movies and these early jobs that I was doing, because there was a few other jobs in there, a TV show called Orleans, and a couple of TV movies. So I'm about 30, and I'm still pretty fresh out of Boston. What was great for me, because I had been working as a DP, in small markets, you don't drill into such a specific category as you do in LA and probably New York. I think in New York as well, where it's like, you're a camera operator, you're a DP, you're a camera assistant. The union world is very specific. In the smaller markets, it's like you're a camera assistant or you shoot, and I think that's probably still pretty accurate to this day, as it is somewhat in the indie structure. So back in Boston, I did a little of everything. Almost every job I DP'd, I had to do Steadicam on as well. And I directed a little bit too. And I was DPing and Steadicam as well. So I was used to wearing a lot of hats. But coming onto these big shows, these $20 million features, big shows for me, that's not a huge movie. At the time, that was kind of a medium to low budget studio comedy. What I love about these guys I was working for was they let me go off and shoot splinter units as a DP, a second unit DP or splinter DP. So Office Space has 10 to 12 individual shots that I DP'd myself. And I love that I got to do that. It felt very natural for me at the time. It didn't feel like a big deal. Or they'd leave me behind to clean up stunt scenes or something like that. But it's really, when I think about it, I'm like, I was like this unproven kid with very little on my resume. But one of my favorite shots in Office Space that was like that, by the way, for those who are familiar with the film, right at the end when Peter Gibbons slides the letter to Lumberg under the door at night, okay? And then he changes his mind, he tries to get it back, and he goes sliding towards the door. There's a shot that looks from inside the office out, but the camera is at floor level, where you can see his eyeball, through the bottom of the door. And Tim let me go shoot that. And they had built this brilliant little setup with a piece of carpet that curved downwards in an arc with the door sitting on it. So we set the camera up, just beyond the downward arc, just to the right level. And of course, all that foreground carpet just kind of went out of focus. And it looked like we were essentially somehow buried in the carpet to get that shot. But I now had to contend with how to light and match the rest of the set. How to light a guy that had his face pressed up against a door and carpet with just a little crack showing. Kind of an interesting lighting challenge when you think about it. I could only back him up so far before it didn't look like he was just trying to get through that door. And this is well before LED strips and tiny little units like that. So I'm not even quite sure I remember how I did it. Now I would, if I didn't have any of our modern tools, probably a Leco bounce, chopped in really tightly. So a little strip of light just above, kind of arcing down from above the actor, bouncing back off the door, just to give him a little love. Because you try to light it from the door side, you're going to blow up the door. You can't get a strip of light like that. It's just too tight. So anyway, little triumphs, but again, I'm very grateful to those DPs for having the faith in me to just go off and shoot these things on their movies, which is pretty cool.
Well, and Office Space is a great example of don't always, when you see something, oh, it's not a hit, you don't know if it's a hit until later.
For sure.
It turned out to be a cult classic. I mean, it's one of those movies I love to go back and watch just because it's so real and no one thought about it at the time.
It is so sharp and funny. I mean, you have to hand it to Judge. His writing apparently sometimes needs to take time to percolate. It ages like a fine wine, but he's had a few movies that appreciate it over time. And I'm so curious now because there's a few things in Office Space that are obviously dated. They talk about Y2K even before anyone else had. They don't even call it that. Right. Someone might be able to write. I forgot what they call it. The year 2000 glitch or something. Right. And of course, the technology is so way behind. CRT monitors. I actually owned one of the CRT computer screens from that film. The props department sold them off at the end, and I brought it home. I might have had the Hero one, Peter's actual monitor, so that was kind of cool. But the deal is, though, it's universal. It's timeless. The themes, everyone who has to work in an office still feels exactly the same way about it, which is
exactly. Office doesn't change, and for a lot of that, like the show The Office, is loosely based around just interactions the way that they actually occur in real life. Yeah. It's relatable.
Yeah.
So from Office Space, what did you do from there?
So that's right. Now we're up to about 98. Then my feature side started to slow down a little bit, and I started doing episodic. And because of my friend Dave Kamides, who I mentioned, being on ER, I day played a little over there, and then he got asked to direct, which was a huge deal at the time because I think he was 28 or so, which was very young for this is the late 90s for TV director, especially moving up from inside as a camera operator. But he brought me on to cover him for his prep episode and then the episode that he directed. So I got to do 2 episodes of ER. And as a Steadicam operator, it was such a phenomenal experience. That era was a time when Steadicam just became the hot way to shoot episodic. And also, I think ER was the very first show that really designed the stages around the possibilities of the Steadicam. And up until that point, a lot of sound stages had a few pieces of corridor that didn't connect with each other, and rooms that were set apart from each other, and so forth. And ER was built as this massive interconnecting space that you could, go around in the hallways, which was adopted and expanded on in some future shows like The West Wing. But the point of that being, they had these huge wonders to do on a regular basis, almost every day, sometimes multiple times a day. And there was very little rehearsal time. There was very little setup time. They got incredibly facile at making these things happen very quickly. And the set was all but pre-lit. I mean, most of it was, was built in. So it was a very intense job as an operator, because back then it tended to be more of a single camera. Was literally a single camera. An A camera, and if there was Steadicam, you did Steadicam as well. If there was B, it was brought in only on certain days. Now I can't think if there's any TV shows that don't have B camera, and many of them have C camera now, full time. But it was a lot of work if you were a Steadicam operator on a show like ER, because you would jump off that rig from doing these massive wonders and jump back on the dolly. And I don't think I gave you the still where I'm completely covered in sweat. No, I guess I avoided that one.
Yeah. I've only got the one.
You throw that one up. So yeah, this is what we called I was a guest. This was called the DOP, down on patient. It was a standard shot that they did on that show. But yeah, it's fun. The guy
you have to do the rotation around the operating table, or and
you have to learn all that dialogue and all those fast dips and pans.
Because that's those every time I watch that show, I mean, just the constant revolving around there, I'm like, oh my God, somebody is definitely sweating on that day.
Oh yeah, it was intense, and it was that room that you're seeing right there. The operating rooms were quite small, and there wasn't a lot of room for the camera. It wasn't very spacious, and every time you did these revolutions, you were right on the edge of banging into something with the rig and blowing the whole take. So it was pretty intense. Listen, I was a guest on that show. I got to do a certain amount. You know, I did a few episodes here and there over the years. Those three operators I mentioned earlier, who were all amazing in that show, deserve just so much praise for day in, day out. Fine tuning those incredibly difficult shots. And what's interesting is I have some younger operator friends who are very jealous that they didn't come up in that era. And it was tremendously fun. As a Steadicam operator, it was kind of like you were the lead guitar in the band at that time as a Steadicam operator in episodic, because there was a lot of interesting work being done. And it is interesting, it went on for a certain number of years. And then these big wonders kind of faded out of popularity. So when that True Detective shot came, what year would that have been? Probably about 5 years ago. The end of season 1, they did a massive Steadicam oneer. I think it was end of season 1.
That was the end of season 1, exactly. Yeah.
The Carrie Fukunaga shot. It's sort of funny because there was so much attention given to it, and I think myself and a couple of my friends, we looked at each other, we were like, didn't we used to do that kind of like almost every day back then? Well, you wait around long enough, things come around again, and it seems fresh. I mean, it's a great shot. It just we didn't think it was that revolutionary from having done versions of that for so long. But it doesn't take anything away from that shot at all. It's just more trends. A couple of years ago, I actually got to DP a 14-minute oneer, and that was a lot of fun. And my operator, Neil Bryant, who I'll mention other times, wonderful younger Steadicam operator, he was super excited to do it because he hadn't had the opportunity to do one of those. And we did this 14-minute oneer short film, and boy, he killed it. It was so good.
From ER, I mean, your next category is more generic stuff. So you want to just kind of allude to it, then we could just start plopping them up, and you can just talk about them.
Yeah, and then we'll get off this Steadicam operating thing. Okay. You can pop them up one at a time. It's just like a little historical shot. So that's me. I'm going to say around 92. That's my first Steadicam. That is a Model 1 Steadicam. And it really is fun when you look at that. I mean, look at the bottom of it. Look at those vents on the monitor. The monitor was built into the base. That's a late 70s model Steadicam that I picked up in 90.
It's a very 70s look to that box.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we had already moved beyond that, the state of the art. But I was a young guy who had saved up his pennies and bought an old Steadicam, and boy, I loved every minute in that thing back in those days. I really had so much fun. So then that's New Kids on the Block. That's the Dirty Dog video. I'm glad I gave you that picture since I didn't know we were going to bring that up. Literally the only thing that I can say about this, other than look at all that mess down there. Yeah, that was before cables all went neatly up posts and things like that. Steadicam was a little messy. God, it was a freezing cold night, and our lens control systems, this was before the Preston and the C motion, and we have now the motors were much weaker, and in the cold they would bounce off the lens would bind up. It was there was a lot more challenges in being a Steadicam operator back then. We used to say, there was 2 switches to turn on the monitor. The first one kind of warmed it up, and the second one turned it on. And you throw that first switch, and you sort of count to 5, and be crossing your fingers every time that the second switch would turn on the green screen. Hey, it came on again. Cool. But my major note for this is probably the last time in my life that I was quote unquote cool enough to actually be wearing the same clothes as talent in a music video. They're all wearing backward handball caps right there. So yeah, that's the end of that era. All right, so this is that's the TV show Angel. I'd done a little bit of work on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and that was the one that came out right after that. So this would be early, I'd say around 2000-ish. I just love this picture with hanging out with these sort of Nazi ghouls, and the guy up at the top is just like, we're just having a casual conversation.
That's right. Let's get real for a moment.
Yeah. It's also it's fun to look back, so there's, that's 2 Steadicams later. That was the Pro rig, which I got that right after I moved to LA, and that one has changed a bit over the years, but much more reliable system than the older ones. Again, well, much newer, more than anything else. But the Panaflex lightweight on top, it was such a great camera, so easy and quick to mount. HD has become, every day it's a different sort of build. Every job it's a different build. But back then, if you knew that you were working with a lightweight, you'd show up and have that thing ready to go in 15 or 20 minutes without fail. It was a very simple box, and it felt really good on the rig. I think a lot of Steadicam operators would still say that was the ultimate sort of stable machine. All right, so that a few years later, that's on the set of Scrubs. 16 millimeter Aton, and that's the very early ingenue zoom. That was the early days of lightweight zooms, which were a real blessing for Steadicam, because
right,
changing primes all the time, rebalancing was always a little slow. Scrubs was such a fun show, man. Oh God. There's actually Zach Braff and Donald Faison have started a podcast that they're doing, one podcast per episode. They're on episode 4 now, and it's been really fun just to listen to them tell stories. We had such a great time making that show, and it was really fun creatively. That was my first TV comedy that I was on full time, and I think that's where I started to realize that was really my home. That I really enjoyed working on comedy and figuring out how to craft camera moves that augmented the comedy. Bill Lawrence, who created that show, was really open to the camera and the set all being sort of characters in the flow. And the directors were some really brilliant directors on that show that came up with really wonderful shots. Again, we're in that era of the Steadicam oneers, but it wasn't. We still had to make it work with the comedy. You couldn't just do a shot on someone's back if you were going to miss their lines. So
I mean, that's a good question, and yeah, I realize you're not quite doing Steadicam anymore, but I mean, you definitely had to learn it. What are some things to motivate comedy with Steadicam? What kind of moves would you do to make comedy serve the Steadicam shot?
There's a few rules, but I put quotes around it because I think, rules are meant to be broken in a lot of ways. It's a little bit like saying the 180 rule. Well, you can break the 180 rule, but there's some ideas, I think, that seem to be somewhat universal. When you are doing a camera move on a joke, you can sometimes hurt the joke. So you have to be judicious on what that move is. Definitely, when the move comes to a stop, it puts an accent point at that moment. It's the same thing as having the music drop out. So the next thing that happens after that will be given punctuation. So if there's a little lead up in dialogue and then there's a punchline and you're kind of sliding across and you stop and then it pause. I think so anyway. And that's the joke. And then they cut out of it. It's the same thing with a cut. That accentuates the joke. So it becomes a sort of an intuitive process of designing these moves to help the flow of the comedy and not hurt it.
That makes sense, actually.
So this is The Great Buck Howard. That's around 2007. Colin Hanks and Emily Blunt. Look how young everyone is there. Right. That was just a lovely little film. I put that in there because people are looking for things to watch now. See if you can find The Great Buck Howard. John Malkovich is amazing in it. He's the lead actor. and just a nice time. And that was DP on that was oh boy, gonna have to look that one up. Legendary DP, Tak Fujimoto. Tak was great to work with. I learned a lot lighting wise from watching what he did. It was really, really neat. Very soft spoken fellow, but it was a great experience working for him.
Oh, looky there.
Who? What?
Who's that
guy? Yeah. But you're like, why is there a picture of Roger Deakins? Well, if you look all the way to the left behind Charlize Theron, the guy looks like he's sleeping by the wall. I'm hoping I'm reading my sides or something. I don't know what's going on there. I got to work for Roger on this movie, most of it, because they were flying me back and forth. It was in Albuquerque. This was in the valley of Ella. Ella. I never remember. I think it's Ella. And I had done a few day plays with him before, one of the Coen Brothers movies, a day or two on, and HBO thing. The picture I really wish I had from this movie was there was a couple of times when we were doing A and B camera handheld next to each other. That would be a great picture to have. What can I say? I mean, I got to work with Roger, and that's, it doesn't get much better than that.
Right. That's ambitions right here.
Yeah, I mean, he's great to work for. I love how he works. I love his crew. It was a wonderful experience. And the only frustration I have is that I thought I could pick up things about his lighting. I should point one thing out and just go back. The reason that I was saying that I worked as a DP back east, and I was doing, these pickup things in second units and that, and you might go, well, why'd you become a Steadicam operator again, or exclusively? The reason was I felt like I would have an opportunity to work for great DPs in LA and learn more about the craft and then move up after that, kind of like dip down for a bit and come back up again. And working for people, as I said, Tak Fujimoto and Roger Deakins, I'm like, okay, this is going to be invaluable. The frustration of working for Roger is his lighting is so subtle, what he does, that I would just stare as he was tuning these setups and go, I can't find the formula in there. It's too nuanced. I don't think I could recreate that and use it. But that's a testimony to what he does. It's so uniquely his process. And I think I've tried to duplicate at times and gone, well, it's close, but it's not quite there, yeah, I mean, it was just, I'm really glad I got the opportunity to spend time with him on set.
And one of the things that I had noticed on there is the DeWalt director's monitor there.
Yeah. Yeah, you pointed that out. Yeah, somewhere in the 2000s, that became a sort of a thing that went around, was using those as monitor stands with a battery source. And it was pretty clever. It was a custom job. It kind of got hacked off and the monitor glued on top of it. But it's a cool concept. That's, of course, standard def days. The LCDs were wretched to look at compared to what they are now. And it's off a film camera tap with a analog transmitter. So there wasn't a lot to look at comparatively image-wise. It was just a framing guide back then.
Right. Okay, let's see. There we go.
Yeah. I love this one. This is taken by my friend Jeremy Alter, who produced Inland Empire for David Lynch. And around this time, the Steadicam Flyer had just been introduced, which was one of the little baby Steadicams, for small cameras, DV cameras. And Lynch shot this film on a DX100s he owned. And so I brought the Flyer down to show him. I didn't own a Flyer. I'd seen it in trade shows and so forth. And I had the worst time trying to balance that camera. It was just like, oh gosh, I'm trying to spin balance it. Like Jeremy just sent me a series of other pictures. This is a good one because it looks like everything's going fine, but there's pictures of me like with a wrench in my mouth. I'm trying to balance the thing and he's watching. And I mean, it's such a surreal moment too, because it's David Lynch, and he's got his little contrast viewers around his neck and he's chain smoking. And they're saying, well, golly gee willikers, would you look at that? You know, he was like the 60-year-old Opie Cunningham chain smoker. You know, it was all great. And then at the end of it, he said, "Well, let's do a shot with it." And because this whole film was improvised every day, he decided what he wanted to do that day and just did it. And so I got to do the shot, kind of walking through these hallways in the set there that you can see in the background, and then step up onto a bed over the actors, Laura Dern, another actor. And initially, I was like, I don't think I can climb up onto a bed with a Steadicam on. And I went, oh no, this thing? Oh, I guess I can do that. It's probably the worst Steadicam shot I ever did that ended up in a movie because I just wasn't facile with that little rig. I just didn't know it very well, and it's all over the place. But let's just say it's an artistic choice. Okay, so now now we're getting to late 80s or mid to late 80s, so 2005, 6, 7. The HD thing shows up, and everyone has this rough 4 or 5 years of dealing with the Genesis and the D20, D21. It was an interesting time, but we had gotten film to the film cameras had evolved to such a great level, the last generation of film cameras. And now suddenly we're with these heavy, difficult beasts that had cables coming off them and other things to figure out. The Genesis was incredibly power hungry. A lot of us had to change out our battery systems to accommodate that. And it was a big challenge, man. I remember I said how with the Panaflex Lightweight, you'd show up 15 minutes before and be like, yeah, I know that camera. This one, all of a sudden you were going, as a Steadicam operator, you were showing up unpaid to preps for a day to try and figure out what this new camera was, what the new version of the camera was like. It was wild. So yeah, that was Andy Barker PI, which was a 1 season and out for NBC. That's Andy Richter there in the foreground. Very, very funny show. Should have been picked up.
All right.
But by the way, just going back to that for a sec.
Oh, yep.
I mean, can you go back? Or yeah.
Yeah.
That's the guy behind me is holding. He's got the deck. The Genesis was, if you put the deck on the back of the Genesis, it weighed an unfathomable amount. It was incredibly heavy and bulky and incredibly power hungry. And there was a way to do it with splitting it apart like that by adding cables, which I decided was the lesser of two evils. So I always tried to fly it without putting the deck on. We called it the genocide when it was all put together. It wasn't pretty. So yeah, it was just weird to be suddenly doing movies with cables coming off the rig, which you never would have done in the film days for, you know, I mean, way back, yes, but it was not a good way to work.
It's kind of a coincidence because it didn't look pretty, and the image coming out of the camera as the Genesis was not pretty either.
You know, you can look back on the films that were made in that era, and there's some good, and there's some you can see. It's you know, the dynamic range maybe isn't there in the same way, but it wasn't a bad camera, all things considered. Look, it was a lot better than the F900 that preceded it, because I shot a few on that F900 a few years earlier, and boy, I wish the Genesis had been out then.
And the Genesis was the one that was designed specifically for film guys, because everything reacted the same, right?
That was the idea. You didn't have to suddenly turn into a video person to use the Genesis. Yeah.
Excellent.
That is, I mean, oh God. That was my first F-35 show when that came out, which was, you know, Sony's version, their sort of updating of the Genesis. That's around 2008. And I spent a day and a half in prep trying to figure out how to make this thing balance and sliding things around. And that's, you can see I'm wearing an Easy Rig. That was still a relatively new-ish idea at the time to be using those on larger sets. But onboard monitors were much bulkier, heavier, and not as good as now. And I'm not even sure, there were very few HD onboards at that point, and they were expensive. So if you look at the front, you'll see I've got the viewfinder jammed all the way forward over the eyebrow, because I couldn't. Why would I have done it that far forward? Because I wanted it to work heads up. I didn't want it in my eye for some reason. And that would have probably been the era when, like many of us, your close vision is starting to go and you're in complete denial.
Right.
no reading glasses yet, but I'm like, yeah, it's got to be like a foot away from me for able to see it, for God's sake. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that's hilarious.
Let's see here. Oh,
okay.
Oh, we saw that one. Yeah.
Okay. So there we are. We're late 2000s, and I've had 25 years in as a Steadicam operator. And I've had a good run, a camera operating on things. And I was like, but I feel the need to move on. And so I think it's time to officially move up to DP. Now, I had been shooting continuously on smaller scale stuff over the years in the in-between. Oh, that's funny. That's okay. Yeah. So, for instance, this is the movie I did in '95, Last Night at Eddie's, a little indie in Boston. This is some idea of what I put these poor guys through. Some weird bungee cam rig that I came up with. Look at them holding that up in the air.
Oh no!
My assistant, Jamie Fitzpatrick, who's still an AC in Boston, gamely pulling focus off the barrel. I mean, everything's wrong. The knobs on the other side. What are we doing? I don't even know. But boy, we had a good time doing it. Yeah, that was a great little film. That was a film, by the way, that was so low budget. How low budget was it? It was so low budget that I don't think anyone was paid at all. And crew came and went so often. And our last day of shooting, I had 3 different gaffers. I had a morning guy, a mid-afternoon guy, and an end-of-day guy, because that's what the time people could give me. So I'm literally turning to someone and saying, oh, we'll do the thing like we did in the turnaround. Never mind, you weren't here. Okay. Yeah. Not without.
It looks like a less than easy rig.
It's a stupid rig. Yeah, doofus rig. Oh, that's another shot from Eddie's. But, I look at that and I'm like, I'm in my 20s. I'm in Boston. I'm on a Fisher with a 535. Life is good. That was cool. The movie never even really came out on video. It screened in 35. There was a 35 print, and it premiered in 35. I got to see it in the movie house. That was fun. And I haven't seen the whole thing since the 90s. Yeah, I don't know if it exists anywhere.
Wow.
That was 2005. I was mentioning I shot a feature on F900. That's The Perfect Sleep. The director, Jeremy Alter, a good friend of mine. That's out in by Palm Springs in that wind farm. And I had suggested that we get the Titan crane because I knew there was obviously going to be a lot of wind. And this was before stabilized heads were anywhere close to affordable. So I was like, yeah, we get a remote head on a jib that's going to get buffeted around like crazy. We need that monstrosity of steel and mercury. I don't know if you knew this, but those old Chapman arms, they actually have liquid mercury in them. That's how they balance the operator.
Oh,
so you get on it, and then they'll throw a lever, and mercury slides from one side to the other inside. Hey, thank you, Timmer. Perfect Sleep looked pretty darn good. I'll take it, man. Timmer's an extremely talented DP colleague and friend.
Oh yeah, he's a cool dude.
Yeah, if anyone could find the film, that was a film noir that we shot on F900s in kind of an early attempt to do things on HD, relatively early. And we got to do some pretty cool stuff on that, all things considered. I'm still pretty proud of what we pulled off on a very low budget.
Oh,
that's a commercial. That's just a few years ago. I figured I have to have one shot where I'm a DP and I'm operating the camera, because honestly, it's kind of rare. It's only on commercials. Everyone has those DPs. They're just like, I'm a DP. Here I am. You can tell I'm a DP because I have a camera. Most of the time, the pictures I have of me are at the monitors or maybe talking to an operator, but I'm like, there you go. I finally put my damn hands on the thing.
So here's the DSLR era.
Oh, God. Okay, so we're going backwards a tiny bit, but yes. So this is right at the time I decided to officially move up and put aside the Steadicam. And I had to do that for all those years that I was getting DP jobs. They were like also hiring me to do Steadicam at the same time. It's kind of a boondoggle. But I finally realized I have to get rid of my Steadicam to be hired just as a DP, to be taken seriously in that. And I kind of bit the bullet in 2010 that that's it. I'm just going to start shooting. And what was great that came around right at that time was the 5D Mark II. So it was a good dovetailing, because suddenly we could all afford a camera that had a decent enough image that it was partially the image. It was also, it became a sexy thing to use for a few years, right? It became flavor of the month. So suddenly a lot of things were being shot on them, and you could own one. And so I bought 1D Mark IVs, or at least one of them. I had a 5D and a 1D Mark IV. But my early experiences, I hooked up with Vincent LaForêt, who I messaged after I saw his the work that he was starting to do. And I said, next time, he was in New York at the time. So next time you're in LA, let's meet up. And we hit it off, and then we did a number of jobs together, and that's where I started to really wrap my head around it. But prior to that, this particular picture is from Act of Valor, which was the film that Shane Hurlbut shot. And we didn't mention before, but I operated a number of times for Shane, starting in 2000, for the movie Crazy Beautiful. And we had a great time back in those days. Of course, that was all film. So I worked for him a bunch, I think around 2000 to 2005. And then he brought me back in the fold in this era. And so I hadn't got into the 5D thing. I read about it, but he's like, calls me, he's like, all right, Pat, so we're doing this movie, right? It's all Navy SEALs, they're real SEALs, we're doing combat ops. We got thousands of cameras flying through the air. Everyone's grabbing one, doing it. And I'm like, I don't have no idea what you're talking about, Shane. This is, okay, it's Shane. I'm going to go with it. So I think my first, this job, that's down in San Diego. We're right on the side of the docks by an aircraft carrier. I'm going to say that it's not, there's a different name for it than an aircraft carrier, but it had Harrier jets on it. Sorry, guys, I'm not in the military. I can't tell the difference between them. The
shorter ones, yeah.
Bonhomme Richard, I think was the name of the ship. But we went on this thing for 3 days, and we went out to sea, and we shot 35 millimeter. I had my full size rig just to the right. I wish I had a picture of both of them with the Panaflex on it, and then we had the 5D with the Primos on it, which is what you see there, which was a very short-lived unicorn. Shane got Panavision to do that, and then they decided they didn't like that and stopped letting people take their lenses without a serious camera package behind it. But yeah, this is a little baby rig that I'd put together called the Nimble Cam. It was like a lot of Steadicam operators had, there's Neil, I mentioned him earlier. A number of Steadicam operators had put together running rigs, is what we used to call them, for lightweight cameras like that, the American History X picture. And so I had put this together out of spare parts, and it was done just in time for this era. So of these smaller cameras. And you have to remember, up until the 5D, a little camera like that was always going to be a prosumer camera, right? It was going to be a DVX 100, an XL2, and some of those were used for features, of course, but they didn't, you knew you were shooting DV. There was no mistaking that for film, right? So the 5D was that first affordable bridge that we had into, a tiny camera that could create an image that a lot of people might mistake for a film camera because of the shallow depth of field, right? The lack of resolution was hidden by the fact that you had everything in the background blurred.
Right.
Well, that was that era. But so I had an incredible few days on this aircraft carrier with Shane. And by the way, one last story before we move on to that. I was dutifully doing the Steadicam shots, whether it was film or alternating between film and 5Ds, all through that film, all through that movie. And then at one point, we're out on the deck of the craft, and Shane said, "All right, everyone, grab a camera. We're just going to shoot the jet's taking off." And he's like, "Pat, grab a camera," and he put one in my hands, and I'm like, "Okay, this is a still camera. Is someone going to tell me how I'm supposed to shoot video on this?" Like, I literally was like, "Wait, what settings? Is this ready to go?" It's funny to say that now because we've gotten used to that form factor, but imagine never having shot. I'm like, we're making a movie. What am I doing with this camera in my hands? Like, this isn't for that, is it? He's like, just shoot the damn thing, Pap, shut up. And so everyone, I mean, camera assistants, PAs, makeup, it's like everyone was, because there were a skeleton crew that went out to sea. He was just like, everyone takes a camera. And I'm like, okay. I mean, it was the Wild West, but I got it. I got what Shane was doing. It was really cool. And I think, 5D stuff is not held up visually now, but that movie, he really broke some ground, the first person shooter stuff. And so I ran with it for a few years with the DSLR thing. There was also an era I got into music videos. We did a whole bunch on the 5Ds and the 1D Mark IVs for a number of years. The rates were crap, but I owned the camera package, which was great. So I actually could make some rental in there. This was and over time I started to build these cameras out into a version that I felt was useful for me. A lot of people were going very small with them. I was like, I want the mass of a bigger camera. I want to put my Preston on it so that we have a chance of being able to pull focus on this damn thing, because you have to remember that 5D did not output HD image when you recorded. It dropped down to SD. So you've got this incredibly shallow depth of field of a full frame camera with no visual reference to go on. So very challenging on the focus pullers. And of course, I was going to say, but that's like film. But no, it wasn't, because a lot of people were using the Canon lenses, the drive-by-wire. So you had no marks and you have no visual. You didn't have sharp visuals. So I said, okay, we got to go to mechanical stop lenses. The 1D Mark IV did output HD when you rolled. So that was another benefit, and I went for it. And it was the first camera that actually had that greater sensitivity that went beyond all the other cameras. Where Vincent Lafreniere did the first shoot with that camera. I think it was called Nocturne. And I was so blown away with what I saw there. I said, I'm buying that camera. That's amazing. So that started my foray into high ISO. So this was my last camera body set up. No, sorry, go back one more. Just sorry, where we just were. That's the one. The rig, yeah. So that's the 1D Mark IV in the very last setup that I did before I finally sort of waved goodbye to all these things, which looks, of course, horrific now. But you have to remember, this is before all these companies popped up to make the brackets and accessories. So that is Red Rock stuff. The base plate I had custom designed for the DSLR, and I was stacking all that stuff with a hole in the middle. And I want to say I was a little bit ahead of my time with adding all that crap onto the backside of it. The converters and all that stuff, and there's audio in there as well. But even with all that, it weighed like a 16mm camera. It was actually very well balanced. It was a good shooting rig. That was on the pilot of Key and Peele, is what that picture was taken from.
Really?
I shot 3 network pilots on those Canons. We had so many issues with moire and keying that I said, okay, I'm done. It's been fun, guys. It was a fun couple of years. I'm moving on to Alexas now.
Yeah, those first Canon cameras did not have the anti-aliasing filter in there.
Oh God, they not. Yeah, I felt so bad for the production designer and the wardrobe, the costume designer on that pilot, because we had so many issues with the moire. We had to lose stuff that they had designed that would have worked with a normal camera, but it would just start ringing. We once had to do 5 wardrobe changes on an actress because it just kept, buzzing. And I'm pretty good at being able to look at something and know if it's going to moire. With that camera, all bets were off. You'd be like, that should be fine. No. Those are circles. They're not even lines. What? Okay. Yeah.
Let's jump forward here a little bit.
That was the previous pilot that I did called Alabama. That was with Tom Lennon and Ben Grant, the Reno 911 guys. This was Reno 911 in space, basically. We shot that in an actual submarine. It was moored off the Queen Mary in Long Beach. I think it's still there, but it's closed down now. But it was an old Russian sub. Incredibly tight quarters. These are the only cameras that would fit in there. But the high ISO was really helpful because I had no place to hide lights. I never had a light stand in the whole place. I mean, that's the porthole that you would walk through to get from space to space. Can you imagine moving a company through that? It was, actors going one way, gear the other way. Yeah, that's the biggest space in the whole craft. Yeah, and I mean, just look at that. It's just so kludgy and weird.
Oh, which that one?
Yeah. You know, I mean, there was like the B camera, the spare parts, and yeah. So it was a time. Yeah, that's there's Ice Primes there. Yeah.
Then I like the gaff tape holding on the filter. It's the best way to do it back then. Hey, who's that?
That's me teaching someone how to dance. I was a choreographer for a short period of time. No.
Very good.
You know, I don't know what I'm doing there. That was from Alabama. It's just, you know, I had to throw in a couple of shots that are like traditional DP shots to prove that I actually did something in here.
Black and white. Yep. Doing something.
Stylish.
Not looking at the camera, not smiling.
Looking haggard after 3 days in that submarine. Yeah.
All right. So then we jump into your next, which would be Key and Peele.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. So I did this little show called Key and Peele.
Like one of my favorites, actually.
I know. I mean, like, where do I even start?
Well, how did you get the job?
Oh, okay.
How about that?
How did I get the job? Oh, that's a good one. So about 6 months before the Key and Peele pilot, I shot a very small pilot for, wasn't Comedy Central, I forgot who it was for, with this director, Peter Atencio, who was a young guy who had shot a bunch of sketches for UCB, for Upright Citizens Brigade, the Midnight Show. And I think this was his first TV pilot. It was called Hot Package. And it was kind of a spoof of Entertainment Tonight. We shot one day on stage, extremely low budget, and trying to duplicate the flashy look of one of those magazine shows on a very small budget, kind of tough. I was like, we don't have mover lights. We did have a jib, but yeah, I struggled mightily with trying to make this look right, and I felt like I failed. I was like, okay, this gig didn't pan out. I disappointed this guy, this director. I'm bummed. But then 4 or 5 months later, he calls me and he says, "Hey, I got another pilot. You want to shoot it?" And I'm sort of like, "Yeah, sure, Peter. Are you drunk? Like, did you not remember the last job? That's great. I'll take it." It turns out, of course, I was beating myself up too much about the last job. And what I didn't know, I think, that helped was the guy that created the show really liked the lo-fi approach. He liked that it looked lo-fi. And in fact, when that show went to series, they put more money into it and it got flashier and it started to really look like Entertainment Tonight. And then they did a season, then it went down, then it came back up for another season, and they shot it out of town, I think. And another DP, sorry, this is a sideline, but it's a classic how weird our careers are story. The other DP, now this is the third DP of the show, third season DP, called me and he said, "I'd love you to tell me what you did, just because, you know, that we want to sort of duplicate your look." And I go, "Oh, you have the wrong DP. You want the guy that shot the second season, the good looking season." He goes, No. Showrunner loved what you did. He thinks it's closer to what the show was always supposed to be. Okay. So what, again, I thought was a failure turned out to have actually been, no one said, kind of make it a little rinky dink. It's what we had the money and time to do. So there you go. So it all worked out. So I go and get this little pilot that was called Hypothetical World, was the original name of it. These two guys from Mad TV that I wasn't familiar with because I hadn't really watched Mad. And we set out to make this little low budget pilot that we shot on the Canons, the 1D Mark IVs. As you saw that picture of it sitting on the pew. 3 or 4 day shoot. The very first day we shot I Said Bitch, that sketch, which is, you know, one of the top sketches in terms of fan favorites. That was day one, first thing we rolled on. And I was like, this show is funny. These guys are good. You know, the escalation of that sketch as it goes more and more absurd locations, and then it goes into shit. For those who haven't seen it, please see if you can dig it up. It set the tone for the whole series in such a wonderful way. I was like, wow. I'm really glad to be part of this. This is cool. And Peter was so collaborative, and we were on such the same page in terms of wanting to really embrace all the different genres fully. Sketch at that time was still in the landlord phase. Remember that the Funny or Die when it started?
Yeah,
The landlord, where suddenly the worse it looked, the cooler it was, right? The more ragged, the more sort of homespun camcordery. That was funny for a few years, right? And we're in that era, and I was like, "Is that what you want to do, Peter?" Because you know what I'd love to do is just throw it back to like the genius sketch shows, like the Ben Stiller show from Fox. I'd let it embrace all the individual genres and make it look like it goes. That's exactly what I want to do. So happy to hear that, and that's what the show became. And we had the support of everybody involved, Jordan and Keegan and the showrunners and the network. And it was such an incredible experience. We did 5 seasons, worked our asses off. We shot first couple of seasons, we were scheduled 2.5 sketches a day. So in other words, some days it would be 3, some days it would be 2, but that was our average page count. And that's a lot, The locations department was brilliant at finding a location that would work for one thing and then a push move, not getting back into the trucks, just around the corner, another location for another sketch that we could pair it with. And we would sort of like go, oh, we're going to go a little long in the first one. We can pick it back up in the next one. It was like a trapeze high wire kind of gig, always on the edge of not being able to do it, but we somehow managed to do it. And I'm so proud of all the work that we all did together. It was such a group effort. When all the departments and Atencio was just brilliant. Its first real TV show. This young guy that learned so much so quickly and could command all these things to happen in such a way. Very little prep. People assume that we sat around hashing out all the details. It got into a shorthand where we barely talked about some of these sketches. We just go shoot them,
Well, what I loved about Key and Peele was it's a very good look in every single sketch, but they're completely polar opposite of each other. So that means you are throwing hats here and there and trying to recreate or create things all over the place. And I love that versatility.
Thanks. Yeah, it kept it. It certainly there was never a dull moment. It's fun having talked to people over the years who are surprised to hear there was only one DP of the show, because it all looks different, and I go, I think I was just sort of born to
be different
for kind of a variety of looks. To me, there's I never really thought of myself as a genre DP until I became a comedy DP, but this was the best of both worlds, of all the worlds. I'm like, I've shot so many different kind of things in the past. Why would this be any different? And one of the things that people also ask is, you must use a lot of different, what cameras use, what lenses. It must have been such a wide array of them to get those looks. And the fact of the matter, it wasn't. We didn't have the budget or time to be able to continually bring in new camera packages. It would have just been too messy and difficult, and on top of everything else. So first season, after pilot was the DSLRs. Bye-bye. First season was Sony F3s, because we were still a low budget show. And the F3s were just sort of in the middle of their run at that point. Recording was a bit of an issue. We recorded to outboard recorders. I won't go too deep into some of the trials and tribulations, because that's old history. But let's just say we got through it, and then went Alexa season 2 and never looked back. But the lens package was pretty consistent. I started investing into the Arri Aluras around that time. So we had the lightweights in the studio Aluras. Season 1, we had super speeds that I felt were just a tough scenario to match with the other lenses. What I liked about the Aluras is they were very neutral, and therefore I could torture them if I wanted to by filtering them, or in post. You can always knock down a sharp lens. You can't really go the other way. The super speeds just aren't in the same family. They weren't bad color-wise. They just were a lot softer. And So second season, we picked up some master primes, which were a good match.
Let's jump into some of these BTS shots, and you can kind of talk about your scenarios and your lighting here. This one,
oh dear,
a little memorable.
Wait a second, go back to full frame for a second. Lighting change. What happened? I've got to kick off the floor. Do you see how glowy I am? Hold on. I've got guys, I have this crazy flag set up. I really needed a key grip over here. I have one flag. Okay, did I get it? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, good. All right, so this is on the Universal backlot. In the later seasons, we would shoot for a week at Universal to start our seasons because it gave us so many different looks. Everything was on location. We treated the backlot as a location. We never had stages there or anything. And this was at the War of the Worlds airplane crash, which is part of the tram tour. And the writers reverse engineered this particular sketch called Airplane Boarding, knowing that we would do this massive crane shot revealing as if we staged a plane crash. And for those that aren't familiar with Universal, I think the YouTube comments have always been, well, obviously they got a lot of money in this show, few flame bars, a couple of emergency vehicles. I actually, lighting wise, my trick on this one, because it takes place at magic hour or night, because I wanted to try and keep things simple, I had our transportation department pull in what I think are called whacker lights, which are like the what you'd see on the freeway when the crews are working. They're self-contained with a generator, and the mast goes up, and they have the lights on top. We had them bring them in, and we sprinkled them around the set. So you see them in the shot, but they're also lighting the set.
I remember seeing that sketch the first time, and the build up to it is it's funny, and then it goes to this ending scene. I'm like, wait a second, I've seen this before.
Yeah, well, it's a fun callback.
A good question here. Was there a sketch where the whole crew couldn't keep from laughing?
Yes, there were definitely less than you would think. Our grip department became the ad hoc focus group for Jordan and Keegan. They said that if the grip crew was laughing, that they knew it was funny. They kind of they really used them as a litmus test. And in fact, our key grip Bodie and our best boy or dollar grip, I can't remember which one job he did in that show, Mike Sapienza, their names crept into a few of the sketches. There are a few characters named Bodie or Sappy in different places in that show. The specific memory that I have of one particular sketch, it's called Laurent Can't Laugh. There's a moment where everyone stops, and Peter and I are at the monitors watching, and the actors just stop and look off to the side, and we're like, what's going on? The operator just pans over, and you see Bodie, our key grip, standing in the corner of the room, facing into the corner, like in Blair Witch Project, and his shoulders are just shaking. He's just, it's basically like, so good. There was a few of them. If you remember that shot where I'm the still frame with the F-35 and the easy rig and the ridiculous, there was a camera assistant next to me, a blonde woman named Emily. Emily was worked on the show for a few years, and Emily, tough to make Emily laugh, good sense of humor. She's dry. There she is. There's Em. If they got her to laugh, they knew. Then that was like, okay, we're top notch now. And there was a couple of them where she was weeping. We all were. I mean, what a joy to work in that environment. Yeah, for me, I was a little preoccupied with the big picture sometimes to be able to really truly appreciate how much fun it was. But there was a few that the way we shot it was simple enough that I could actually relax and really pay attention. Oh God, I mean, as great as the show was, the outtakes, I mean, where are they? Killer. There they are. Miss it very much. Great guys to work with, and people ask how were they. I'm like, so positive, hardworking, never complained, so supportive of what we were doing. It was great.
So this one, I know there's a lot to this.
So a little, yeah. I figured here we are just blabbing. Someone might be going, well, can you show us some lighting? So I figured I'd throw one in. Our lighting package on Key Peele was, by TV episodic standards, somewhat humble. By a lot of people's standards who don't get to work with big instruments, it might be like, oh, shut up. We carried a bunch of larger HMIs, probably like an M90 and 3 or 4 M40s and some M18s, blah, blah, blah. But we were always on location, and you never knew what you were going to come up with on location. I didn't get a lot of condors, so if we're up second story, I couldn't be doing that whole jam with the big HMIs. This was a chapel. I want to say it's at Forest Lawn Cemetery. I can't quite remember if that's true or not. And for this particular look, I remember the season I did a lot of high and low ceiling bounces and floor skips. I really started exploring that look a lot. And this one, I kind of really wanted to feel like, there's a window off to the right side. The sun is pouring in onto the floor, kind of giving that up glow, but you get a little bit of ambient as well. So normally you would take, your big gun, your sunlight gun, and take it up in the air, push it towards the actors, and maybe do a soft topper, diffuse out the top half where the faces are. So you can see that this, especially on the woman on the right side of frame, it's hotter on her body, but it's not, direct striking her face. The complication here was we couldn't get the light high enough for the location. Because there was a beautiful wood ceiling, and they were like, you can't get a light up there. It's too close to the ceiling. Plus, from the right side of that frame to the wall was all of 5 feet. It was very, very short space to light from. So, and you can see in the background, I've got a kind of a gobo there. I was wishing I'd soften that a little bit. It's a bit garish for me, but it's fine. Okay, so that's the vibe. We've got, a kind of a fill from the right. We've got a hot sun across the bodies. And then you can see on the ground, you've got a sun splash, plus the thing on the right. So here's the back wall, excuse me. Here's the mess that it took to get that. And what you're seeing there is, I think that's an M18 in the middle, pointing up into a mirror. So the mirror is going where I would like the light to be, but as you can see, that what's just above it, we couldn't put the light there for safety for the space. So that's how I'm virtually getting the high key that I'm looking for. Now, it looks like it's going through a little bit of diffusion, and I'm seeing some tape there, artfully designed, that's kind of breaking up, making a pattern. Then there's another head that's pushing down into the floor that's creating that floor skip. There's a Lico on the very right, kind of peeking behind everything. That's the back wall pattern. On the very bottom of frame, there's some Kinos kind of like continuing a little bit of low front fill wrap. So the entire shot is lit with these 4 instruments, all within a few feet of each other. And a very small amount of space. And by the way, before we go back to it, if you look on the left side of frame, just behind our grip Seymour there, you can see the pulpit, right? That is on the very right side of frame in the previous shot. So keeping an eye on that, if you switch back to the previous shot for a sec, Scott, there that is on the right side of frame. So that's the little space I had to light from. And that's the, I believe, all of the lighting in the scene. There may have been a little ceiling bounce or something on the left side just to keep the faces from dumping too deep, but I don't remember that there was. There's a little edging on the pews, I think, but that's really everything you're seeing in the back. Oh, excuse me, I should point out, yes, the curtains are backlit from behind. There were like there's little rooms back there. They're not exterior windows. But in terms of the main lighting scheme, so that's, you gotta get creative on location. It's kind of a fun challenge. And my key grip Bodhi, when I would suggest things like, let's grab a mirror board off the truck and bounce the light into it. Bodhi's phenomenal key grip, and he loves what I call my wacky ideas. Wacky? No, he has a better term than that. But he will just go, okay. Like, and I go, and I said it early on, I go, look, I know how we would do it on the big job when we have the time and the money and the space. this ain't that. So here's how let's try it. Let's have fun with it. And, you know, most of the time it worked, sometimes it didn't, but it was always worth trying.
This is how you do it on a small budget, though. That's I mean, being that versatile, getting that quality of a look at, you know, in a small space with low budget. I mean, that's a win-win.
It's a thing. Yeah. You know, I like that one. Okay, Mr. T. Mr. T.
Great sketch.
That's a great one. Yeah. So this is one of the 5 or 6 that we shot with vintage video cameras. That is a JVC KY 1900 that was circa 82. Same model as the very first camera I got my hands on, legitimate camera I got my hands on when I was in high school in that year. I picked up a couple of these on eBay and for that season of Key and Peele, because we had a few of these throwback sketches coming up, and shot some tests with them. Director loved them. The studio approved it, to my surprise. Yeah, they were tricky to work with. Incredibly, the dynamic range. It's not even fair to use the term dynamic range to describe how little there was.
Just call it range.
Static range. If it resolved 5 stops, I would be surprised. It was like it would blow out so quickly and crush so quickly in high contrast situations like exteriors that it was a joke. So you can see we've got a shiny fill 4 feet away from these poor actors. You can see how filled up they are, right? Yeah, it was brutal. In fact, that particular one, Mr. T, Jordan, unbelievably great as Mr. T, and Keegan, and that's Kate McCucci from Garfunkel and Oates and many TV shows. Dear friend, wonderful actor who guested that day. If you go and watch that, first of all, I think it just looks great because it looks so period. And I think we ran it through maybe a little generation of VHS to put a bit more funk into it as well. But Kate's eyes are like mailbox.
Right.
She is squinting so badly the entire sketch. Poor thing. She comes on to guest on a TV show, and all we do is blast light at her. But yeah, they were a lot of fun, those cameras. The other thing that was tough was they were not very sensitive. These were Satacon tube cameras, which was kind of a lower end of the version of all the tube cameras of the day. And they were, I remember I measured it once. It was like not even 50 ISO for interiors. It was really hard. So the interiors, I had to blast with light to use those cameras.
So on that, it looks like you're using a 4x4 silver, and then is that another light back behind the umbrella on the up high?
Good question. What? Yes, it is. Yeah, you're right. That is a crank stand. Yeah, I bet that's probably an M90. Oh God, yes. Oh, no wonder. Yeah, we're just filling him up. Rob Massey says, KY 1900, my first camera. Oh God. Hi, Rob. Yeah, they're a hoot. So this is just another one still that I happen to have. It's just trying to pull stuff for this is like, I don't have my whole folder of like, oh yeah, my Key and Peele photo. But I did find these. This was an interesting one. We shot this at the Herald Examiner downtown, which was one of these great old buildings that was turned into just sort of ad hoc stages for years, and now is finally not that anymore. But this was just a room that we turned into a living room with some dressing, and outside those windows is a balcony that was about 6 feet deep, a fairly deep balcony. But I was planning on using ambient light and just kind of working around it. I think it was afternoon we were going to shoot there. The sun was already on the other side of the building. And so I was just going to play the ambient light. Then our schedule changed midday, and I realized we were going to have to shoot through into night. So I was going to have to artificially light those windows, which was a real shame because I had to point out to production that is going to take me longer to get the first shot off because we had no intention of creating day out there. But I ended up being really happy with the way it all worked out. And what I did for that, again, this was in my floor skip era, the same season as the previous one, is of that balcony, we put up ultra bounce all the way across. So 6 feet behind those chairs is ultra bounce with a bunch of units pushing into it, probably M18s, just to create an ambient glow and to everything. And then I took a couple of, again, I couldn't tell you, I'm guessing 18s, 40s would have been too big. Maybe it was 40s creating the ambient, and then a couple of 18s on low stands that are pushing down hard into the floor. And you can see in those shears that the sun is not hitting the top half, the quote unquote sun. That's HMI, but most of that heat is going down into the floor. So you can see the effect of it kind of on the back wall and on the characters. I think it's a very nice kind of naturalistic vibe there. And there's, again, very little, if any, lighting anywhere else in the room. I let it be what it would have been at the perfect time of day, you know? I might have wrapped a little bit more from off camera, right? But I think there were shears over there as well. But there's nothing coming from the left.
Did they shoot on sets ever, or was it always location?
The answer is yes and yes, in that there were standing sets. There's the stages dotted around town that have standing sets that we went after a bunch. There are some that are higher end than others. We managed to hit a lot of the lower end ones. Lacey Street Studios, Dos Carlos, DC Stages downtown. Anyone who's in the indie world of a low budget TV world is familiar with all of these. They're pretty ragged old standing sets, but you know, we made them work. And this was another version of that. Yeah, they had, there's like a police station set in there and a bar set, and you dress them all. But anyway, so yeah, I kind of, like I said, I like that vibe. It feels pretty naturalistic to me. You can sort of see that tall guy towards the right side of frame. You know, you can feel that kind of upglow from the shears that are lit hotter at the bottom, and then also the streak on the floor that's picking up his face.
Here's a good question for you. How do you see your role changing in the future, both as a DP and as a filmmaker, moving into a different role, or what?
Thanks for that question, Casey. But I like your very safe profile picture. Well, I mean, look, it's a big question. I like it. I've always seen myself privately. I wouldn't walk around saying this because I think it's a little ostentatious, but I'd see myself as a filmmaker because when I got into this whole thing, I loved shooting, but I also liked editing. I started editing as soon as I was shooting. I mean, all this started for me in high school at a time when, again, it was not easy to source this stuff. I talked my way into a lot of places to get access to equipment, but I always edited what I shot, and I was directing from an early age also, and I have directed over the years. I'm shy at calling myself a director officially because I've only been paid to direct a few times, and every year or so I do a project or a short or something just to kind of keep my hand in the game. But so in my mind, it has absolutely informed every other aspect of my craft as a DP. I feel in my bones the rhythm of a scene when I'm working with a director and we're talking about blocking and shot design. To me, I have to picture it edited to understand how to break it down. And I can feel the cuts when we're shooting, and of course, we'll talk about it on set. And it can be a little bit funny if the editor happens to pop by and we're like, oh, you'll probably cut out after the shot, and then there's this beat. And so what is the sequence order? And if the editor's there, I'll go, I totally know that you're going to do a better job of putting this together than what we do. But my philosophy has always been, if we in our mind have one great way to cut it, a great editor will have 5 as good or better ways. But they certainly won't go, oh, Jesus, I can't cut this. You didn't give me enough pieces, because we've already thought that through. So that to me is a very important part of my process. As a camera operator, it was equally as important. helping design shots. I didn't want to design a shot that was cool that existed in a vacuum. I had to know what the whole sequence was surrounding it to know how that shot would work. You know what I mean? Which is why the difference between an A camera Steadicam operator and a B camera Steadicam operator is actually pretty. Because the A camera operator is fully involved in that process of breaking down a scene and understanding what the pieces are, and the B camera guy is off having a coffee because he's not working in that shot, and then you get called in to do a Steadicam move. How do you design it not knowing what the other pieces are? So that's why I kind of generally stayed in the A camera Steadicam world. And as a DP now, of course, I'm part of all of those discussions. For the most part, it's rare that I sort of step away and let the operators do everything. That does exist, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But so to me, it's always going to be holistic. I can't imagine not using my filmmaker brain to do any one of these jobs. So in terms of the future, I'd like to direct more. I potentially have some opportunities coming up to do that. I'm realistic about it. It's not exactly the time that a guy that looks like me is poised to have a great directing career coming out of the gate, because it's time for guys like me to step back and let the people who've been waiting a long time to have the opportunities have their opportunities. That's, of course, another big discussion, but I'm sure you guys all catch my drift on that. And that's fine. So, you know, the technology will start to change things for us. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We're still making our shots the same way as we ever did. As we get into more digital backgrounds, that will start to change. It's going to be very interesting. We haven't talked at all about where we're at exactly at this moment. What will filmmaking look like for the next year and a half, 2 years? We have a lot of questions about how that might work. I might get a virtual DP job where I am now just shooting the foreground and the backgrounds will be created and it's all going to be on a stage and everyone's separated. So we'll roll with it. We'll see where it goes, you know?
It's a good question.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's awesome.
This one, I believe, is relating to Key and Peele, but how much does storyboarding play in as a role in blocking and camera lighting, lenses and angles?
Ooh, the lighting change. Do you see that on cue? The lighting cue?
I like that.
Yeah.
It's a little, oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we're into a cloudy section in here. So storyboarding for Key and Peele, we didn't do very much of it. We didn't have time, really. And we didn't really need to, because so much of the discussion was between myself and Peter, our director, and we created such a shorthand that it was rare we needed to go into that kind of detail. To me, I find that storyboarding in general is a function of a lot of people needing to know what the sequence is. So an action scene with a lot of pieces will need to be, you know, broken down and discussed by the stunt department. You know, the ADs need to know what all the pieces are. There's vehicles potentially involved. There's a lot of people that have to know what all the pieces are. If it's a relatively simple piece of blocking with humans in a room, even if it's a sophisticated piece of blocking, an overhead diagram generally suffices, I think, to get all the information across. Unless you're going after something with very interesting, different framing that would be hard to describe. If it's relatively traditional framing, we'll find that on the day. So in my world, I don't see a ton of storyboarding. And I will say that over the years, the experiences I've had with storyboarding, when I've shot with less experienced directors, you know, maybe a first-time director, second time, doing a short film, if they spend all the time storyboarding, then we sit down and start to talk about things, it starts to change. And then all the work they did with the storyboard, half of it's getting thrown out because we haven't had our discussions yet. Now, it's not to say that some director may not be interested in any of my feedback and go, this is how I want to shoot it, this is our shooting out, okay? That rarely happens in that environment. So, yeah, it tends to be, depending on my relationship with the director, we do a lot of stuff at coffee shops with sugar packets and salt shakers. That 14-minute oneer that I did with my friend Sandy Cohen, we sat at the Black Cat in Silver Lake for a couple of long sessions over drinks and designed this whole elaborate thing that went around a huge space with napkins and salt packets. So sugar. That's where my final answer is. Overhead diagrams and shot lists cover much of it for me, except for complicated scenes where a bunch of departments need to know what's going on. The end.
There you go.
Blah, 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 blah.
Let's jump into Crazy X here.
Yeah. Crazy X. Yeah, I like that picture. I like that image. That's on stage. That's my dear friend Rachel Bloom. So proud of her on that show and everything she's done. I met her and started working with her when she was just making her own little YouTube videos, and she got 4 seasons of a network show. That was so awesome. But yeah, she her character was had some serious issues going on. She had suffered from depression, and this was fun to be able to shoot a frame like that on a comedy.
What were you using outside to blast through?
So that, again, that's on stage. There was a little patio set outside, and we had a bunch of instruments overhead, I think pushing down through grid to create a soft ambient. And then we would, because we're on stage, it was presumably, I'm guessing tungsten, so that might have been a 10K, creating that pattern. What I remember the specific about the shot was we were framed originally tilted up with the sofa at the bottom of the frame, and as you can see those legs there, that's a light, a practical light. And I think we were holding that up in the top of the frame, and it all felt very balanced and perfectly fine. And she's down low in the frame with a lot of headroom, a lot of blank wall, and it told that story perfectly well. But then I think I said over the walkie, hey, just for fun, try tilting down. And we caught that pattern on the ground, and I think it's an equally interesting frame. Maybe I think it's a more interesting frame, tells the story just as well.
Right.
But yeah, that's it's fun when you find these things and you don't plan them. And so there you go. If it was storyboarded, maybe we wouldn't have even looked for it. Hey.
There you go. You next go off to Mary and Jane.
Okay, Mary and Jane, sure. So now we're at 2016. Mary and Jane was a sweet show, little half hour for MTV. We unfortunately caught the last season that MTV did, scripted half-hour comedies. We were one of 4, and they all got 86 at the end of that year by MTV. This was on stage, the girls' apartment. And my feeling with the way I wanted to play this, the creators of the show, Deb Kaplan and Harry Elfont, who are 2 lovely, talented directors who did Can't Hardly Wait and Josie and the Pussycats, which I think are great, fun movies. This was their first foray into TV, and they were very concerned about, because we had to shoot the apartment on stage, they would have rather shot on location, and they wanted to make sure that what was outside the windows looked real. So I decided to really go hot on the outside the windows and let things burn a little bit, and that worked out great. This was my first foray with the Vericam, and I had been interested in the Vericam and the dual high ISOs. When the show came up, I learned that the stage that we were going to shoot on in Burbank, it was kind of one of these somewhat low budget stages. They had just come off another MTV show, and I was informed that it had some power issues, that they were constantly kind of like blowing circuits, basically. And as a result of that, I actually hired the gaffer from that previous show because he knew the ropes there. And it turned out great. His name is Philippe Solaris, and we have become collaborators ever since. So we're on our, I think, 4th at least show together now, or the one now, the one we started prepping when all this happened. It'll be our 5th, I think, and hopefully we'll get right back onto it. I said, okay, so would it help if we were able to cut down the size of the instruments in half, the wattage? And he goes, absolutely, yeah, for sure. And I said, especially because we want to go hot out there. You know, that's to really get this translite, you know, the big photo backing that we did outside the main windows. I think there's a picture later. So to make that burn, that's a lot of instruments. What if we cut them in half and I shoot with the Vericam at high ISO? So we gambled on that. It was still kind of a risk because we ordered all the lights and lit that stage before the cameras came in. And so it wasn't until the day before our first day of shooting where the showrunners asked me to shoot a test they could feel comfortable with the way the place looked. And we lit everything up, and I decided to underrate the camera down from the 5,000 mode to, I think my general base was 2,000 because that gave me plenty of room to go in wherever I wanted from there. So our working base was 2,000 down from 5,000, and it looked great. And you know, the difference between 800 and 2,000, of course, is more than a stop. So that's more than less than half the wattage, if that makes sense. So a 1K at 800 is actually something like a 400 watt, you know, at 2,000. Gamble paid off. You do lose a little bit of dynamic range, but in this instance, we wanted it to blow out outside. We didn't need to hold highlights. We actually wanted to be able to blow the highlights in a controlled fashion. The joke that I have about the difference between shooting interiors that have windows that are supposed to look like outside light on stage and actually shooting on location is, when we're on location, we start trying to like net down and control how hot things are. And then you go and shoot on stage and you want it to blow up hotter to make it look realistic. So there's inevitably about a 2-stop difference. Your windows are always hotter on stage because they're not real and you want them to look real, but you wouldn't play it that way on location all the time. So it's just a little DP game we play with our own heads. But yeah, so this is, yeah, you know, you can see what's going on. That's actually the smaller window. There wasn't as much depth there, but this is kind of, you know, kind of going for a naturalistic look. Did not love the walls in this set. The color, I think ultimately we would have changed for the next season, but unfortunately there wasn't one. It was fighting with the skin tones. But, you know, just trying to push in some heat wherever we could and play contrast. But again, this is a comedy. This is not a drama. I didn't really get into that very much, but the difference between a comedic DP and a dramatic DP is you may want to let those faces fall off every day, but you know that you can't because you will get into the color suite and someone behind you will say, can you bring up the faces? Every single time. So I have learned to do the best that I can. And if I want to print something dark in color, great, but I know that we'll get the note to pull the faces back up again. So yeah, and this there's the night exterior. Let's see, that's a camera grab, so you can actually see that we shot at 4,000. Look at that, and that was to capture more ambient back there. So I have some lighting behind camera that is matching the street lights, but everything behind, including the light on the building on the right, is all what was naturally there. That was actually just outside our stages. And that was a fun experiment just to see, you know, to let things go. And I actually wasn't wide open there either. I think I'm probably stopped down a bit.
What back there on the little building behind it, it looks like there's shadows of the trees. Was there something shooting through there, or was that just natural? Or you know, the street itself?
I believe that was that was naturally existing. That kind of greenish light. Yeah, we didn't make that was already there. Yeah, I mean, I went out and looked at it, you know, I scouted it at night and had seen that there was enough going on to make, you know, to my eyes. It's really hard to judge 4,000, 5,000 ISO to your eye, though. You know, it's
right.
You don't know exactly what to work on. I will tell you this, one of the things that when you're working with primarily street light like that and high ISOs, you end up doing a ton of flagging behind camera because you can have street lights behind you stacked up and it's going to throw camera shadows. It's going to be multiple nose shadows on the actor. Again, all the stuff that you don't notice to your eye because we're usually just blowing it out we're adding on to that light. You don't feel the effect of a faint street light from, you know, 100 feet away generally. In this instance, you absolutely do. So I had tons of grip gear, solids and rags and diffusion behind camera for these kind of scenes just to control the front light.
That's not a tripod there by the driver's side tire, is it?
How
Tripod shadow?
dare
Or
you?
is that just tar? It may just be tar on the road, but it's
where am I
so
looking? On the
strange.
left? Where,
On the driver's side front tire, there's
oh, I see it. That doesn't look like a tripod. That's not. Yeah, I don't know what that is. That's a good. It could be a stand. You're right. I don't know. I don't think it's a tripod. Though. It's not. It's a little thin for a tripod.
Question for you here. Can you
Yeah.
share your experience working with the VariaCam?
So I mean, you know, as I said, the high ISO thing I found to be an incredible tool for an obvious example of what we just looked at, and a less obvious example in terms of saving on the size of the package, as we talked about prior. Those are my sort of like the two magic tricks of high ISO. And of course, now it's not the only game in town. Red and Sony both have, you know, dual ISO and high ISO cameras. But it was at the time, it was for a few years the only camera that did that. And what's great is that the LT came out and looks as good, the same chip as the 35, and is now so inexpensive that I've ended up using it on jobs where I didn't necessarily need the high ISO, but it allowed me to get more into the camera package. So I've actually had a lot of great experiences with the VariaCams for various reasons. And this is all real world stuff, by the way, because when you get on a project that you can afford the luxury of getting the exact camera that you want for the look, great. Sometimes it's a balancing act because you kind of go, this may not be my first choice of camera for look, but it will buy me things in the back end that are very valuable. What if, for instance, you really want an extra camera body and you can't afford it? Is it better to move to a different, less expensive camera to be able to afford that other camera body? It becomes a juggling act of what's that maybe we can move faster, we can make our days better. I will come off looking better as a DP because I made this choice. As an example, that would be, minis are inexpensive now, but there's a time, certainly before the LF came out, when the mini was an expensive camera and the mirror was not. As soon as the mini came out, the mirrors were kind of left behind and became less expensive. Now, obviously, for handheld and Steadicam, the mini's a better choice. But I did a studio show that was largely on dollies, and the mirror was an obvious choice because I saved a lot of money that way. And it's the same sensor, so why wouldn't I? You know. So VariaCam, yeah, I'm still using him to this day. I will be using him again on the show after the next show I have lined up. Which is Crank Yankers season, the next season of Crank Yankers. When we talk to Crank Yankers, I'll discuss that a little bit further. But yeah, I like it.
And Charles, how are you doing on time? Do we need to pick it up or
I'm doing fine. You tell on your end of it.
Oh, I'm fine. Yeah, I mean, I'll go as long as you want to go, and I guarantee these people will be happy for you to do so.
And listen, what's great about it is, unlike, you know, it's not like I'm looking out to an audience of people who are nodding off because I've been sitting for 2 hours. You guys can do it. You're doing whatever you want to do at home. Hopefully, you know, you're cleaning out the cat box and and sanitizing all of your groceries.
Yeah. So we're back here on Mary and Jane. More of that
Mary and Jane, yeah.
Look.
Yeah, looking out to, that's the translite outside those windows. So what's real there is the bikes and the railings behind it. Everything else is translite.
Interesting.
Oh, I guess we're done then. That's fine.
We can go back.
One more note about that last shot with the translite. That set design, it's a little hard to tell. You can sort of see that there's those walls left and right, and then there's a sushi. Nice. There's beyond those walls, you can see there's actually a little patio. It's like a sunroom. And our producer on that show, when we were talking about the set design, she goes, yeah, that's a nice piece of depth, but it's not like we can never stage anything there. I go, why can't we stage anything there? She goes, because the translite will look too fake. And I'm like, well, we can't go out on the balcony, but we can certainly stage something in the patio. She goes, because they had done a show with a similar, this was a modified version of their set from the previous show, and they hadn't been able to get away with it. And I go, oh, let's see. And I purposely suggested that we stage something in that patio, and it looked great. It all worked out. So it's mostly because, again, I let it play hot. You know, you blow it out enough so it looks real out there, and that's the key. If you kind of expose it like it's a painted backdrop in a puppet show, not Crank Yankers, guys, a puppet show and a puppet show, you know. We got a carnival, then yeah, it's not going to look real, you know. Anyway.
All right, let's see here.
And there's Vericams on Mary and Jane. Those are V35s, the full-size ones. Yeah.
This
pretty beastly.
The Aria Luras, is that the lenses?
Yeah. Yep. You can definitely see on the right side one, that's probably the 1545 and the 3080. And eventually, I moved to the Cabrios, the 1990. That became my
That's
main.
a beautiful lens. I love that.
It's a really solid lens, man.
It's pricey, but you know what? It's worth every penny.
Yeah, it is. I realized we should have ordered these differently and seen the result first, and then
yes, we should have. Let's do that.
Too late. Okay, fine.
All right.
I had to get this shot on stage, and I apologize. This is a little. It's not quite that underexposed. This was like a frame grab before grading, I think. But when this came up, I went to our production designer and I said, "Well, dude, our set is built, you know, floor level. I can't get the camera low enough. It'll, you know, the lens will be basically where our hands are. It's not gonna be looking up, because this cut against on location, looking down from a second story balcony to people on the street, but we had to shoot this part on stage. And so I said, we've got to build a wall that's up elevated so I can get the camera low enough. And you put in the budget for it, and it didn't get approved because it had to be, you know, there was walls and ceiling behind, which you already had on set. So everyone sort of went, I don't know. And so I went to Bodie, my key grip, and I said, I got one of those wacky ideas, brother. Can we get a optical grade mirror and put it on the ground and shoot the cameras down into it? And he laughed, and then he sent it over to his best boy, who managed to find one. And optical grade is important because otherwise you get a little double shadow, you know, a ghosting image. And so you can go to the two back picture. So so there's the mirror in position, and then one back from that shows the camera shooting down into it. And again, you can imagine that mirror, it looks like it's elevated. That's right on the deck. That's on the floor. So, yeah.
Yeah, that turns out as an amazing shot right there. Because it totally pulls it off.
Yeah, you know, and Harry, our showrunner, he got so excited when he saw this, he pulled all the writers in from the writers' room to come and check it out, because it was like, because he went to NYU, he and Deb, the showrunners, you know, a few years after me, and he was like, it's just, this is what makes filmmaking so much fun, is these cool little tricks, you know? Okay, Brad, yes. I'm sure you can use a periscope lens. Still wouldn't have been as low. Wouldn't have been as low, brother. Because if you saw in that image of the cameras, we doubled, you know, the distance. We were actually effectively like 4.5, 5. You know, look at the other one. I think the other picture. Yeah, you can see that camera on the right. It's whatever the distance is from there to the mirror, plus back up from the mirror to the actor. So it's basically 5 feet underground. Even a periscope still wouldn't do that. We'd have to be really wide, and the problem was with a wide lens, we would see off the set instantly. So
here we go.
This gets into, if we get to it, and if everyone isn't passed out, if we talk about my cart, this was a matching shot, which was a fun challenge. The top is a frame from the pilot, which was shot on location. Another DP shot the pilot. And when we went to series, they wanted to reshoot part of the scene, but they kept some of all the original coverage except for this one shot. So I had the challenge of having to recreate that lighting on stage without having been there the first time. And it was windows and real, you know, ambient light and so forth. And, you know, as you can see, it's like a 1.5 wall set behind. That was a dolly move on the first shot, which is why the background looks a little different. But you can see that there's the door is just shifted. We're just shifted over to the side a little bit. But I kind of love these challenges. It's very forensic to rip apart a frame and try to figure out what's the quality of the source. Where is it? And, you know, how do we do it? You know, how do we achieve that? And what's funny is you'll play around with it for a while, and there'll be a point where you're like, it almost becomes impossible. Like adding a little bit of fill here on one character goes on the other, and you're like, oh no. But you know what? It all worked. We got it close enough. So that was fun.
A couple of comments here on this shot.
Yeah.
Says a variation of the Sunset Boulevard shot where William Holden is floating in the pool.
Yes, exactly. And I actually did that on a music video. Did I do it on a music video, or were we going to do it on a music video? Well, yeah, I think we did it. I think we put a mirror in the bottom of a fountain.
And Neil says that distance is just as important as the height, which.
Yeah. Well, I think they mean the same thing. In this, it's the distance. Yeah, it's your focal. What is your focus set at? That's the distance. Yes, and the height of the camera is dictating the distance. In that sense. But I guess you could pull the camera back and keep booming up and just keep increasing it. But at a certain point, you'd be zooming in anyway. So,
right.
Neil was the operator on that shot. So I'm glad to see so many friends are here.
We started back over, didn't we?
It's now that we're in the after the 2-hour mark. I just want to point out that I've switched from water. And Ron Paul, this is in your honor. Cheers.
Nice. Mine is all the way over there. Can't reach it.
No, I'll tell you what. Next time I start talking, because you know I ain't going to be quick, go get yourself a drink.
Nice. All
right. So Cassie French was a little show that I did after that. A very scrappy little cool show. It was comedic, had some dramatic moments in it. Got to do some nice stuff. This is Vericam also. Still having to preserve eyes a lot of the time. Just flip through them. Oh, I love this. This was on stage. This is in the pilot episode, and this was probably my single favorite frame from the show. This particular frame did not make it. They used nice, Donnie. They moved. There was two tighter versions of this, and they never used this wide one. And I was super bummed. This was this really old, broken down set at DC Stages that we actually shot a bunch of Key and Peele's at. You can see the seams in the wallpaper, but it serves pretty well to play as an old house. You just can't get a new look out of it. But yeah, this is all lit on stage. It's, you know, one little piece of greens outside the window. I had a PA pushing it to make it rustle. But for me, I think what yes, Rich, it is absolutely time for an old fashioned. What I liked how this all worked out was, you know, I played around with the color balance on the individual units. So you got that kind of like half blue, coolish ambient coming in through the windows. There's a window to the left behind that door jamb. You can see it on the foot of the bed. So that kind of cooler daylight, and the sense of, you know, just the curtains drawn and there's just a little weep of light coming through. It's morning, but it's not, you know, that side of the world is still kind of waking up. And then you got that hot splash, which was, I would guess, a par, tungsten par, pushing, you know, through the window on that side, straight down into the floor, which kind of glows that side of the bed. And it's a bit warmer because it's bouncing off, you know, a brown rug. But she has a little revelation there. So she's, you know, separated from the guy there, both visually, you know, he's kind of off in the shadows, and it's kind of a combination of like pretty morning light, but also has a little bit of malevolence. That was at a spa downtown. That was a very unlit space that I could start from scratch quickly. And I think we just put a couple of bounces, taped them up to the ceiling, did a little lightweight skirt. We used that black vinyl, very lightweight picnic table cover material that you know, if you can get from the store if you're want to cover a picnic table. It's very super lightweight. It's not even vinyl. I don't know what it's made out of. And that tapes with any ceiling, and it becomes an instant skirt, much lighter than Duvetine. And then just bounced a couple of Source 4s up into it, and that was it. Kind of a cool look. I'm picking some really dramatic frames from a comedy, but this was a little bit of mystery here.
I love dramatic looks, though.
I have to throw a few of them in there because, you know, when you pull frames from comedy and people are used to looking at like really cool looking, you know, shots from DPs, it's kind of like, what's so exciting about this?
Oh, great. It's a high-key scene. Great.
Oh, yeah, but no one posts those. Everyone wants to see the cool one.
Exactly. Right. Let's see here. Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was an interesting, you know, this space was like, those aren't exterior windows. They went into another room, but the director kind of wanted to suggest that they were outside. And I was like, yeah, but what time of day is it? Can we make it late afternoon, you know, to keep the mood down? And I don't feel like it. Let's make the candlelight the sort of predominant source. So we ran quasar tubes, 4x4 tubes just above frame from left to right to kind of simulate the glow back from those from all those candles.
Let's see here. Oh yeah.
So that's Neil Bryant, who's posted in a couple of times, and I mentioned he's one of my favorite Steadicam operators to work with. There he is. Distance is just important as height. And now look, I think, you know, we're not 6 foot of distance is more important than height right now, and we're not observing it in that picture. Too soon, too soon. Okay, so yeah, that's there's the V35. So that probably would have. No, that was Cassie French. That was the project we just saw. And
right. Now we move to.
What else I'll say about this is just very briefly, because I can't say enough good things about Neil and his work and his temperament and personality. But when we started working together, what I really saw in him was a love of the craft that reminded me of that young man that you saw with that crappy old 70s Steadicam in the back of the van and the backward cap. It, you know, he's just so consumed with the instrument, and in this day, you know, in this time of everyone sitting around, he is practicing with that Steadicam every day in his apartment. He's such a brilliant operator and lovely to work with, and we have a great communication.
I just had a scotch delivered to me, so cheers.
Oh yes, scotch delivery. Cheers,
That's the best.
Cheers, everybody.
Oh, that's good. Ooh.
What kind are you drinking?
It's 18-year. Starts with a B.
Balvenie?
Yes.
I don't know scotch. No.
Yeah,
that's great stuff, man. Good for you. I've got the Blantons. We're doing the B's.
Nice.
Letter N Blanton. Did you know that all the little horsies on the bottle they have different ones for each letter on Blantons? So BLA with an N. And if you put them all next to each other, it's like the Edward Muybridge thing, where the horse is in motion if you look across each of the caps.
I normally wouldn't be drinking the 18-year that often, but last time I went into it, my cork broke off in it. So I'm like, well, let's pour it into the decanter, and it becomes the scotch of choice now.
Hey, any port in a storm, and we're in a storm, might as well.
Right. So you moved on to crank anchors after this. What? Okay. How did you get involved with crank anchors?
I was sitting at home for many months, not working. All my shows that we had just talked about did not get brought back. There were some other ones in between. But I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do next. Alan Martin, look at you. And then I got a referral from Gary Corden, who is the production designer from Key Peele and some other, cheers, Karen. But I just want to say I'm very appreciative of how many of my friends are apparently watching this. Some of whom are in the business, but not all. And it must be very weird and esoteric for the people that aren't in the industry. So that's lovely that thank you guys for tuning in. And everybody for tuning in, not just the people that I happen to know. Okay, so crank anchors, Gary Corden, I just want to shout him out because he's a fantastic production designer. Key Peele. I mean, do I need to say more? And again, Key and Peele was not made on a ton of money, and he pulls off miracles. He and his team, love working with them. And he was hired on Crank Yankers, and said partially because of Key and Peele. You know, Crank Yankers is a reboot from the original version, which went 4 seasons in the early 2000s, early to mid. I will be drinking more, Eric. This last part is going to stretch out for 45 minutes. I'll be like, and furthermore, as if
Let me tell you about this.
Yeah. John Kimmel, who's the showrunner of the show, Jimmy Kimmel's brother John, who was involved in the original version as well, wanted to kind of up the game a little bit visually. The original version had been fairly simple sets, and it was shot with PED cameras, and he liked the kind of cinematic. So he hired Gary, and Gary said, well, if you like Key and Peele, I got a DP for you, and got me the interview. And I came on board, and I had no idea what to expect, especially watching the original. I was like, okay, puppets. It's an all puppet show. There are no humans in the show. And for those who aren't familiar with it, it's comedians make prank calls to real businesses and people. They're recorded, and then they're acted out by puppets. So each phone call has the caller side, the comedian side, and then the other set is the mark, the person that they're calling. So we have 2 sets per call. Entering into this thing, this is again, obviously, well, not obviously, but it's all on stage. Tons of sets, 4+ sets a day. Some of them are reused, not necessarily all of them, or recurring characters, but huge amount of work for the art department to move them in and move them out. But my challenges were interesting also. John, who directs, he also directs over at his brother's show, does the kind of pre-tapes. Really savvy on the filmmaking side of things, and he knew exactly how he wanted to shoot the show, down to cameras, lenses, support gear. He mentioned Varicam, and I was fully on board with that because, again, I knew how I could stretch money with the Varicam, and I thought the look would be great for it as well. It would all work out. It took a little while to settle on we knew we were going to use jibs because in puppet world, the sets are all built 4 feet off the ground. Because if you think about a person standing holding a puppet up in the air, this is, you shoot it from head up. Everything below that is non-space, but you're giving a little bit of room for the legs. So the math is 4 feet is the floor level. And so all the sets are built up on stilts. Any set piece, like a chair, is actually sitting on a platform, which makes things a lot slower to move around and get around in. But that puts the lens obviously up in the air, like 7 feet plus. So the plan was always to be on a jib. And also we were going to shoot in 2 stages simultaneously. And the reason for that was they used to shoot 2 calls a day, 4 sets, one after another, but it made for a long day. And John said, hey, what if we have 2 separate stages, 2 separate directors, 2 separate cameras? We can cut it down so it's 1 call in each stage, and they'll have a lot more time. Great, but 1 DP, 1 gaffer, 1 key grip. So I said, well, here's an interesting challenge. I'm now going to be overseeing 2 simultaneous, completely separate sets in adjacent stages, which was a trippy concept. I was like, how is this going to work when they both need me to relight at the same time? And I said, are you guys prepared for me to basically, like a switchboard operator, say, please hold to 1 stage? And then I'm like, I've never in my career been able to tell a company to stop work, a director, everything has to stop to wait for me in that way. And they said, oh, it'll work. We'll have time. Our schedule is built that way. And sure enough, it works. There's times when I'll be in there as soon as I can, and they just sit and wait, which is cool. But it is a little challenging. My monitors, I sit at my cart and I've got 1 stage and the other stage, and I'm looking at 2 completely different pieces of action. But I have it dialed in it's pretty interesting, the setup I ended up devising, because I was like, how can I keep track of what's happening in two different spaces? I have to be able to hear the audio. And all the audio is playback, by the way. It's all pre-recorded. But not just the character audio. I have to hear the discussions that are going on. So I had the audio department install God mics at monitors. So when I switch my main monitor to the A stage, I'm hearing the sound of the A stage. I can hear the discussions going on. When I switch to B, it switches. The audio follows video, basically, is the production term. And that allows me to sort of keep my head in two different places. And I'm physically positioned literally between them, right by the door to one stage and off to the side of the other. So none of that has to do with anything with the photography, but these are some of the challenges that one has to get through.
Right. All aspects are important, really.
Yeah. And that's workflow. I mean, I came up with diagrams of cabling workflow from one stage to the other. I'm like, we have a third camera that we sometimes use. And I was like, so sometimes it'll be there and sometimes it'll be there. How do we cable for it? What is the cable flow of all this? Because I didn't have a DIT, and came up with it was a lot of design work at the beginning of it, and it all worked out great, and it was tremendous fun. And we have a good time trying to light it as realistically as possible. There's a lot of green screen and blue screen outside windows, and sometimes the entire set is green and blue. Those are challenging because the environments are never built ahead of time. And I got to the point where I said, we have to have some reference to light to, because there was times when we would talk about, it's an alley and it's going to look like this, and I'd light to that, and then the actual image would show up and I'd be like, that's not what we were talking about, and now the lighting doesn't match, and that's a bummer. So I sort of pushed for, we have to have a reference that's either the thing that's going to be the background or very close to it, because otherwise I'm making up my sources, and it will never. It's already bad enough that we have a digital background if my lighting doesn't match the digital background. You know what I mean? So those are my interesting challenges. Puppets are also a little different than humans. There's some very interesting things about lighting puppets. They're easier to light than anyone over 30 because they have no wrinkles. They have no deep set eyes. They're just sort of little fuzzy balls. But yes, I'm trying to not make a joke about what I just said. Sorry.
Why would you avoid jokes?
I'm waiting for my friends to go, you just said, yeah. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
But what's interesting is, with people, the most important feature that you have to make sure is, where does the emotion come from, Scott? In the feature, which feature in someone's face?
Eyes.
Yes, of course.
But
puppet eyes are fixed. They don't express. The mouth is the expressive part because it moves. So it took me a long time to learn this, because I would be like setting highlights high and go, oh shoot, but it's falling off on the mouth, and I can't, and we're actually losing the expression of the puppet from the mouth, because a lot of the puppet heads are curved, and the mouth is actually, there it is, Rich. You're a little late, buddy. Faster next time. Yeah. So so the mouths are in the bottom. They go underneath a little bit more than our mouth. So I actually sometimes, the eye light was actually a glow from underneath to pick up the mouth. I mean, it's really interesting.
Before we jump into these BTS here, there is a good question here that I'm interested in. Have you ever lit a cemetery with road flares? That came out wrong.
No, I'm
interested in this question as well.
It's very funny. Jeremy, I've mentioned several times so far. He directed the feature Perfect Sleep that we talked about briefly, and produced a lot of these music videos. And what he's referring to, he's being a little precious, because yes, of course I have, because we did it together. But it's a good one to talk about as a diversion. And we'll get back to Crank Yankers in a sec. So we shot a music video for The Pretty Reckless in, I'm going to say, around 2010 or 11. and director Mirt Avis, legendary music video director. And we went out to New York and we shot in Brooklyn, I believe. And our lead singer was walking down the street, and we shot her just with a ring light, and it was the 1D Mark IV, which cranked up to your 2000, 2500, 3200 ASA, allowed us to shoot again in the streets for really the first time at those high ISOs, which was really cool. And then at the end of the video, she arrives at a cemetery and walks through a cemetery and ends up falling into a grave and immolated in flames. I was concerned now the cemetery was not lit, like the streets were lit. So as sensitive as the 1D was, it wasn't sensitive enough for the cemetery. There just wasn't any ambient lighting in there to speak of at night. And Mirt had this amazing idea. He said, what about road flares? And I said, wow, okay, so we have a series of people positioned where I want light to come from that on cue will crack open a road flare, and we'll have 6 minutes to shoot with the flares going off in the back. So that lit the background. We're pulling back Steadicam ring light, so she was lit by that. And it worked beautifully, and it's such a cool effect because it's very red and flickery and alive and creepy, and super cool. I mean, really fun to think about, you know, like where to position them, you know, where the lighting should come from. And it's honestly, it's the only time I've really seen flares used as a primary lighting source. Oh God, I feel like an ass for saying this, up until 1917. I'm sure it has been done since, but I hadn't seen it. And I'm not taking credit because it was Mirt's idea. But in 1917, that incredible work with the flares dropping, it was really fun when I watched that. I'm like, yeah, it's so, you know, it has such a real and interesting and non-film like quality to it, you know.
Good answer and nice setup there, Jeremy.
Yeah, thank you, Jeremy. I could have played it like, why, yes, I have. How did you know that? You didn't?
I thought it was a really good question, and I was getting played. Oh,
you were getting played big time. I have too many things on here, apparently. So
for sure. On Crankacres here on the BTS, do you want me to reverse the order here and show the finished
yeah,
bubble?
Let's do it. Let's go to bubble 4.
Okay. Got it. And here you go.
So this was the hardest thing I had to tackle. Most of the stuff when it came up in production meeting and prep was like, yeah, okay, no big deal. Yeah, it's a puppet doing this, puppet doing that. This one, the character, our main character there is deathly allergic to peanuts. And Rich Moriarty, who was my camera operator, the movie guy there, he's typing furiously because he's going to say, oh, it wasn't actually peanuts. In the crank call, the joke is that she's pronouncing peanuts a little bit differently.
Right, yeah.
So she's calling this restaurant and saying, do you have peanuts in your food? And it's not peanuts. But anyway, that's the point. She's got the immune thing going on. And I realized that when I saw this still recently, I'm like, oh boy, in this day and age, we all kind of need one of those. But it was pitched to me as she's going to be a plastic bubble. And I'm like, okay, what does a plastic bubble look like? Is it like an inflated bag of plastic? I'm like trying to think about reflections. What's it going to look like? And then this thing arrived, this plexi dome that was open at the very bottom like a fishbowl. But I looked at it and I'm like, this is a mirror that's going to see 180 in all directions. That's a tough situation under any circumstances. But the bottom half of our set, the 4 feet below, is all wood and apple boxes and all kinds of crap. So, and I was also, how do we hide the puppeteer? How do we hide the monitor? Because the puppeteers all work off monitors on the floor on these rolling stands. And I'm like, that's going to glow and put a kick up into this plexi dome. So I kind of like took the lead with all the departments to, you know, had our department black everything out down below. On our end of it, we skimmed we skimmed the top of the set with rag. I think it was muslin, and lit down through it. And then we kind of like extended out the walls to add an effective window gag. I think it was foam core. We just cut a hole in it, put a sky panel behind it, and our department hung shears in front of it. So that's the front reflection. And so basically every lighting source is in the frame, in reflection. So what you're seeing in that picture there is a camping backpack frame that our grip department added rod onto, clamped onto that plexi dome. We hung the skirt around the front to protect from any reflection getting back up. And if you go to the next picture, you'll see that monitoring-wise, we gave our puppeteer a little 7-inch monitor with a wireless receiver so she could walk around without cables. Again, normally we have 24-inch monitors that roll around on the floor, but that would have been a reflection issue. So that's keeping all the reflection out from below. And so it was attached to her body, and she was able to freely walk around. Is there one more of those, or is that it?
Yep, one more.
Yeah, and that's it, just outside the set, so you can see the rig a little bit better. And so yeah, if we go to bubble 4 again and put it all together, what was cool about it, because it was attached to her hips, it was not 100% fixed to the puppet as you kind of expected it wouldn't. It moved slightly differently, and that made it feel more realistic. And you can see in the reflections, I used a Pola dialed halfway. We had to beef up our lighting to be able to accommodate the Pola. So you can also see how the ceiling kind of falls off to the right. That's because we lit the window side a little bit hotter to help the set feel like the left side was more hot where the windows were, and then it falls off. And that reflection that you're seeing just to the left of her hand is the foam core window that's covered with shears and bits of tape that simulate the window. And then everything downstage of that is all completely blacked out. So the crane, it's got black duvet hanging from it, and then it's all solids. And all of this was came together in a couple of days. And I will tell you, it was a lot of discussions and guesswork and hoping, and very last minute-y, no time to test this thing. On the morning of, when it all came together, I was pretty damn psyched that it worked. So that was, listen, the part of my job that is really enjoyable to me is the problem solving. Key and Peele, in a sense, was that. It's a lot of there's not much time, there's not much money. What's the quick and easy solution to make this work? And it's kind of fun to rifle through all of those ideas and go, you just got to commit. There's not time on these shows to second guess and have a backup plan and rip it all apart and do it again, and so it's really fun to get outside of even just camera and lighting and go, okay, the reflections are my responsibility, but it's everyone else's department. So we sit together and we figure out, how can we solve this? Wardrobe, art, etc. Yeah.
This is an interesting question here. In terms of the zone system, how do you decide when to intentionally light faces imperfectly? One stop over underexposed versus perfectly exposed, where they're typically placed?
Okay, that's a nice question. To me, perfect exposure is what the scene dictates. I know, but nominally it falls in the zone system here, but it's all interpretive. So is it a high key environment? Is it a low key environment? And what's the emotion of the scene is the most important thing to determine where the face should fall. So it's a high key, especially a comedy scene that is in, look where I am right now. I'm facing into a wall of windows. And if I only had control over my webcam, I would drop down a notch. It's just a little hot, but I can't. So I'm dealing with it. I will be really honest, Rocky Mountain Reviewer, if that is your name. I go a lot on my gut and my eyes rather than the math. And I think in the next section, I'm going to sort of expose the system that I use because I don't meter much anymore. It's technical in a certain way, but it's not numerically technical, if that makes sense. So yeah, I like to I have a gut feeling of where I want the face to fall, and that's everything comes into place after that. And when I'm looking at it and we've lit it, if it's not right, we'll pop it up a little bit. I don't like skin blowing out, Caucasian skin in particular. Like I said, this is offending my sensibilities.
No.
And then, look, digital has come a long way. It's still not as pretty as film when it comes to that sort of thing. So I would always err just down a little bit. But I don't go hard and fast with the ratios. I do it by feel.
And another interesting question for you here. What's the most difficult decision you've ever had to make on set? Surprise.
That's a good question. Okay. This could be all the time we've been talking, and I don't know if anyone has been on the entire time, and if they have, you deserve some sort of award. And
I have.
Oh, that's true. So you deserve an award. All the time we've been talking, quadruple it, and we could spend all that time talking about politics. The craft of our industry pales in comparison to the politics aspect. They're being brilliant at the craft and not having any grasp of politics means your career will be learning. I will never fully learn. I was just talking about this with a fellow DP just yesterday. I was like, every day you learn a new way to handle the politics of our set, because we can call ourselves artists until we're blue in the face. We are part of a machine. If you're working within a system such as I work, where there are corporations paying for all of this. In an indie film, you're not in that environment, but you may be dealing with the personalities that still require you to play at least as much politics, if not more. And by politics, I'm not talking about being smarmy and clever and negotiating. I'm just talking about working with people and trying to read the energy and coming up with the right thing to say that makes them feel good about you and supportive of you. And an example being, you need more time to light the set. They really need to go. If you go, guys, I need more time, that's not going to go over very well. You go, we can go now. These are my concerns. And, I might be able to address some of it in post, but let me tell you what my concerns are for us if we shoot right now before I fix this. And then you tell me, do you want to go or not? And when I've done that and I've pointed it out, more often than not, a director will go, oh, I see what you're saying. I didn't see that. Yeah, take another couple of minutes to do that. We have to go, but listen, on Key and Peele, there were times when I was ready to go. I was ready to shoot. I told the AD ready, and Peter, our director, said, don't you want to fix that wall? And I go, love to, but don't we have to go? You tell me. And he would look at his watch and go, no, take the time, do it, which was great.
That's awesome, actually.
It was awesome, but that's a great working relationship, and it's a respect for the craft, and it's also he and I know what we could do in post and how long it would take, because I will tell you this: in this day and age, I leave a lot to post. I would love to be able to fix more on set. Can't do it. That wall needs to get netted down. Can't take the time. It's not good politically for me to take that time. It's not going to be. Village is, I can read the mood at Village. They want to go now. And I can get it in post, and it's not a problem. Will it look as good? Maybe, and maybe not. It's not the point. I'm trying to keep my job and keep a lot of people happy.
Right. As many people as required as possible. Yeah. Yeah,
totally. So again, I don't even know where we would start and finish talking about politics, but reverting back to that question, which was was it the most difficult decision I've made on set?
Most difficult decision you've made on set?
Off the top of my head, it would probably be having to put my foot down on something that I could not fix that would really bite us later, that no one wanted to listen to me at that moment because there was bigger pictures that they were worrying about. And I was aware of those, but sometimes in production, everyone gets fired up, and it's like, we gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go now, blah 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 blah, and then you go, I hate to do this, guys. Time out, time out. Just hold for a beat, and you see everyone go, and I go, just listen for a sec. I just want to say this, and they might shut me down, but at that moment, you are hated. The first AD is firing, you know, arrows at you because it's like, dude, we've got to go, and I'm like, just, you know, and it may not be a creative thing. It might actually be a mistake. It might not even be in my department, and I don't want to call someone out on it. So that's a tough one. That may not be the most difficult decision, but let's just say that I have in the past put myself into that position where I have put my foot down on something that shouldn't have been that big a deal, and it became a big deal. What I can certainly tell you as an operator, I saw back in the day, in the film days, because things have changed a lot with digital, the DP's job has changed, and I think that's pretty well documented. I saw plenty of the DPs that I worked with throw literal tantrums and sometimes leave the set over concerns that now I laugh at that idea that I would be that upset over that particular issue in the big scheme of things. I have to let a lot of stuff go. The art of the compromise in this industry now for a DP more than ever, depending on your end, it's a constant battle. I think there are some DPs that aren't even necessarily that big that are able to somehow wield that much power on set where they go, nope, not going to do that. Nope, not ready to go. Nope. I'm like, good for you. I can't pull it off. I've tried.
All right, so getting back to Crank Yankers, and our next slide is this. No, it's good stuff.
That could have been a lot longer.
And I encourage everyone who's watching, and there's a lot of you actually. Thank you. We both thank you. Put your questions in there. We're going to get to them all. I want to get through all his slides because he has a whole bunch, and then we'll be ready for all those questions. So there's a little bit of a delay in the questions. So yeah, everybody go ahead and put those questions down there, and I'm going to be watching a little bit now because I got some names I'm recognizing now. So cool. I'm not going to get played a second time. Maybe.
Yeah. Fool them once. Right, gotcha.
So on Crank Yankers, the next slide is on more of the grip gear, or the gear that you're using to control the camera. Let's pop that one up because that's an interesting one.
So I mentioned before that we committed to jibs because of the height of the set. And just to be clear, this picture is actually a promo picture I did for a talk I gave at Panasonic, where they really wanted the camera and me in the same shot. And if I was standing on the floor, my head would have been cut off at the neck, or even to the top of my head. I had to mock this together for Panasonic. But
what happened to the picture?
Very good question.
Let's remove it and put it back in.
Okay. Anyway, but yeah, so the camera, as I said, is usually about 7 feet in the air-ish, 6.5 to 7 feet. And also, because of all these set pieces being built up, you can't fly them out of the way, and we want to be able to move quick. And so a scoping arm was an obvious choice. What we ended up settling on, also, by the way, we shot in very small stages. And when I say very small, add another very and another very on top of that. It was actually the original I Love Lucy stage at Sunset Las Palmas, which I love that history.
Come on now.
And so what we ended up with was the Chapman Mini Scope, which is basically a miniaturized Technocrane. I was like, not Technoscope, Technocrane. Technocrane is a brand name, but the same idea of a telescoping jib. And Chapman makes a 5 foot and a 7 foot one. And we use the 7 foot, which I thought would be just about the right size for us, and also fairly inexpensive. And the eagle eyes on there will spot that as a Movi Pro. There we go. It's a Movi Pro we're using as a stabilized head because my key grip, who's used those scopes quite a bit, said the one drawback is you really need a stabilized head on there because they're a little bit tough on the stops and starts. And So he was absolutely right. And we went with a Movi Pro for our stab head. Rich Moriarty, who I've mentioned before and who's checked in a couple of times, who, as I said, is very, very experienced Movi tech. He brought on board his 2 rigs. As I mentioned, we're on 2 different stages, so we have 2 identical scope setups. The challenge for him that's a Varicam LT with 19 and 90 and 3 motors for lens control, and that's a lot of stuff to put on a Movi Pro. He worked long and hard to find a way to balance that out, and I will tell you, you can see at the back end, I wish we can't blow it up, but if you can just see a little hint of it on the back end. He's got a bunch of weights taped back there, and the clearance when he tilts that thing up and down is like millimeters. It is balanced within an inch of its life. But that all said, it works great. And we were able to just fly in and grab a close-up or, fly over a set piece. Like if that character there goes up stage to the purple wall, we can fly in over the foreground. And it lets us move very quickly.
What batteries are you using in the Movi Pro? Because it looks like some kind of battery eliminator.
If Rich is still watching, feel free to answer that question. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he had it all AC powered because we're in there for 10 hours a day straight. So it would have been dumb to be changing batteries all the time. Good setup. I think there's another. Is the next picture of the whole arm? The next one is
not showing you.
There you go. That's a 7-foot mini scope. Cute little arm. Works great. And we have it, I don't think the next, it doesn't show it. Underneath there, the base is mounted on a 4-foot, 3-foot high, I think, piece of steel deck on a little piece of track, so we can actually add an extra 3 feet to the moves if we need to. And it rolls around, easy peasy.
Rich, thank you.
And there it is. There you go. Thank you.
Yep. TD50, good solid choice.
Yep. And if you go to the next picture, you just get a little bit more detail there, and you can see the weights at the back and how close they are.
And there's the 19 to 90.
Yeah, we actually started with the 30. Oh gosh, the Ingenue EZ, is that 30 to 80? The full frame convertible one.
Right.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, but I suspected we were going to need to go wider than that from the beginning, and it turns out that we did, and we swapped over the 1990s, which a little bit easier for Rich, as he told me, because they literally just the placement of the gears on the lens are further back on the Cabrio, which just moving those little baby motors back made all the difference. And I'm like, wow, boy, that is we were right on the edge of everything. So so that was our camera setup for cranking.
I see all those weights on the back. That had to have been fun.
Yeah, well, he made it work, and that's all that counts. That's what.
Wow,
he's the guy,
right?
Yep.
And then your last section of photos is your camera carts.
Yeah. So, and the reason I wanted to talk about this is, look, every DP has a different way of working, and a lot of people who came from the film end, as I did, didn't really want to change much when we got into digital, and don't see why we should, because you can still work virtually the same way. Metering things as if it was film and exposing as if it's film, largely. My background from those early days that I spent in a smaller market, I did a ton of video, so I wasn't certainly shy about the video process. And when HD, I moved out to LA and everything was Panavision. And I was like, okay, well, all the video stuff is behind me. 10, 15 years later, suddenly it came back in again. And that was actually helpful because I was comfortable. When I shot that feature, The Perfect Sleep, on the F900, I was like, cool, get me a CCU and I'll paint the gamma. And people are like, how do you know how to do that? I'm like, because I used to do that with Digibeta and Betacam back in the day. I mean, that part hadn't changed. Then things got more sophisticated, and I started working with the DIT. So Key and Peele, we had to fight very hard to get a DIT on that whole show, because Comedy Central was like, why do you need a DIT? And we were like, here's the reason. This is not a set and forget show. Every sketch has a different look. but it was a constant battle. So I had a gentleman named Lynn Pollock who came in on that show to DIT it, and we would create the look. And sometimes our looks were all identical to what ended up in final color. Sorry, what was that, Scott?
I was going to say I DIT from time to time, and I know there are several other DITs, some of them fantastic DITs on our stream here. And yeah, it's always tough to bring on a DIT. They don't want to spend the money on it, and they don't understand it until they see it at the end.
Yeah. It's getting tougher in television, by the way. It's any DIT who's watching certainly knows that. Key and Peele was great. It was a bit rarefied in that it worked out fine. And then 2014 that finished, and I didn't get a DIT on a TV show ever again.
Wow. I
have to think about that for a sec. Pilots, yes. Full run TV shows, no. So what was tricky about that was I was used to sitting at a DIT card and had tools that I became used to working with. You know, I knew how to read a scope, and when I left that environment and suddenly I'm out on my own again, sort of floating in the ether at Video Village, it was really hard to assimilate back to that, because I was like, I don't have any tools now, and I don't have a calibrated monitor, and I can't switch between cameras the same way. I got very used to, Ryan had his setup was a single monitor with a router with switch between cameras. And I liked being able to do that for matching and color matching and all that, rather than have two separate monitors for each camera. Two 24-inch monitors to me is a lot of scanning with the eyes. So at the end of Key and Peele, I started to think about this router, made a Blackmagic router. And I know there's a clean switch now. It wasn't at the time. When you switch between the inputs, it would glitch, right? Because they weren't time sunk. Every time it switched between those goddamn cameras, it would go, and it got into my brain, and I was just like, this is driving me crazy. I got to solve this. So I bought a Blackmagic ATEM switcher, which was sunk for the inputs, and it was a clean switch. And I was like, that's cool. Got myself, made a little remote for it with the USB Nex keys. And when I had it, I was just like, what else does this switcher do that could be useful? And I discovered that a wipe is actually really helpful when you've got two cameras, because you can wipe between the two and look at a scope and make sure the levels are the same, or the size is the same, or the position is the same, or you can use a dissolve and go half dissolve. And really helpful if, for instance, you're able to grab a freeze frame of something. Let's say you've got your actor is standing there and a car is going to drive up and hit him. So you've got your actor, you shoot him going, ah, and he starts to jump, and then you pull him out of there, and then you do the car pass, and then you do the dummy pass, or you do the stuntman pass, or whatever it is. So I was like, hey, you know, if I can grab freeze frames and overlay them with the dissolve and do an onion skin where we don't have, you know, the thing that we did for years where you put, you know, you'd start drawing outlines on a monitor and all this crap. I was just like, this is a much more sophisticated way to do it. And I now have the means to do it because I've got the wipes, I've got the dissolve, and as I quickly learned, the ATEMs have a frame store. So I started building a little setup for myself using that frame store and the switcher, and that grew into this mega cart that you're seeing there. We'll see a little bit more of it, but you can see the ATEM display on the laptop. That's a Sony A250 OLED with the Blackmagic dualies up top. So I switch back and forth as I need to between the images. On the right is a go back one more. Just because it's better. You can see on the right, that's I've got scopes there. That's Scope Box, which is running on a Mac Mini, waveform, RGB, and vector. I've got the very far right of that is the iris control for each camera, the Preston focus iris. And then I've got one extra monitor, which in the later pictures is replaced with a Shogun, which I use for false color mostly, but other things as well. Yeah, you can go ahead to the next frame. Yeah, you can see the Shogun placed there. And it does other things as well. I put DAs in there. So again, without a DIT on set, we were every job having to order DAs and tape them down at the village cart and run. It just was all very messy and sloppy. And so I was like, I'm not a DIT. I'm not looking to replace a DIT, but if I can't get a damn DIT on a job, I want the things that I want. I want my tools that I'm used to.
You still need to be able to do the job. You just don't get the person.
Yeah. The frame grab turned out to be an incredible tool that I hadn't even thought of before. And what I liken it to is in the film days, I never did it myself, but a lot of DPs took Polaroids. So you take a Polaroid, the old style land camera, not the S70 type with, shake it, but the kind you rip the film off. They would do a bunch of stills of the lighting setup, and that was a lighting reference to check exposure and also for reference later. So I realized this is a much more modern version of this. I have it set up to where it's programmed, so I just hit one button. It takes a frame grab of whatever I'm looking at, and it loads. Ultimately, I load it into my still store and the switcher, and then I can bring it up on the monitor. And the value of this is I can save a record of all of my lighting setups. So after lunch, we're turning around. Whatever I remember of the master shot is going to be a little bit off. But I can throw the frame of the master shot up, and I can bounce back and forth. And we realize, those changes we made in the lighting and the foreground, we didn't. Oh, it's hitting that wall now. I didn't even realize that. So I can really take the lighting to the real thing, and it's the real image. It's the actual image from the camera with the look around. So the size is exactly the same. So if I'm looking for matching sizes, it's perfect, okay? Because if you do a playback on camera, it doesn't play back with the look around. It goes full frame, and you're no longer in a matching size. And talk about like weeks later revisiting, maybe it's a pickup shot, maybe it's a reshoot, maybe it's the other half of that thing that you shot on location. I'm now able to bounce back and forth instantly between these images in a way that takes so much of the guesswork out of it. Someone will probably ask, do you use a meter? And the answer to that is almost never anymore. I have it. My gaffer uses it to set, the basic look. He knows what stop I'm going to be shooting at. We talk about that. He sets the basic look. I don't need to go in there and meter it because he's tuning it in with the board or whatever. And then we sit down together and we look at it and we start tuning from there. I don't need to go out and meter anything at that point because I'm seeing it. This is the advantage of digital, of course. And I've got my references to know far deeper than anyone would ever meter a set what we've already done. And by that, I mean, yes, you can meter your ratios on the actors, but does anyone ever take a spot meter and meter all the surfaces of the various backgrounds in every frame? No, of course not. Way too much work. So then my point being, hours later, when you come back to that wall and we're looking in a different direction and the action's moved and you've changed your lighting, how do you know that wall is consistent? No one can remember. What I find is that we sometimes get a little bit either lazy or we trust ourselves too much and we're about to shoot or we think we're all good. And I'll happen to pull up a reference and go, oh, hey, look at that. We didn't even look at that. We didn't even notice that changed. Oh, because we added it and that's spilling over there and blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's put a cider on that. No one can carry that in their head. They can't. I mean, look, maybe the genius DPs. I'm not a genius DP. I don't have, there's too much going on. I'm finding that this method is so helpful to me in so many different ways. And one of them is I don't have to carry math in my head. What's fascinating and fun for me is when people visit the set, other DPs, and they see this big cart with buttons and thises and scopes, they go, way too technical for me. That's my baby cart, by the way. That's that has not all the same functionality, but that's a portable one that I can take on commercials and jobs, right? The bigger cart weighs a ton. This one can easily be carried. I can put it myself in the back of the car. The front wheels come off, and that's really and also if I work with a DIT, it doesn't have all the distribution stuff, but it has the switcher and the quad splitter and all that kind of stuff. So but yeah, so that, I think the next picture, there's one that shows the whole card top to bottom, I think, isn't there? The big card, or is that all of it? It's one. Yeah, okay, there's top to bottom. It's it's a beast. It packs down pretty nice for travel, but things kind of go whoop, 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 whoop. So yes, I said, so people look at it and go, yeah, too technical. And I go, when you're out there in the set and you're reading 2/8 and 3/10, and you got to remember your filter factors, and you want to take 4/10 of a stop off that, and you're doing that math and adding a filter factor, that's pretty damn technical. The thing is, we're used to it. We've got over years of experience. We learned that, but if you really stand back and look at it, you're doing a lot of number crunching. And the reality is our craft is visually based. It's not about numbers. It's like we all do this so we don't have to go and sit in an office and crunch numbers, right? So I find that a very interesting paradigm, that I don't have to work in numbers anymore. Even scopes are visual. Yes, they have lines and there's percentage and there's numbers, and you can go nuts with it. But if I take my A and B camera and I roll white between the two, or a freeze frame, and I white between the two, and I'm looking at the same wall in both images, I just look over at that waveform, and they're looking like this, and my gaffer sees it, and he adjusts the light, or I adjust the iris. For instance, perfect example, shooting into the end of the day, like into magic hour and matching, you're opening the iris, you're calling out scrims left and right, yeah? One of the first times I used the system was on Key Peele in a courtyard where we were losing the light. I had my master shot up as a freeze frame. I'm doing that same thing. I'm doing wipes. I'm looking at the wall. That's the one wall that I want to keep consistent. Boom, there it is. Now I can see that it's a little hot on our actor. Drop a single in that, drop a double in that. Too much, come back. Because I'm looking at that image. The AD came over and saw what I was doing. He goes, "That is so genius. How come no one's ever done that before?" Well, that's dickish way for me to put it, because it sounds like I'm a genius. I'm not a genius. It literally was a tool that I got for one thing that became useful for another. And yeah, I would be delighted if anyone else who sees this kind of goes, let me play around with that thing. A couple of my DP colleagues have started to work with this paradigm a little bit. They've like, what's that switcher again? I'm like, yeah, get in there. So yeah, it's cool. It's plus also I have cup holders. I got a footrest. I got a place to put scripts. It's a nice, comfy home away from home. And actually, that sounds all very like adorable, but here's the reality. Sitting at Video Village sucks as a DP. The good part of it is you're schmoozing with the director and the producers. That's great. Looking at uncalibrated monitors that someone probably went and cranked up in the wrong direction 10 minutes before, especially exteriors where you're in sort of a pop-up where light's spilling in all over the place. How the hell are you judging your image from that? There's a couple of times I've had to guest on other jobs, and I'm like, no, this doesn't work for me at all. I'm not looking at an absolute image, and I'm jockeying for position around writers. I'm like, I need my own little world. And by the way, I can roll this up anywhere I want. I can go and sit next to the director, especially that lightweight cart. I can put myself wherever I need to be. I tend to, with the big cart, hang back. My gaffer, my key grip sit behind me, and I've got little siders and top for the monitor. I can I use a tent for day exteriors. And look, it's a bummer not being on set and it's connected, potentially. But it's a matter of choice. Once we're up and running and I know everything looks good, I can go out and sit with the director at Village. I can go and set and hang out if I want to. I don't have to live there.
I'm interested if Hagerman, he was on here earlier. He does a lot of DIT work, and I'm wondering if he's run similar carts before.
Well, again, I want to be super clear. This is not a DIT cart at all.
It's got some essences of it.
It has some crossover because I have scopes.
Yep.
That's pretty much it. And when it comes right down,
you're not storing anything, but you're looking at it. Yeah.
I'm not coloring. I'm not transcoding. I wouldn't touch either of those things with a 10-foot pole. Transcoding, I certainly wouldn't do on a union show. I could color, but why I don't want to color on set is I don't mind spinning the knobs, but you've got to, there's a lot of clerical work that comes with building LUTs on set, which is they have to get attached to the right shots that go to the editorial department to signal this is what this LUT is for. I don't want to do any of that because that pulls me too far away from what I want to be doing. As complicated as this looks, guys, my attention is still on the image. I know this, you know, I've got push button. It's not like I'm doing a million keystrokes. I have switches that do all, you know, the heavy lifting for me. It's all automated. So, yeah, the clerical stuff behind LUT building, I have no interest in. And actually, I'll answer another question that someone might say right there is, do I use LUTs? I rarely use LUTs. I tend to shoot 709 on non-DIT shows. I love when I work with a DIT because I can use LUTs. The idea of pre-building 6 looks, the shows that I'm working on, remember, mostly comedy. We don't necessarily push the looks on the comedies that I'm on in the way that a drama might. So I see some comedies out there that have amazing looks on them. I don't seem to get to do those, but I find that I get a little bit screwed up by lighting to a LUT. I have to be able to jump back and forth to 709 to kind of get my baseline, because I have to remember, is the bottom end stretched? Is the top end suppressed? If things shifted in the middle, because I might light to the wrong thing. 709, I know where I am, and I know it'll always look better than 709 in color.
So we're through with your slides that we have, unless you want to throw more out there. Now's a great time for everyone to go ahead and throw some questions out there. We'll go, well, I mean, depending how much time you have, we can go lightning round, or we can go, you know,
Scott, honestly,
yeah.
If I have time. If you don't, it's totally up to you. Thank you for being such a great host, by the way. This has been so much fun.
This is my pleasure. Believe me.
I'll go as long as anyone needs to. I'm on my second glass.
I'm only on my first. I have to text for my second one, but it is cast.
Oh, well, they're small.
So it's
okay.
Yeah. I'm already enjoying it. Here comes the question right here. Do you normally shoot ProRes or RAW? It's an interesting.
Awesome question. ProRes. I have never, ever shot in RAW. Ta-da. And yeah, isn't that crazy? No, I take it back. I've done red in, I mean, we consider that RAW, right?
It is red. Well, red RAW is RAW.
Yeah. Okay. So I take it back. So I have done that. Not in a long time. Ari never shot RAW.
That's a pain there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Here's the thing. When I shoot, I'm shooting for other people. And there's a post workflow that's already in place most of the time. Just so you guys who haven't been in this world understand how it works, I start a show. The producer will set up a conversation with the post producer. Will say we're going to have a workflow discussion. There's a set of guidelines from the network or the studio that says this is what our formats are. They go, what camera are you going to use? This is our preferred workflow. This is how we're going to do. You know, this is what all the formats are. I've never asked to shoot beyond ProRes 444. Now, I will point out I haven't done a feature since 2012. That's where I would have been, the RAW would have come in. Episodic TV, I'm sure there are a few shows that shoot RAW and not very many. It's a lot. And one has to remember that all of this data that we shoot has to get backed up on drives, backed up on more drives, and then backed up to LPO. There's a cost associated with these ones and zeros that we love to go, it's just ones and zeros. I'm sensitive to that. I've talked a lot to post. I like to get involved with the different departments so I can understand their workflow, and I will defend them understanding how it messes up their workflow the more data they have to work with, because they're on the same budget constraints as me. If I put my foot down and said, this show has to be RAW, that will hurt other things. It'll hurt another department. And I do care about them because guess what? A, it's the right thing to do, but B, they're not going to be on my side. And I like to keep performance on my side because I need it on the road. By the way, when you're going, hey, can I get a copy of all the episodes can I give you a drive? They'll be like, hey, we're a little busy this week. Check back next week. And then they're like, oh, the show shut down. Oh, what a surprise. Anyway, here's my feeling about it. I have talked to every colorist in the last few years that I've worked with about RAW. And they've all worked in it, and they've worked in ProRes, and they go, from most of the stuff we do, we transcode from that RAW to ProRes and work in that from that, and then we do our color work from there.
Well, and it's about speed too. You want to get it in camera as it should look, so that there's less work later on.
Mm-hmm. It's speed and it's money. Now, if you're on a small indie project, that may not be the factor, but I will say this. I give a talk occasionally called Cinematography for Directors. In this very room, I have 15, 20 people come in, and a lot of newer directors want to learn more about cinematography than they have in the past because they just want to get involved and they want to understand the process and not get talked into something that's not the right thing, maybe. And we talk about this, and I find when a lot of feedback that I've gotten, a lot of stories I've been told, is that even on a no budget little shoot, a short film, or maybe even a YouTube video, the DP will come to them and say, I have to shoot RAW. I have to shoot 8K. This is what I need to do. And they go, okay, well, here's the thing. Who's paying for that drive that's storing all that footage and the backup drive? Not the DP, probably the director on a no budget thing. So the question is, why do you have to shoot RAW? Well, I want to. Well, I read that it's the right thing. It's good. It's better. It's this. Now, for a lot of projects where you're not really pushing the look crazy far and you're actually exposing it properly, this is what the colorists tell me this. So I don't see a lot of difference. Subtle. So there's probably a bunch of people watching this going, oh. I held back from actually saying
it's true.
But you know what I'm saying? They're just like, I gotta help.
I mean, if you get it in the camera the way it's supposed to look, you don't need RAW.
Of course. I am sensitive to the idea of a run and gun crew shooting down and dirty without proper monitoring. You're operating as the DP. You've got your little monitor. The sun's blasting on it. You're not quite sure. You're shooting black magic, etc. There's an example of where you would need it. You need it to help you recover what less than ideal circumstances, right? I don't work in less than ideal circumstances most of the time. I don't really need it. ProRes is good enough, I think. So
Rich says he disagrees with you with the looks you create. Les Mis in Key and Peele was amazing, and it's true.
Wait, what are you disagreeing with there, Rich?
Well, I think it was back about 7 pages back on the script. You were
3.5 hours ago.
You were talking about the looks. You don't like the looks that you create, I think is what he was.
What? I don't like the looks that I create. I hope I didn't say that.
On your
guys, I hate everything I've ever done. No. Thank you, Rich. I don't remember what that reverberates back to. Listen,
we'll post it down below.
It's what?
Maybe Rich will post it down below. We've both been.
Rich ain't shy. Thank you, Rich. Les Mis is one of my favorite Key and Peeles. It's tricky when people ask, what are your favorite? Oh. I wasn't talking about Key and Peele. I got you, Rich. Key and Peele is where we got to stretch. They're not all like that. No, I mean, look, let's talk about Les Mis for a sec. For people who've seen that, that's a Key and Peele parody of Les Mis. Les Mis was an interesting one because that movie is, how do I put it? It's interestingly shot, that movie. There's a lot of very wide lenses. It has a very off-the-cuff feel to it. I know they use a lot of first takes. There's a shot where the Steadicam gets like knocked by someone's leg. Could have been the operator or whatever. It was just like, well, that's what happens in a first take. Do another. No, we like that. When we were trying to figure out how to shoot ours, we were like, yeah, let's emulate the look of the movie. And Nick Franco, another one of my fantastic colleagues, Steadicam operators who worked for me on Key and Peele, and Rich Davis was another one, those two guys. I was trying to get Nick to make it sloppier. It wasn't in his wheelhouse. I was like, I'm going to come up behind you and knock the rig like they did in the movie. So we ended up with a sort of a hybrid between the look of the movie and I don't know what. We suggested it without going hardcore, but we did go with the master primes quite wide and in their faces a few times like they did in the movie. Awesome shooting experience. I can go into that one a little bit, and I think it's worth it. In the following.
And where did you post? Because you did a full write-up on that one and many other Key and Peele episodes. Where was that? Was it a forum group?
Yeah, DVX User.
Okay, DVX User. Go there, folks, and is dvxuser.net? Is that? I think it is. Yeah, DVX User. It's a forum group. It's from way back, but it's still people go on there. But Charles had done a lot of write-ups on these Key and Peele episodes when he was doing them, and they were truly amazing.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm so glad I did the ones that I did, because it's been 6 years since we rolled on that show, and if someone asks me now, I'm like, I don't know, and I can go back in there and go, hey, good, I wrote about it when it was fresh in my mind. That was on the Universal backlot, and I wanted a big soft overhead with this kind of cyan wash, which was kind of what they had going on in the movie. And we got a Condor that day, and I talked to my key grip about how we would build this thing. I think it was a 20 by on a Condor, which is big. We were able to build a truss that he could rig lights into, but it wasn't a full scale truss. It was speed rail, so it had to be light instruments. So we spec'd blondes, 2K blonde open faces with this with the gel in it, and this is before sky panels, where, oh boy, that would have been easy. But 6 years ago, you had to pick your gel color and go with it, and I did not have the opportunity to get 5 different kinds of gel and do tests and figure out which one it was. And we had this, I think 5, maybe 6 blondes pushing through probably light grid. Now, here's the thing. What will the output of that instrument be that you've created, that big softbox? How do you know? How do you calculate it? There really is no way to calculate it 100%. You can look at the transmission of the gel. You know what the output of the light is. You have an idea of how it's going to get built and what the distance will be. But you could be a stop off. And if you're a stop under in that scenario, and this was on the Alexa, so I didn't have the benefit of cranking up the ISO, I was like, boy, I hope this works. We built that rig in the afternoon. Up it went on the Condor. The light was coming down. We turned it on, the exterior light. And I'm sort of sitting there going, if I got this wrong, what happens next? It was just the right amount. I mean, there's a certain amount of luck and there's a certain amount of guess and based on your experience. And that one just happened to work out. But I was so happy because I was like, oh, it's all just right. So Les Mis, and that made it easy. We shot that whole sketch between probably 7 p.m. and 2 a.m. And that's a lot of work in that sketch. That was a good day.
I am going
to pull it up. I'm super happy with that one. Thank you, Rich, for that.
I've found the BTS that you posted, and I'm about to pop it up here.
Cool.
As soon as I figure out which screen it was. There we go.
My one and Pirate Shanty are 2 favorites. If anyone's oh, hey, look at that. There it is.
That's from your DVX User right there.
Yeah, the softbox is just above frame. You can't quite see it. Yeah, but that's the whole set. Yeah, read all that, guys. No. Did it say
right? Literally read all that. It's a wealth of knowledge, and
it's in there. It's in there.
Yeah.
If you guys are inclined, on my site, charlespapert.com, I have a clip reel from Key and Peele, and both that and Pirate Shanty, which is another favorite visually for me, are at the end of that. And a fair number of shots from it. I had a fun time putting that clip reel together because I put an opening montage with very kind of like moody music. And it was funny because my agent's response to that was, it's a Key and Peele. It's the funniest show ever, and you're turning it into a drama. And I'm like, exactly. And people have
It's
responded. They're like, it allows you to focus on the photography without being distracted by the jokes.
it's whatever we say it is.
I should
So
give them.
here's a question for you, and this one is my question.
Yeah.
From your history and just from your experience, how do you know when you're ready to move up into your next bigger project or such?
Wow, good question, Scott. Look, you're never ready. You always have to just close your eyes and step off into the abyss, right? Because every job is different. I think the key is to make the move small at the beginning. If you start with the career maker, you run that risk if you blow it, then you're kind of put in jail for a little bit. So if, let's say, you've shot a lot of little small tiny projects for yourself and your friends and all that, and now you want to put your shingle out and work with people you don't know, you don't want to go for the biggest one first. You want to do the next level up and see how it goes and find out whether you're ready or not to work outside of your comfort zone, I think. That's coming from a guy who's a little errs on the side of cautious. The next guy might say, go for it. Fuck it. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, jumping in.
Yeah, look, it's scary. I was telling you about Office Space and how I got to DP those second Unity things and like that. I was 30 years old. I was 3 times as cocky as I am now because of youth, full of myself, and was very confident in my ability. And I didn't think twice about it and got in there and did it. Thankfully, it worked out. I didn't screw that up. Have I screwed up in my career? Oh yeah, for sure. Not because I was in over my head as much as played some cards wrong and didn't read the room wrong more than anything else. Do you know what I mean? Because sometimes people will say they want one thing, but they really want another. They want one thing, they want another. Nobody says, I want this to look like everything else. They say, I want it to look different.
Right.
See, it look different. And then suddenly they're like nervous because it looks too different.
But I wanted it to look.
Yeah.
All right.
So, I mean, I'll give you a good example of that, of where we're at now, current vogue, current trends. I feel like we're stepping out of this one a little bit, the super dark trend, right? In the indie world.
Yes.
Incredibly dark, underexpose the crap out of it, right? And my philosophy on the world that I'm in is if I'm expected to deliver a dark look, because of the material that we're observing, I will. That's a great place to have a DIT, because you can have the DIT create the dark look that suppresses your image, right? But knocks it down as you want it to look.
Right. You're exposing properly, but you're showing, yeah.
Yeah, you have what we used to call a fat negative, right? But you've got room to play. A lot of DPs, especially younger ones, are like, screw that. I don't want them to be able to like mess with my vision and what I think is the right way for this to be exposed. I am going to expose the way I want it to look. I have personally several times, at least 3 times, come on a project after a pilot or after an experience that someone had where the producers have said, it looked gorgeous, but we needed more. The studio gave us notes and we needed to see faces, and we're trying to pull it up and there's nothing there. And I go, yeah, that's what, they were making it look right for themselves, forgetting that they were working for a lot of people above them, right? And it's tough. We want to be artists, but we are craftspeople. We are hired guns. So I feel it's important to be able to protect. I did a thing for the MTV Music Awards a few years ago. It was a parody of Stranger Things. Yeah, the Upside Down, right? The Upside Down?
Yep.
Yeah.
Stranger Things.
It was Stranger Things. It was Get Out that turned into Stranger Things. It was a combination of the two. Fell through the air, landed in Stranger Things. So the Upside Down is very dark and contrasty. But this was a comedy parody of it. So we had a lot of discussions like, what's the line? How do we embrace the dark look, but we maintain what I knew all these comedy people, that there was going to be, we were going to need to see more than what we saw in the source material. So I had a lot of discussions with the producers about this, and I said, here's, on the day, I showed them on the monitor, said, here, exposure-wise, is where we're going to want it eventually, but here's where I'm exposing it now, and it's going to look bright, and I want you guys to know I'm doing that, so we have options. So you see that? So I'm turning the iris, I'm closing down the iris. Whoop, there's my hand. I realized I'm closing down the iris. Here's how I would love it to look. Here's how you're going to see it all day long, because we didn't have a DIT.
Hey, there he is.
Giving us options. And we're going to, in color, everything's going to be, we're going to have all the room in the world. Great. What ended up happening, because there were so many visual effects and the turnaround was so incredibly fast, and the visual effects guys did an incredible job churning this thing out overnight with every shot a visual effects shot, with all the stuff in the atmosphere floating around, the kind of pollen things and all these trees. But they didn't have time to output it in log. They outputted, they composited it all 709 basically. And I'd had conversations with them about that. But there was nothing to be done at a certain point, and it looked great, but I'm like, it's the dark version. And as soon as the producers saw it, they were like, can we open up those faces? And I went, oh, here we go. Colorists tried to open it up. It was just mush. And they were like, there was silence in the room. And I said, I just have to point out, I just have to remind everyone of our conversation, because I'm not looking to point fingers. I understand everyone's under the gun, but this was not the intention. I know how this goes. And ultimately, it went off, it was delivered. And then the next day I got word that the actual show itself, the MTV show, the creative team behind that they were like, can it be brighter? We can't really see the faces. I go, I know. I saw it all coming like a freight train. I don't know if I've ever shot anything that had a look on it that wasn't just straight up, haven't sat in a color suite and heard a voice behind me saying, can we do that open a little bit? Yeah, that's comedy. It is what it is, man. And I was just talking with another DP about that yesterday, and he goes, comedy or not, it's on every job, Anyway.
Yeah. All right, your next question is, what is your favorite project you've ever worked on?
Key Peele.
Yeah.
Key Peele, yeah. So much fun, so much creativity, so many laughs, and I just don't know if I'll ever be able to top that, because look what we did. It's crazy. 150 sketches, and so much of it, is not. It's not about me. It was so incredibly written. It was so incredibly performed and conceived. It's so smart, Not everyone's a winner, but none of sketch. There's no sketch show that ever was a complete winner. It's up there in the upper echelon because most of it worked out. A higher percentage of it worked than not. But yeah, great job. Probably second behind that was Scrubs.
Well, Key and Peele is like a DP exercise. Every day you're working out in the gym. You're doing different parts. You're working on your abs. You're working on your legs.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting to exercise your DP muscles like crazy, and it probably there you go. It probably made you feel pretty fantastic. I feel fantastic for you actually. It's just watching.
Yeah, and I feel fantastic. You feel fantastic, Scott, and same to all of you. Is there Molly in here?
I don't know. You should add more.
It's falling into no, it's all good, guys. I'm sober as a church mouse. What else we got? Any more?
Oh yeah. What personal cameras do you own?
Okay. Good question, Ollie. Thanks for all your good questions. I appreciate it. Or Allie. I'm sorry. Is it Ollie or Allie?
That's
Ollie. Ollie. Yes. Yeah.
He's been a regular on our channel for a long time. Fantastic guy.
Yeah. Good question. And here's the thing. I do own a lot of gear. I own 6 zooms, a set of primes, a Preston, transmitters, support gear. I probably got 40 cases downstairs. I do not own a legitimate production camera, and I haven't for 15 or 20 years. The reason for that is that I don't want to be owning the wrong camera if a producer dictates on this show we're going to use this and it's going to sit around. I also feel that cameras move a little too fast these days for the level of investment and the ROI, and I don't want to be stuck in that ROI world. I could look back and go, yes, if I had bought an Arri Mini at the time that I thought about buying an Arri Mini, that would have been great. If I had bought a Varicam LT, the first job I used it on, I would have used it for 4 jobs. But I don't choose to own cameras, and I'm not super regretful about that. I always own something that I can shoot a little bit of something with. I have an A7 III. And if I need to shoot a little tiny something, then I can use that camera, into a Shogun and make it work for myself. And we use that as like a C or D or E camera sometimes, like a stunt, little extra, angle of the guys going through the plate glass window, and we hide it in the back of the car or the thing, and it's made its money back on $250 a day rentals here and there, so no concern. But if I owned a $30,000 camera setup, it would be a bummer. And also, I'll give you another reason why I don't own one. What I own ends up being between 30 and 40% of the rental package. And that's a comfortable place for me in a rental house. If I own a camera, I might be up towards 50% or more. And that gets into a place where they can't discount as heavily as the producers want them to, because they don't own as much of the package. They're not making enough money on the job. And if they tell the producer that, and the producer will be like, I need more discount, you guys are all gonna have to come down, you're gonna have to make up the dip, blah, blah, blah. It gets very complicated with rentals. So it's a sweet spot, the amount of gear that I own.
Perfect answer. This comment was, sounds like an awesome job, is always entertaining. That's your Key and Peele.
Yeah.
And then this one, thank you for helping me debunk the myth that you have to shoot in RAW.
I'm happy to hear that and pass the gospel on. Last year, I like, when I'm not working, I like to occasionally, do very small projects with newer filmmakers, or help them out where I can. And I did one where I'm going to figure out the quickest way to tell this story is that someone else on production that literally piped up when we were talking about how we were going to shoot this and said, "Oh yeah, if you don't shoot RAW, it's not going to look right." And I kind of went,
I'm not doing my job right.
And again, this was a tiny little no budget thing, I was like, oh God, what can you do? But favorite lenses.
Yeah, favorite lenses, budget option versus high end. What do you like on all spectrums here?
It's kind of amazing that in 3.5 hours we barely talked about lenses. It's an interesting time, Tim, lenses are an interesting time right now, are an interesting phase, because of course, as we all know, vintage is what's hot. All the lenses I own fall into what a lot of people would currently call clinical, boring, what's another term, Scott, that falls into that? Clinical, boring, and
interesting.
Yeah, there's another term that I hear a lot. Whatever it is, because they don't have character, because they're not sexy, they're not vintage. So the lenses that I own, I felt like I could put on the most number of jobs. The first, I bought the Sigma Primes, the original Sigma Cine Primes. I know they have a new version out now, not the uncoated ones, but anyway, blah, blah, blah. I wanted to own a set of fast primes for a while, because I was always renting a few things here and there to add on as needed, but the Sigma seemed like a good deal. First commercial I put them on, a producer said to me, it was for a cosmetic company, hair care and some other products. The producer said, "Are you going to use those lenses that make everything mushy?"
That's not the word I was thinking of either.
No, but I knew immediately where he was getting at. Someone had come on a job that they had done and put super ball tars on it. It's like, who knows what they used? Vintage lenses. And there was flares and it was low con and blah, blah, blah. And these guys are literally selling soap. You know, they're selling beauty shots, hair care, and they didn't get the look that they wanted. And so I said, yeah, no, I wasn't planning on this. They're like, okay, good, thank you. Obviously, there's a right lens for every job. I continued to play around. I was actually, for the show that I was about to start for HBO, I had scheduled to do some filter tests because I get stuck in a rut with my filters. Glimmer glass and black diffusion effects are my regulars for the last few years.
That's an answer to a question that no one has asked yet, but they should.
Glimmer glass sort of lives on the camera for me. I like a quarter glimmer glass. I like the halation, the little bit of halation and a little bit of softening. It's interesting. A lot of people say they only like the super light levels. I find an eighth it's not worth having a filter in the tray for most of what I do. I'm like, it's so subtle, but the black diffusion effects takes the edge off for me. You know, if I really want to soften things out especially if I need to match to a vintage lens, that's the closest I've found so far. But I want to look at a few other things. I hear people talking about a few other lenses I want to try. Filters, excuse me. So what was interesting was I knew that it was eventually going to happen, that I was going to shoot something where a director said, I want the vintage lens look. It's come up a couple of times in certain ways. But for some reason or another, it finally happened 6 months ago. And what was interesting was I went and looked at this location that was in a house, and there was a big island in the kitchen. And the actors were going to be on one side of it, the camera on the other, Steadicam. And with all the things that I was considering, the first thing that was obvious to me is I can't shoot this on primes because we have to move quickly. We have a ton of work to do. And shooting across this island, we're only going to be able to adjust the distance of the camera so far. And to swing a lens every time we need to make a change in the framing for the material that we're shooting is going to kill us. And especially with the vintage lenses, it's rare to find a set that has all these intermediates, the 27, 32, 35, 40, you know. Even if I've got to do this on a zoom for speed. We're also, because again, it's Steadicam. Every time you change a lens, especially vintage, it's not only a rebalance, but often the motors have to flip around because God knows so many of them, the gearing is in a different place. I mean, those super speeds, there's one super speed, I forgot which one it is, maybe someone can say in the comments, where when you when the focus ring is rotated, the iris actually is driven forward and back. So if you have a motor on your iris, you actually have to have an extra wide idler gear so it doesn't literally fall off the lens. Boy, so ended up going with the Cooke 20-60 zoom. Do you know that one, Scott?
No, I've not messed with that one at all, ever.
It's the same era, I believe, as the Pancros. I think it's the 70s era zoom that was, they didn't make too many. Great range and lightweight. It's about 6 pounds, 7 pounds. I mean, for a lens of that age, it's an early lightweight zoom, basically. There weren't many made like that. It's quite compact. It's denser than you'd expect because it's only about 3. It's not like an ingenue that's this long. It's this long, but yeah, a few people recommended that to me, and I was like, I've never heard of it, and we found one and we put it up, and it had all the characteristics that one would be looking for. Director was delighted. The flares were delicious, and it was low con and blah blah blah. But the number of times that we were able to move quickly by just punching in, I could not even tell you. We barely made the day. We dropped a little bit of work. It was way over schedule, but I'm like, I told the director and the AD before we started, I said, if we go primes on this, we will lose an hour to an hour and a half out of our day, easy. And they're like, what? And I go, it's adding, in my estimation, 7 to 10 minutes per lens change versus just punching in. And there may be a slight difference in the look, But in the big scheme of things, we're not going to. Do you really want to give it up? Do you want to lose shots?
How important is that small amount of difference in the look?
That small amount of difference. So, bottom line is we're in a trend of vintage lenses. The trend will eventually move on. Not to say there's anything wrong with the vintage look. It's slow to work with, though. And on almost all the jobs I do, I can't take the time. I just can't do it. If a director insists on it, and I'll talk them through it and say, this is our cost of working with primes versus zooms, or vintage versus modern, and you're comfortable with that, I'm fine with it. I'm absolutely fine with it. But I don't want eyes on me going, because it's fascinating. Even with modern primes, by the way, on TV shows, there's times when we swing a lens and because we're not punching in, and all of a sudden people are freaking out because they're like, can we go? Can we go? And I'm like, no, we gotta, this has to happen.
7 to 10 minutes, yep.
And especially if it's, again, Steadicam or gimbal.
Here's your next question. Would you ever do a GoPro or iPhone project just to challenge yourself?
It's a good question, Alan.
Or have you ever?
Look, I have shot GoPros. I've done carpool karaoke type stuff, and episodic stuff where we're replicating that look. I've done plenty of stuff with GoPros, honestly, or surveillance cameras. The GoPros I'm no stranger to those things. iPhone also, I've shot a fair amount, but it's always iPhone for iPhone. In other words, Snapchats. I've actually built some really cool rigs that one of the things I realized early on that's a problem with iPhones, actually on Mary and Jane, when we shot something that was supposed to be Snapchatty, was how do you monitor it? AirPlay is not the way to monitor. When you're rolling on an iPhone and you try to AirPlay at the same time, the processor does not like that. Maybe down the road it'll be better, but it ain't right now. So I actually have gimbal hand grips with little transmitters and batteries on them, so that whenever we do that, we're actually transmitting to Village. Oh, look what's going on here.
Hey, but we don't have cat butt yet.
Yeah. I mean, the weird part is I don't own any cats. So
right. Well,
I must have left a window open. It's amazing that it took him this long to actually.
he did try one time, just once.
Oh, did he? I didn't know that before. Yeah. So iPhones. Yeah. Oh God, I should have sent you these pictures. I built the most elaborate rig for an actor that had to Snapchat a 1.5-page monologue in every episode. That was so difficult for him to remember. And we built a rig that was. We had the phone turned backwards, so it was the back camera because it's better because it was a 4K show, right? And then we had an iPod Touch sandwiched in front of it that had an app on it that was a self-scrolling prompter feed, voice activated. So we had all the copy, so he's able to actually read off a prompter that's scrolling with his voice. Both of those are sandwiched together, mounted on a hand grip with a transmitter, but because the camera was facing, the screen is facing away from him, I worked with a friend of mine to 3D print a periscope, basically, that had Mylar in it so that the screen reflected forward. So he was looking at a virtual image to the side of the screen. Whole thing weighed ounces. It was a crazy looking object, but it saved him because he was able to see an image of himself, to be able to orient, use the back camera, and use the self-scrolling prompter. Lunacy. That's the extent of my little fiddling that I love to do. In terms of actually shooting a project like Tangerine, that movie, I would never want to. I would never want to. Alan, no, I really wouldn't want to. And here's why. Everyone, if you read any of you can read the articles about those and read between the lines and see how unhappy the DP was, or you can go on message boards and find out they were. No one loves shooting on those things for real. It's just a kludge, It's a lot of work. Like, what's the iPhone app? Cine.
Filmic Pro.
Filmic Pro, of course. Yeah, sorry. Filmic Pro. That's what we use when we're shooting an actor shooting themselves. That screen is covered with crap. You know what I mean? It's like the image is, there's stuff all over it. I'm like, can you imagine any legitimate camera covering your working image with indicators and stuff? It's bad enough, the ones that put time code and stuff into picture area. But I'm just like, yeah, it's just one little reason. And then, the dynamic range and the processing that's going on that you don't have control over. It's tough, man. I just don't see the benefit of it other than a gimmick and a promotional device,
Very good. Tim had stated earlier, sterile.
Sterile, thank you, Tim. Yep. So boring, clinical, and sterile.
Right.
Yep. Those describe
here's a
perfectly.
Question. If you could do any show, what would it be?
I would love to do a black comedy that doesn't look like a comedy. Or a high concept comedy. I'll tell you what show I freaking love the look of is Patriot on Amazon. Have you watched that one, Scott?
I've not. It's been on our feed and it's on our queue to watch, but we have not watched it yet.
I'm hoping I'm going to put that out there for everybody. It's a few years old now. It's very wickedly written, sharp, kind of Coen Brothers vibe. If you watch it with the sound off, if you happen to tune into it, you would think you were watching a very deep, dramatic, international thriller. Not even a thriller, but just like, oh boy, this looks heavy. It's gorgeously shot. It's partially in Europe and partially here. The Europe stuff is anamorphic. The work here is spherical. It's so beautifully filmed, and it so complements the vibe because the show has this faux serious aspect to it, but it's hilariously funny. And all of that comes together in my mind in the same way, along the lines of what we're doing with Key and Peele, where we said, if we set up this world where someone happens to tune in and they think they're watching the real thing, and it has that mock seriousness to it, that makes the comedy so much funnier, So I would love to do a show like that. I actually, I wrote fan mail to the DP of that show, and I feel so awful because I think I want to give him a shout out right now. I just have to look it up. I was just like, dude, you got the dream show and you destroyed it. Absolutely.
And while he's looking that up, if y'all have any questions, put them down below. We're going to try to rapid fire through these and get through them all, because at some point we're either going to have to go to the restroom, we're going to pass out drunk, or we're just going to be done. So, or batteries will die. That's another possibility. So get those questions in quick.
We're here for days. This is a marathon. We're like Jerry Lewis Telethon. Dated reference? Sorry. I'm old. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Second F-bomb. Glasses. God, I have to drink more.
Losing it. They've all been garbled, so I think you're.
Oh God, James Whitaker. James Whitaker. Guys, watch Patriot Amazon. Okay, how do you achieve non-traditional lighting patterns on faces? Oh, okay. Cool question. A few years ago, I did a network series, and I decided I wanted to flip the narrative on this and light broadside. Big soft key camera side and not use and very little fill. So it kind of like, so you're this and it gets into this eye just a little bit, it falls off over here. Because I had done a show a few years ago where we shot 2 scenes back to back, and one of them I did straight up Rembrandt lighting, far side key. And the next one, I couldn't physically put the big source on that side. I'm just gonna have to put it on camera side. And I went, oh my God, I love the way it looks. And I need to explore this more. And it feels like it's gonna be too flat, but it's really about keeping it from wrapping too far around so that you've got that little bit of fall off. It's basically, it's reversing the Rembrandt where you got, 2/3 lit, 1/3, or maybe a third lit and 2/3 dark. You just got this little sliver of it falling off, but it has a very fresh and modern feel to it, especially if you don't do any back edge. Love that. And also, by the way, we did a lot of cross shooting on that show. Cross shooting is the big challenge with cross shooting is getting your keys on the far side of camera quickly on location without already having a grid to light from. So how do you get those lights projected out to back cross light when you're cross shooting? And cross shooting, if anyone's not quite sure, is two cameras shooting a conversation both sides at once, which we do a lot in comedy, a certain amount in comedy for improv purposes. So if you broadside light, if you light from the camera side, you don't have to worry about cantilevering your instruments out on arms. And so I was like, this will be potentially a faster way to work, and I want to explore it. I want to do a show like this. What I learned was the challenge is that position that you just get into the far eye, but not get it too flat, is so delicate that if the person turns their head too much, it kind of goes away. Or if the camera dollies, it kind of goes from too little to too much. A single camera feature would work better that way. It's actually, I mean, Roger does that with the big soft sources. He's done plenty of that. But he has the ability to work single camera at a time. And so it's challenging, but I encourage everyone to try it. I think that the key is not to always approach things the same way. So as rad as it seems, bring that key to the other side and see what that feels like. You know, I mean, there's also the version of Rembrandt lighting where you push the key even further back, so it's really 3/4 rear. So you're just kind of like more edging the face, and you know, the trick there is whether or not you need to see in the eyes. So sometimes it's just having a very low level eye light that just lets you pick up a glint. Yeah, that's a fun question. Sometimes it's the height of the source. Remember, if you were around earlier when I was talking about my Key Peele season 5 thing of high bounce floor skip, is kind of going, well, yeah, this is, I always put my light at this height. Sorry, I'm trying to find where I am in the frame. I wrote on the slide that said, what happens if I go much higher or much lower? What if it's a floor skip instead? That can make it look a lot more interesting, you know? Or what if it's a combination of the two? A high up bounce with a floor skip that just gets into the eyes just a tiny bit. I mentioned that I work with Tak Fujimoto on that movie. He would take a Muzz floppy, broken 90 degrees, right? So you got the horizontal Muzz in the frame, and then the floppy hanging down, and he would bounce a light into it. Okay, not that inches higher than I would expect it to be. And looking through the eyepiece, I could see that it was just about to put the eyes into shadow, but not quite. And I was like, that's a very sexy look. But it's riding that edge, you know, and maybe, I don't think he did it, but if I've done that a few times where I added a passive fill in front, just to get a little something in the eyes without really lighting it. But yeah, kind of going for that toppy soft vibe is a really fun version of that.
All right, here's your next question, and take at least 1 minute to answer it because I have to disappear for 1 minute. I'll be right back. All right, here's your question.
You got to save it to bathroom break, dude.
Oh, okay. I'm going 10-1.
By the way, for the record, we're about to hit 4 hours.
Oh yeah, you're amazing.
We've raised tons of money for muscular dystrophy here today.
Right. So anamorphic, overplayed, is it?
Excellent question. Probably. But it depends in which world you're talking about, Peter. I think if you're talking about the blogosphere and message boards and no budget productions and small, really low budget productions, I think it might be, because I think everyone should experiment with everything they can get their hands on, but relying on it to create your look at the expense of other things, and B, because it kind of becomes a crutch, I think is where it starts to feel overplayed. In my opinion, I think pushing the flaws of anamorphic is overplayed. Feeling the need to flare, have the big horizontal flares and the distortions, and making that the look. I've gotten a little bit tired of that. I think tasteful anamorphic looks great. I mentioned Patriot on Amazon. And again, I encourage you guys to watch that because that is incredibly tasteful, anamorphic. I don't think there's any flares that I can remember in it, or if they're very subtle. The flaws of anamorphic are absolutely downplayed, but the beauty is retained. And I think why I appreciate that is that's the way anamorphic was handled up until it became popular recently. Anamorphic was used for a specific reason, which was to be able to make a widescreen film with as much negative as possible back in the day. It's no longer used for that reason. It's now used as just purely for the look, and therefore the flaws are often what's embraced. I find the classical use of anamorphic still quite appealing in the the shallowness of it, the oval bokeh. It's charming and throwback, and you can't really do much about it with the anamorphics that produce that, of course. But I mean, it's an interesting thing to think about. The modern anamorphics that were introduced, like the Aries, I rarely hear about them being used because they don't feature the flaws. So that feels like it ended up. Oh yeah, Patriot is great. So it sort of goes to show that we're using it. We're using one aspect of anamorphic. We're championing one aspect of anamorphic and letting the other part of it go a little bit. And then the question is, okay, well, if we're not using it to maximize our negative in the way that it was required in film, because we don't need to, and we're not using it for the flaws, what are we using it for? Well, the shallowness. And now we have full frame that kind of covers that. And you don't have to deal with the bulk, weight, and complication sometimes like minimum focus of anamorphic lenses.
Very good. All right, here's your next one.
Better, Scott?
Oh, so much better. I mean, for 45 minutes, I've been,
Okay, I've got about 10 minutes in me before I have to do one, but let's see what happens. Let's see if we.
Yeah, I mean, anytime. I mean, I can talk for 2-3 minutes, whatever it takes. All
right, it can happen.
Talk about your Ben Stiller show.
Well, okay, so I mentioned that earlier in terms of Key and Peele. I will bring it up again because I think maybe there's a value for people to see if they can go back and find it. I don't know if it's streaming or not. It did come out on DVD years ago, but a lot of people don't even know about it because it's so far back now. Ben Stiller in the 90s, around 92, I think, created a sketch comedy show that went 13 episodes, and the cast was himself, Janine Garofalo, Andy Dick, and Bob Odenkirk, which I think would be a lot of fun for Better Call Saul fans, obviously, to watch, because they were on, 32 at the time or something. The pedigree on that show is insane. Judd Apatow produced it. I think it was might have been his first producing gig. The writers that came out of that are incredible. And it was great sketch comedy because they embraced the genre. Partially because they embraced the genre at a time, very different time. They had 16 millimeter, the interstitials were on Super 8, and Russ Alsobrook was the DP, and I actually operated for him years ago and could not stop gushing about that show. I've never stopped. Poor Russ has shot so many great things since then. And I'm like, but the Ben Stiller show, Russ. It's like, that was a 1-season TV show in 92. But it's worth a look. It's dated in certain ways because it had some topical stuff in it, but it's still so funny. And they captured the look of so many great things. So yeah, as I said, that was a big influence on Key and Peele. And a funny story that I can tell you very quickly is that Key and Peele had aired 2 episodes, and I was at a party. It was like a party after a movie premiere, which makes you sound super fancy. It was the last movie premiere I went to. It was Wanderlust, and that was 2011. I'm 9 years ago. That's how not important I am in Hollywood. Thank you, guys. But I happened to go to that one, and Jordan and Keegan were in the movie, so they were at the party, and Peter Atencio, our director, was also there, and the 4 of us were kind of hanging out, the unpopular kids, in the corner of this party. And I went to the bathroom, and I came back, and I saw that there was a guy talking to them with his back to me, talking to them. And as I walked up, Peter said, "Oh, well, here's our DP now. You can tell him directly." And the guy turns around and said, "I was just telling him, I think it's so amazing what you guys are doing. You're kind of picking up the ball from you know, Ben Stiller, and it's such good work, and I love the way it looks. It was Judd Apatow. And I'm looking past him. I'm like, wow, that's amazing. And this is Judd at his height-ish, you know, like, you know, comedy god at that point in terms of you know, producing material. And I look past him to Jordan and Keegan and Peter, and they're all just like, I mean, we just made this little tiny show. Guys have to realize it was nothing. It was unknowns on Comedy Central when we started that thing. So 2 episodes in, we got Judd Apatow giving us props. That was awesome. Love that.
All right, there's a bunch of questions in here that are really good, but I'm going to give you a host forced leave for a minute so you can go take care of things. I want to do it to see if the cat shows up.
That would be funny.
All right, so while we're waiting for him to come back, if you have any questions, technical questions, just general questions, feeling questions, industry questions, I mean, you can definitely tell that Charles is very open and, you know, very, very intelligent, but very honest about his answers. So it's a great opportunity for those of you who are afraid to ask questions of people. It's a great time for you to ask that question and you know, get it answered by someone who probably has a pretty good idea of how to answer it and answered it truthfully. And thank you all for putting in your questions. I see there's a bunch of them down here. We're going to get to them all. As long as he'll go, I'll go. So we're good. So put those down below, and yeah, definitely thank you all for joining in on this, because I mean, it's a conversation amongst friends here, and then when you add in a group of people, it's a conversation amongst many friends, and you're sharing information, and you know, that's really important. And you know, just also while we're out here, make sure you go to charlespapert.com, which is his website. And then also, if you're not subscribed to my channel yet, definitely subscribe, because I mean, why wouldn't you want to be? I mean, really, I mean, it's just us and, you know, a bunch of other people and professionals. And we have, oh, there's a cat. I'm going to bring the cat back in.
Look at his head. Oh, there it is.
I had you pulled out there for a second, just in case. You know.
Hi, guys. Oh my God, I feel like a new man.
No kidding. It's time for another scotch.
Yeah, water first up.
Okay, so your next question.
By the way, Rob Massey, I've known 30 years or something like that. He's a shooter in the Boston area. We worked together back there. This Chuck thing, yes, I went by Chuck in my 20s. Okay, your grandfather did. Don't call me Chuck. Okay.
I was impressed with the whole Pap thing.
Oh, Pap. Yeah, Shane loved to call me Pap because it was so guttural. It's like, it's a great thing to yell out. Pap! What are you doing? Pap! Ah. He'd be like, he'd come after we do a shot, he'd be like, okay, guys. So that was like grandmother speed on the dolly. I want you to go 450 times faster from A to B. Go like, Arr! I want that dolly flying off the friggin' tracks and like crashing to a million pieces. Ah! I'd be like, okay, copy that. Go faster. Okay, got it.
That was almost as animated as Shane would do it. Shane's hilarious because he's one of the few people that if you spend just a little bit of time, you can develop a perfect emulation of him. It's
yeah, mine's a little soft because we haven't hung out that much, but in recent years. But back in the day, oh boy, we all love to do Shane.
You've got essence of Shane.
Yeah, the entire crew would be like, "Come on!"
All right, your next question. What's something you wish you weren't seeing in cinematography that's caught on? Ooh, we've stumped him.
That's an interesting one. Okay. My personal taste is, I'm not going to say I wish it hadn't caught on, but I would like to see a little bit more judiciousness in its use. Would probably be flares, and underexposure, although I think underexposure is a somewhat short-lived thing. And look, there's times I love it, but I feel like there's too much of it and too much of a reliance on it. It starts to feel a little bit precious and rote and done. But I think that's all trends. And I try to have perspective on it, because when I was a young DP, I took on the trends of the day and dutifully embraced them, which were Dutch angles and swing and tilts in the 90s, for instance. Okay, or did them. But I think once you've lived through a few trends and you get to the other side, you realize that, you know, you do what you're told, but you don't love it just because it's what the kids are all doing. And when I say the kids, it's like, that's sick. I'm going to do that because I want my shit to look like it's sick, you know? So you kind of go, yeah, well, that's the look of the minute. You're going to look back on it 20 years and go, yeah, that's what we did back then, you know? So it's perspective changes the way you see certain things. One of the things I think that's really fun to see, because I am active on message boards, is how people, how kind of younger DPs grapple with their appreciation for Roger Deakins. Because Roger doesn't do a lot of the things that they all want to be doing right now, if you think about it, right? A lot of the trends that are there right now, Roger doesn't do, but yet they respect his work so much. So how do you know, lens-wise, Roger doesn't use vintage lenses, right? He tends to stick to the, you know, the things that he uses pretty consistently, unless it's for a particular project. But overall, he likes to shoot pretty clean. So it's fun watching people kind of go, this is what's sick right now, but yet it's like a logic puzzle, you know? So I kind of look a little bit overarching, and I go, it's fine to work within trends, and if the project dictates it, great. I think it's when it becomes one size fits all. And something that I see in the message boards is I only want to post frames that are within that little window of what everyone thinks is cool and badass. And I might do another job that everyone was super happy with the work, and it all looks great and exactly what they wanted, but it's not cool, so I don't want to post it because that makes me look uncool. And I go, you know what? A good frame is a good frame. A good piece of lighting is a good piece of lighting. If you did what you were asked to do and everyone is happy with it and you got the next job, that's the win. That will keep you hireable and employable. It feels like, I'll tell you exactly what it is. The thing that that is happening in cinematography that I wish I hadn't caught on is making it about impressing your peers more than job and your clients. How's that?
That is a fantastic answer, actually. I love that. And that is the truth. Like you said, in the every chat group and forum everywhere, everyone's trying to one up somebody rather than just make beautiful things.
Or just say, yeah, your stuff is great. Look, I did a thing that's great too. Right?
Yeah.
You know, and I think, you know, again, as you guys can tell from Key and Peele, I like to not have a single style. I like to be able to be a chameleon and do a lot of different things. So I was very open in Key and Peele to shooting things that looked awful, if that's what the style was. Like, you know, a local commercial, a dated local commercial, I lit that thing horribly on purpose and had the best time doing it because it made me laugh. It made the sketch funnier for it to look like crap. There have been times when I've directed a few projects and had DPs who really wanted to prove themselves, who were not willing to make things look that way. That they felt very self-conscious or upset about producing something that was intentionally bad. And I go, but it's in the context of what we're making. Even within piece, it had beautiful stuff, and then it's like, now this is supposed to look a certain way, and they go, but I don't want to be associated with that look. And I go, this is just a little. It's clear that you have talent from this other. It's clear you know how to make a good-looking frame. It's already in the rest of the piece. This is just this one beat that's supposed to emulate something that doesn't look good, but I'm not comfortable with that. And I go, oh, I feel like maybe that's just me, that I've not only let it go, I find it fun to shoot badly. You know, it entertains me.
It's a DP dynamic range. That's what it is. Being able to shoot.
God, I'm reading this. I'm learning something. Contour lighting. Is that the broadside?
Yeah. When you were talking about the pulling back, I think on the Rembrandt lighting.
But flipping the key to the camera side.
Yeah.
Well, now, thank you, Kevin. I've learned something here today. I'll have to look that up. I mean, listen, we don't invent any of this stuff. It's all just, I mean, you know.
Yeah, it's way back.
A key light has been everywhere around the face at this point.
Yep. And Shane proved that by building his tour when he built the pirate ship of light that went around the person. So he would just put it on a full circle track.
I haven't seen that, but I can well imagine.
Yeah, he did that to show that. Okay, here's your next question. Do you have a go-to lighting package that you like to have on nearly all of your shoots?
That's an awesome question. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely basics that I like to have on everything because they're so all-purpose. You know, these days, sky panels are the equivalent, are super helpful for speed. It's been very interesting learning that they're not quite the golden child that we all thought they were, that they're not able to duplicate, you know, all the tonalities of color like we had hoped, especially if you're doing product work. But for many instances, they're so much easier than gels, and they're powerful and power efficient. And so those are great. And we use variations on them. I actually own a couple of Geminis, and those go out in the jobs as well. Light mats, use a ton of those. All the soft LEDs, I like to have grids. I find grids incredibly useful, more so than, I'm talking about the hard grids, you know, and tight patterns. Like, for instance, I own an Astra 1x1, and I have all 4 of the different degree grids. I think it's 60 to 30, because, and I call that my last minute saver light, basically, because let's say we've got 3 people standing there and one of them needs a little bit of a pop. The Astra with a battery on it can come flying in, doesn't have to be cabled, last second, and we can throw on a tight grid and just give a little bit of kiss to that one character without it splaying all over everybody with no fuss, you know? That's like sometimes we send the second team out, the stand-ins, and the first team comes in and it's like, oh, shoot, yeah, we need a little bit of extra over here. So really love the grids on the LEDs. Source 4s, every job. Being able to fill a bounce neatly, or just a little chunk of light somewhere, or a ceiling, and you know, the fact that it's self-cutting makes it so fast and convenient. We use the lusters, which are ETC's LED version of the Source 4s. The big issue with them is they're not very bright. The reason that we shoot on, well, not the reason, the fact that we shoot on Vericam at high ISO allows us to use those. The last show we did, we were on Arri Minis at 800, and my gaffer said, we're not gonna be able to use the lusters. They're not powerful enough. So I'm really looking forward to a RGB Leica that has all the punch of a Joe Leica. Pretty specific. Joe Leicos I never want to see again for the following reason. They're great for what they are, and those are the HMI engine with the Leica lens on it. They're the last bastion, the only HMIs we still have on set that you can't hot strike. And there's been a few times when we've lost power on set. Everything else comes back up, and they're like, we got to wait 5 minutes for the Joe Leicos. And I'm like, oh no. We used to have to do that with all the HMIs. That was a long time ago, but they're the old tech. And forcing a company to sit while one instrument comes up is really tough. So yeah, that's what I'm doing with Joe Leicos, if we can help it.
There's your next question. When are we going to stop with the needless handheld?
Yeah, Dennis, you know, super good point. When the question came up, what's the thing I want to see go away? That was one of the things I was thinking about. But I think you'll agree with me that, and Dennis, by the way, is another one of my operators, phenomenal operator. He was on Key and Peele for, I think, 3 of the 5 seasons. And he's on Crank Yankers, Dennis and Rich. So once again, I seem to have a lot of friends that have nothing better to do but listen to me go.
And we thank you for it.
So, yeah, I mean, listen, we have a joke in the episodic world that the way to cover up bad writing is to shoot handheld. And it's not really a joke.
No, it sounds quite useful.
You know, what can we say about handheld? It has its place and it always will. Some scenes are best shot handheld. I've seen some really beautiful work done over the years, and I still do. But arbitrarily making a scene handheld just to put a little something into it, it starts to feel like a crutch. And I'm inspired to feel like we can do better. We can work harder it's too easy, you know? And from a practical perspective, it sucks for the operator. It sucks for the DP because you never see the frame perfectly until you're ready to go. And it's just, I don't like physically what it's doing to operators. It's really hard on them because we're in the HD, you know, in film, it was 4 minutes, the 400-foot load, 4 minutes and out, reload, you had a break. Now we can go 40 minutes, and we often will. And I think that's very, very bad. And I have seen even younger people, especially who came out of reality, with bad backs, way too young. Handheld is an issue, and I'm working on a solution. I have my first real legitimate product is going to be coming out hopefully within a year.
Very nice. We look forward to that.
Yeah. Something I came up with many years ago, and I'm finally putting into production.
Very cool. Who is the DP that's most influencing you right now?
Influencing? Is that actually how you say that? Influencing? I like it. Is that true?
Influencing.
Okay. I was just wondering. I'm like, oh, cool.
Yeah, I might have had some scotch. I don't remember.
You don't remember if you had the scotch or not.
It's cask strength. Remember, it's
fill up, and then I'll. It's influenza. That's why.
Influencing. Influencing. Yes.
Eric, good question. Who am I liking a lot right now? I'm trying to think if there's anyone other than the obvious is the Chivos and the Deakins, and I'd love to be able to pull out
some obscure name from.
Well, like I threw out James Whitaker, from Patriot. I love that. I was just like, who's this, and whose work? His work is so great. I want to be able to give someone else those props, and I'm having a hard time thinking exactly who that might be. I have colleagues who I came up with, and it's really great seeing their work and how impressed I am with their work. Marco Forgnoli is a good friend. We worked together on Ugly Betty in 2008 or 7 or somewhere in there, and we share a lot of crew, and I think he does really beautiful work. Todd Dos Reis came in after me on Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, and we've known each other for a very long time. I've had various camera assistants that are now DPs, and I think they're doing some really great work, and it's cool to see. That's why definitely some of my colleagues who are working in comedy and pushing the limit and getting away with it. I'm so proud of them for having done that, So I'll have to think about that a little bit to see if there's any other names. It's not coming to mind right now. Trying to think.
We'll let it sit on you just a little bit. Maybe you'll just come up with it right off the bat. Yeah. This one you've basically answered, but perhaps you can summarize it best. How much have you been able to utilize the dual ISO on cameras like the Varicam?
Like the Vatican. Well, there's the Pope mode, which is pretty awesome on the Vatican.
Way to play into the misspelling, which he did correct in the.
There you go, Brad.
But the
Right.
Vatican, yeah, is one of my favorite. And isn't there a picture of that bubble? No.
By the way, I did mention, yeah, that I don't know if you saw the on Facebook. It's turned out to be a complete flop. I thought my cats were going to be crossing the frame. There was a drinking game that I created. Every time the cat crosses, you have to drink, and they're being bizarrely good. I don't. So sorry,
I have encouraged it in every way, and it's just not. Yeah,
it's lame. So Brad, I think you probably tuned in late. I went into that in pretty good detail. A ton is the answer. That's my favorite thing about the Vericam. It's why I spec it for certain jobs. And just for people who've been around, I'm not going to go into it too deeply, but obviously for low light situations, but also to cut the lighting package down in size to be able to shoot at ISO. And two other things. One of them, which I didn't mention, is the freedom to be able to overcrank without having to light for it, which is usually, if there's talk in advance of slow motion for a scene, I'll go to the director. How fast do you want to, do you want to overcrank? Let's figure out our frame rate so we can light to that and plan for it. So I can talk to my gaffer and go, by the way, this scene next Thursday, we're going to need to shoot 120 frames. So let's plan to light accordingly. With the Vericam, if you're planning on shooting at 800, you don't have to do that at all, because you switch from 800 to 5,000, you've got everything you need to shoot 120 frames, which is genius.
that is cool.
Yeah, it's super cool. And so yeah, so that's those are a couple of the reasons. I think there was one more and I forgot what it was, but yeah, it's I'm excited to see it coming into other cameras. I would like to try the Venice for sure, but you get a little bit spoiled because I'm like, well, it's 2,500, not 5,000. But
Well, last week we had David Weldon on here, who shot with the Venice quite a bit with Joseph Kahn, and he shot a couple of things at 10,000 ISO, and it would look pretty good.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I would like to test for myself, is put it up against the Vericam. Because look, the Vericam it's not 800 at 5,000. You know what I mean? Like, it may be native, it still has more noise than 800.
Right.
5,000 does. It's pretty good looking noise. I'm not going to call it grain, it's noise. It doesn't look bad, and you can knock it out very easily in post, and I have done that when we needed to. The reason I shoot at 2,000 or 2,500 a lot of the time is that, to me, looks the same as 800 in terms of the noise floor. So it's really, that's free is what I call it, other than the slight reduction of dynamic range. But I'm not going to be shooting 2,500 out in broad daylight anyway. So I would love to shoot the Venice against the Vericam and do some tests at the different ISOs and just see what I'm looking at, so I know how I can use it. I don't often shoot Vericam at 5,000. Usually 3,200 is kind of the upper limits, unless we really have to go there. On one of the things that we do, this is kind of interesting, another reason for it that I wouldn't have expected, Crank Yankers has a lot of jokes that are printed into the production design. So there's signs in the background that are jokes by themselves, or book title or something or other. There's a lot of visual jokes. And one of the things that took us a while to work out when they started this season was, with the 2/3 inch PED cameras, you could see the whole set in focus all the time. When we started the season, John, our showrunner, was like, this looks beautiful, but we're losing some of the jokes. And he goes, I don't want to give up the shallow look, but, because I generally shoot around a 2.8 1/3. And so we would talk in advance and actually start to, in prep, discuss sometimes the size of the set and if there was going to be a big joke in the back wall. And if we knew that, he says, I want to be able to shoot with a higher stop. So we'd either light that set to a higher stop, or if it came up kind of unexpectedly, we would just bang up the ISO to cover that. So being at 2,000, 2,500, I've instantly got at least a stop more that I can just deepen the focus to be able to pull that in, which is pretty cool. And sometimes it's a combination of both, because adding 2 stops in the lighting is a tall order for, we'd have our soft boxes that could only go so hot. So I would say to flip my gaffer, we're going to need to build up the stop for this one. I'll take a stop on the camera. In other words, I'll double the ISO if you can give me 2/3 in the lighting. And he's like, yeah, got it, no problem. So yeah, that's it.
Question. Yeah, Stephen asks, is it going to be available later? Yes, it'll be available on YouTube, so you can stream it at any time. All of our antics and fun will be available there. Tim, he posted this. I was going to say something earlier when we were talking about it, but I couldn't get it to get in there. But a friend of ours made these patches, and it was WWDD. What would Deakins do?
What would Deakins do? I've seen them. I saw them. Those are fun.
And he actually got to give it to Deakins when he won the award. It was hilarious.
Yep. I'm sure Roger had a good laugh over that. Roger, by the way, has a very, very good sense of humor. Very funny man. Very dry, and I'm sure he had a good chuckle over it. So that was a good move, guys. I am so glad that he is so revered. He's impressed me on so many different levels over the years, even before I worked with him. Even now, I haven't seen him in a long time. Would he remember me? I don't know. It's been a while. But regardless of that, it's not about me. I'm so glad he's getting all the recognition for his body of work. I mean, the poor guy went without an Oscar for so long. It didn't make any sense whatsoever. Yeah. He's just he's so good at his craft and his approach, and I'm just, it's really fun to see. He's so flexible and open to thinking about new ways to do things,
But he's so subtle in all of his
digital.
Yeah. Okay, your next question is, can you expand on the relationship between the DP, director, and operator? And have you seen that change throughout your career? That's by a buddy of yours, so I'm sure there's some inside.
Hey, all of my friends, can you guys create some fake accounts so it's not quite as embarrassing? How many... This reminds me, by the way, I gave a little talk for, I think it was B&H at NAB a few years ago. It was early in the morning, and I think 5 people showed up in person. Eric Fletcher, if you're still there, you were one of them. Mitch Gross was another. And so it was 5 people there in the audience, and I knew all of them. And I mean, it was streaming, so that's fine. But they were all asking the questions, and I kept, of course, calling them by name. I felt like, the president with the press corps, knowing all the reporters by name. I should have not done that because it really made it look like a fixed audience. Anyway, yes, you were, Eric. Yes, you remember that. Okay. What was the question again, Rich? So it's the relationship between director, DP, and operator. Has it changed over the years? I don't think it's necessarily changed, but it's a relationship that I think is so specific to the project and the individuals at hand. When I was an operator, I was very focused on being very involved in the discussions. So if we moved on and the director and the DP were walking towards each other, I would sprint over to be a part of the discussion. I wanted to know all the coverage for a scene so that I could use all of my understanding of that in my choices, I wanted that. I didn't want to be like, okay, what are we doing next? Operating for me was not a pan and tilt job. It was, I like to be involved in the process, and hopefully be able to offer my help with the, how we could, for instance, cut down on the setups or combine shots. And being a Steadicam operator and an A-camera Steadicam operator in particular, one of the joys of that is you're able to help make decisions on when that's the right tool to use. An A-camera operator, a large part of their job is sort of going, here's the best way to, yes, here's your vision. Now I'm going to achieve it for you the best way I know how. Bring in the, this head, that head, the other head, whether it's a geared head, whether it's a fluid head, whether it's a lambda. And then when you have the Steadicam, that's an extra tool. If you have a gimbal, that would be a different way to do it. So certainly as an operator, I involved myself, and maybe some DPs felt I over-involved myself, but I really like being in the mix with all of that. And then some DPs were more open to it than others. As a DP, I'm open to it And sometimes I'm not open to it because of the efficiency of the moment. Poor Rich, I had barked at him on our last job and I've apologized him to it over and over, but we were in an incredibly tight time crunch and I just had to like move us in a straight line. And again, Rich, publicly, I apologize, but I love your input. Here's the thing. And this is going to go out to a lot of newer DPs who have not worked with operators. And that may be because they're working in tiny little crews, or it may be because they love operating and they wouldn't want to give it up because there's a control thing there. Not in a bad way. It's literally, I want to control the frame, and that's totally understandable. So they would feel like, how would I give that up to an operator? The joy of having an operator is that a good operator will be able to see beyond and find another little interesting choice that you and the director may just be overlooking because you're so caught up in the next thing and the next day. You've got the whole project in your head. An operator has more bandwidth to be able to look at what we're doing right now and come up with a cool idea. And on Crank Yankers, both Rich and Dennis, my operators, and my other operators in the past have both done that, where I'm like, oh my God, guys, great idea. Oh, of course, yeah, let's do that. That's the having that extra brain in there and set of, creative mindset is super valuable. Plus, then there's the functionality of, okay, we know what our job is here. I want to focus on the lighting. And you can focus on lining up the shot and the nuts and bolts of it, which how is the dolly configured and how big is the dance floor and what's, 1, 2, and then working with all the departments, because, lining up a shot for a DP and an operator means working with the art department, with sound, with grip and electric. Every department's involved. If I'm DPing, to take on all of that is my attention's being pulled a lot of different ways. So for me, we know what the next setup is. Gaffer and I will talk about the lighting. Operator and I will talk about the shot. They go off and they start working. I am now free to think about the next thing. And I can maybe go and talk to the director about the next thing. And the next thing might be the next shot. It might be after lunch, and it might be 3 days from now. So that is the joy of having great people to work for you in an expanded crew. But the trust has to be there and the communication has to be there. If it's not, then it's an unholy mess. And you come back to it and you go, oh my God, what have you guys done? So yeah, that's a problem. But everyone kind of has to know how to observe what they want, not go rogue and kind of go, I got your notes, boss. And then they go do something different because they thought that's what they should be doing. And look, it's very different in every job. There were jobs that I worked on, ER was one of them, where they went very British system, which is where the operator works out the blocking with the director and the DP just lights it. I don't know how, we call that British system. I don't know how accurate that is everywhere in England, but that's a very extreme version of that. That's hard for me to do as a DP to completely give up the reins. But for anyone who was still here 5 hours ago when I talked about Crank Yankers and I said we have 2 sets going at once, in that environment, I have to give it up to the operators because I can't be in both places at once. So I say, you guys work out how the director wants, you work out the setups and then tell me what they are. Because if I get too involved on one set, then I lose my focus on the other set. So yeah, I don't think that in my world, I don't think it's changed so much over the years and reevaluate. I don't think digital has changed that much. I will say this, the operator used to have more responsibility in the film days than digital because the operator had the best seat in the house. They were the only ones seeing the ground glass with all the information, and the video tap from the film camera did not show anywhere near that information. So everyone else had to rely on the operator to know if the focus was good, to make sure that there weren't any bogeys in the background, et cetera. That was on the operator. The hilarious thing for me is exactly at the time that I moved up, that shifted over to the DIT monitor, the DP monitor, and suddenly I'm like, wait, why am I responsible for focus again? I changed jobs, And now the operator's going, I can't see crap in this viewfinder. And I'm like, okay. That's settled down now. But it's a super interesting dynamic. And when it works so well, so good.
Very good. All right. 3 more questions. And the first 2, kind of blast through them as quickly as you need to. And then the last one is a good one.
What means, Scott, clearly.
Well, I don't want to kill you. I mean,
yeah, you're getting hungry. I know what's going on.
No, actually, I'm feeling great. That's the one thing good about the keto diet. It has changed my body. It doesn't get hungry now. It did enjoy the extra scotch that just got delivered.
Yeah, I'm good. We're learning.
I'm more than happy to keep going, but I mean, your time is very valuable, even in today's day.
Oh no, it's not. There's no value on my time right now. We're all having a good time. Hey, before we get into those 3 questions, I mean, we're not here to talk about what's going on in the big picture, but goddamn, our healthcare workers.
Yeah,
I just got to say that. I'm just
no, absolutely, and
here's what I was thinking about the other day, Scott. In the film industry, we love to think how important and precious we are and how hard we work. And we work really long friggin' hours, and it's punishing, and the conditions are bad. But it ain't life and death.
We're delivering entertainment. They're delivering life.
What's that?
We're delivering entertainment. They're delivering life.
Yeah. They're working their asses off. They're not getting enough sleep, and they're risking everything. And it's mind blowing. So anyway.
Well, I mean, and there's quite a few. I mean, also the grocers. I mean, those people are.
Oh God, yeah. I didn't mean to limit to them.
And the trucking industry is all of these people. These are unsung heroes in our normal community, but today they should absolutely be raised up. And
yeah, totally. Yeah. I mean, we all have tough jobs in different ways, and right now, it's a whole different level of tough.
It is definitely.
Yeah, we're working at home now, and that's tough. Certainly financially for a lot of people. I'm not gonna deny that, but it's a good time to reflect on all this stuff. You know, I think it's good. It's a good perspective because we can get a little caught up in our bubble of production. You know. Anyway, all right. So let's move on.
All right. So your question is, and it's a more technical question. What's your opinion on the Zeiss Radiance lenses? Do they fulfill the needs of the modern performance and vintage characteristics?
Andy, that's an awesome question. I wouldn't say a word on that because I haven't tested them.
I'd wondered if you had, and the same thing with the next one. Where it went? Some here. How do you like the aperture fixtures? If you've had a chance to use them.
I haven't had a chance to use them. I've been kind of keeping an eye on them. I'm interested in. I can see that company is forging ahead hard. I was actually trying to get my hands on those little the little MCs because I realized
the color ones, yeah,
we were all live streaming. I was like, you know, the webcam on the MacBook Pro is not very good at night. I'm like, I got to light myself better. I was like, ooh, one of those little apertures would be awesome. Just kind of like stick it above the laptop, and you can't get them right now. They were all out.
I might be able to pull a string for you.
Oh, there you go. Well, I've worked it all out. I actually thought about taking my light ribbon and building like a little ring light around. I've got some idea, but in the meantime, I was like, I forgot I had like a little Dracast round silk ray from a few years ago that I don't use anymore. I'm like, perfect. So yes, it is funny. I am slightly obsessed with trying to make this stuff, light this stuff a little bit better, because I feel like, you know, it's a little bit like the hairdresser having a terrible haircut, which is a weird thing to talk about right now. But you know, a DP like on a Zoom thing where it's like the frame is all like this, and
right.
You know, and by the way, you know, I really wanted to use an external camera, but we couldn't make it work on my end because I don't have the right. It
is absolutely the truth. It is not his fault. It is the fault of the operator, which is me. And the software that I'm using does not play well with Blackmagic. And he had another camera. He had another input device. He lit the scene well. I mean, look at it. This is a webcam, and it actually looks pretty darn good.
Oh, I got nothing going on. Oh, flags. Wait, what? What am I doing? One flag I own. One 4x4 stuff. Rakesh, on that, I think they're an interesting company to keep an eye on. I want to see them mature a little bit further and I'm not sure about the longevity and the robustness of it for the for one-man band and small productions, sure, but the day in day out on set is the part that I have a question mark about, because they're I don't know if they're building to that level or not, but I think they're driving innovation, which I always applaud.
Yeah, that's one thing that I have stated on them, because I use them a lot because they're lightweight and fast for me.
Yeah.
And the first versions versus the second versions, like you said, I don't know that I would throw the first versions in my grip truck that often, mostly because I'm not sure they would survive. But like the second generations, they're really starting to get it. And I would imagine the third generation is going to be just an area light or a Mole Richardson. It's going to be built to that level.
I mean, here's my thing about the way I feel about all film equipment, production equipment, is, does the company really listen to the end user or not? And a remarkable number of them, well, let me actually not be so harsh to say they don't listen. I'm well aware that there is a marketing division and an engineering division, and the two are always at odds with each other. I've seen it often enough that the marketing people can go back and say, we've sat with DPs, we've sat with gaffers, we sat, blah, blah, these are the notes we got, and the engineering goes, yeah, no, we don't necessarily agree with that. We think this is better, which is cuckoo crackers. But this is what smaller companies that are leaner tend to be able to innovate faster because they're not bogged down by that structure, right?
Yep. All right, here's your last question. And first, before we get to that one, thank you so much for doing 4 hours and 40 minutes of this. I mean, this is awesome. A marathon.
I want to know pipe up. Who's been here since the very beginning, other than the two of us?
Tim, have you been here? Tim's been here. If he's still here, he might win. Who was at the very beginning? Let's see. Ollie was here towards the beginning. Ollie, are you still here? I mean,
guys, I'm super impressed with. Thank you so much for sticking around, and I hope, obviously, it was valuable because you would have had nice, Eric.
and Rich says he has. There you go.
Get a life, you guys.
Kevin Kelly been here the whole time.
Another great camera operator, Steadicam operator. We came up around the same time, and
look at these.
Yeah. There we go, Kevin. Yeah, you guys, nice work.
They're just pouring in here the whole. Wow, it's just nonstop.
Thank you, everybody. Donnie, Kevin Donahoe, by the way, is an old buddy of mine from Boston who works in he's like an executive in the food industry. He has no idea what we've been talking about. Donnie, what have you been doing here?
He's learning about lighting.
Oh my God.
Just keep pouring in. I can't even keep up. Okay.
All right, you guys.
Here's your last question. And I think this is a pretty good question. And honestly, a question that I have.
Okay.
For newer DPs, would you still recommend moving to LA? What do you think about other places like New Mexico, Atlanta, and New York City?
Super good. Yeah, this is Rocky Mountain Reviewer here. Good old RMR has had some good ones. Thank you for those. Super good question. I mean, here's what I'm going to say about this. Because I'm on message boards and Facebook pages, and I kind of got my ear around a little the plight of the newer DPs, which I'm glad that I am not necessarily in that group. The parable that I've created in my mind is like, when the digital revolution happened in this industry, it was kind of like the parting of the Red Seas. The middle dropped out, and you were either up here or you're over here, and there's like this void in the middle. And I feel like I'm up here, but I've got a few toes dangling into that chasm, because so many of the DPs that came after me, for instance, I know we talked about owning a camera, and someone said, thank you for saying a DP doesn't have to own a camera. But I do know that for a lot of newer DPs, they have to own equipment packages that they have to give away just to get the work on these low budget jobs, because the producers have gotten savvy to this idea. And so they're looking for a DP and like cutting down the cost of their equipment package by hiring an all-in-one because people are so hungry. And I think that's a terrible shame. that they have to resort to that. You know, people who aren't working are investing all this money in, you know, and a lighting package and a camera package and all this stuff. It's tough and not making any money on it. So I'm not in that position, so it's a little bit hard for me to say 100%. As far as working in other markets, it sounds like things are still pretty slow, even though there's a lot of opportunities for material to be, you know, product to be made other places than the big cities now. Because, for instance, you make a web series and you put it on YouTube, you can sell a show from that. I have worked on TV shows. I worked on a show called Teachers that was 5 or 6 gals from Chicago who were in, women, gals, what? I don't know, who were an improv troupe. And they made a web series and they sold it and they had 3-year run on TV Land, which was great. So it can be done other places, and the same thing for DPs. However, what I'm seeing that kind of like screws that paradigm up is that, as we all know, companies are finding a way to make things cheaper and cheaper in-house. So if you're in a small market, for instance, yes, there may be more product that's needed, but they're spending less money on it. So it's like you're up against someone's cousin with an iPhone or a Blackmagic, you know, in one lens. So I think there's a give and take there. If you're going for all of it, if you want to be working in episodic, you know, feature at studio level, high-end commercials and all that, I think it's you're kind of swimming uphill if you're not in the big markets, because relationships are most of this business. Talent is great, but if you don't have the connections and the relationships, then you may not get noticed. Because for a client to look at a reel and go, wow, their stuff is great, but I don't know who they've worked with. I don't recognize any of the people they've worked with. I don't know them. This other guy's got a great reel, and you know, there's a relationship there. It's much harder to make those relationships from out of town. So I think a lot of people end up moving to places where you might meet someone at a party or a coffee shop, or you know, many of my connections were made in the strangest places. And they don't pay off for years, but then they do, you know? So I think that's the main thing. It harkens back to why I said film school has a value, which is relationships. Most of this business is relationships. It's relationships in politics with some talent thrown in there. There you go. Put that on my tombstone.
The font has to be stretched out.
It took me 5 hours to get there, but I got there.
Do you want to answer one more question? I think it's a good one.
Dude, I could do this all night. I don't care. I really am. I'm loving the people writing questions. I love my friends writing stupid shit. It's great.
Yep. So this one comes from David Walden, who was our DP last week.
Yeah.
And he says, has working with an agent made a difference for your work as far as making more connections? Do you still feel like you're working on your own quite to network?
My own quilt. Yes, I am working on a quilt. It's going to be done in a few weeks. It's the Vatican quilt. So I
had full scotch in my mouth at that moment.
Lowest form of comedy, making fun of typos. So David, obviously I'm sure you must have an agent as well. It's a question we all ask ourselves when we look at that paycheck, how much comes out of it. What I will tell you guys who don't have agents, 10% is 10% of gross. Let's say you found a job, they take 600 and then you get taxes taken out. That's a lot of money. So yeah, it's tough. The answer to the question is, I love my agent. He's great. I've been with him for years. My clients love him, working with him, and they tell me that, and that's very important to me. And he's doing a lot of work behind the scenes, reaching out to people, and you know, I do believe in him. That said, the way an agent works is they can only capitalize on the heat that you already have and build on it. It's very rare that someone signs with an agent and all of a sudden their career just takes off because their agent got him in the door X, Y, and Z. It does happen, but it's pretty rare. It's more likely that they're able to help keep things alive for you and build on the last thing that you did. So if you shoot that little indie that gets bought at Sundance, they can help you leverage that into new connections that you wouldn't have had if you didn't shoot that movie. So it's a long game with an agent. And of the jobs that I've had in the last 5 years in the scripted world versus the commercial side, I would say that as much as I love my agent, I don't know if he got me any of those outside of the ones. I think I got them all through my relationship with TV shows. Yeah, I don't want to sell them short. There might have been 1 out of 8, but that still doesn't mean they're not doing what they do for me, because I don't want to have to make all those calls myself. I do sometimes, and I sure don't want to be negotiating those jobs. And just to be clear on that, when I was a Steadicam operator, I didn't have an agent, and I would get on the phone with the line producer and argue and fight and negotiate and scratch and claw to get the deal that I wanted. Not literally, it was softer than that, but it was a negotiation. It was hardcore, and sometimes it went on and it got heated. Then I get the job and I never have to talk to him again. It's all done. As a DP, the line producer that you're negotiating with, as soon as you get the job, you're going, okay, so I need this and I need this and I need this. And they're going to be the ones to okay it. So you cannot have any antagonism between you from the making of your deal. So that's the most important thing that they do, is make your deal for you. They do the dirty work of that. And if there's a discrepancy, they take care of all that stuff so you don't have to. Because there was a very short period when I was in between agents and I negotiated my own deal on a movie, and then things got messed up and I had to go back and renegotiate, and it screwed me badly with that producer.
So is it worth it?
Was it worth it having an agent or not having an agent, you're saying?
Yeah.
I feel a DP working at a certain level has to have an agent. You can't get your hands dirty in that way. You just can't. As I said, that one time 8 years ago, when I got my hands dirty, it put me in a very, very bad position, because I got what I wanted, and then the guy was like, "Oh yeah, so when you need something," and it was bad. It was bad.
Always said that you had an agency, exactly, you can still be friends with the line. That's funny.
Yeah. And by the way, friends is not mean, oh, we're buddies and we go out, playing golf and all that stuff, which is great if you can do that. It means when you need something from them, they're not going to be like, screw you. So that's critical. Yeah. So that, it's good.
All right, Charles, I'm gonna leave this up to you, because we've been doing this for 4 hours and 51 minutes and 19 seconds. Do you want to go ahead and set that record for 5 hours and answer one more question?
Yeah, come on. It's ridiculous.
I mean, I don't know how we would top this with anybody.
I'm so excited that I set this record with you, Scott. Can anyone do 5 hours and 10 minutes? We'll see. I don't
know that I want to do it. It's awesome. Don't get me wrong.
I'm having a great time. Thank you so much for having me on this, by the way. This has been so much.
No, thank you. I mean, you have put in literally 100%. Everybody always says 110%, but it's not possible. You've put in 100% on this, and I greatly appreciate it. And it's I know everyone else. We still have a lot of people that are watching, and that tells you the level of information that you're giving.
Okay.
It's got them glued.
This is all.
David said signing with an agent last year made a world of difference. Much easier when I've got
good.
You did. Okay, so here's your question.
Yeah. Good point.
What do you think of the way the industry is changing regarding distribution and studio and independent film?
Wow. I mean, Rakesh, that's such a pertinent question right now. I mean, literally the situation that we're in is going to cause massive changes in the industry. Because, I mean, movie theaters, period. Need I say more? I'm not the authority on that, so I won't even really speculate. That stuff operates at a higher level than is my expertise and my interest. To be frankly, the times that I have gone, oh, I think it's going to go this way, I'm wrong. That's why I'm not a studio executive. That's why I'm not above the line. I produced a bit, but I don't like to, I don't call myself a producer, and I don't really go after that kind of thing. It's just not who I am. It's operating at a different level. It's a business level, and the film industry is one of the hard things about staying in it for a long time is you learn one way or another more and more of how the sausage is made. And that can be really tough on our process as a DP, because we are tasked with being creative, enthusiastic, there for the project, and willing to give much of ourselves. And when you find out just how messed up things are a few levels above you, and how little they care about all of that, and how little they care of all of you, sometimes, not always, not most of the time, I would say percentages. This is an industry that's just like all industries. There's a lot of people making decisions above our heads, and they think we're almost barely tolerated in a way. Us cute little craftspeople. They want us to make the product for the buck that they're giving us, and that's fine. You know, we can't have an inflated sense of self over that, because it's a product. We are making a product. So indie film is different, but I think every indie filmmaker wants to sell it and turn it into a product so that they can make more, right? So I don't want to sound cynical. I don't want to end on a cynical note. I'm ending on a realistic note, which is to say perspective. You know, especially the colorist and the compositor. In what sense? Sorry, I missed the part before that. That you're part of the what, Rocket?
They're talking about that they don't care about the people.
Oh, dude, they don't care about any of us, really. They only care about the people that have power because they're successful. You know what I mean? Like, they don't care about a director until the director gets powerful enough that they will make them money or not make them money, and then they have to care. So, you know, below the line, we're you know, there was a time years ago on a project where a line producer tried to involve. How do I put this? It's a great story. I'm not going to tell all of it, but essentially, they claimed that the studio had a note about me, and they didn't want to bring me on a project, and it was all very weird. And I found out, and I talked to my agent about it, and he went to talk to the studio. They go, "What are you talking about? We don't care. We don't know. That's not anything we're concerned with." The line producer he was telling complete fib, and they were just like, "We don't involve ourselves to that level." And I'm like, "Yeah, no kidding. What a surprise. They have bigger fish to fry." Okay, what do I think about the way the industry is changing? Oh, that's the same question.
Yep.
If I had a whole different answer to it, that would be interesting.
Dave almost makes up for not being able to watch the Dodgers.
Slightly less competitive, I hope.
I don't know.
What aspect of this is like baseball?
I think it's really just about David taking the time to watch something on
Well, it's
TV.
long. It's long to watch. You can drink while you're watching it. You're hoping for an upset.
Cheers.
I don't know. So there we go. Look at that. Okay, we're gonna do Chuffle for 4 minutes, and we're gonna call it an official 6. But how many? 5 hours?
5 hours. 5 hours. Which is I don't even want to break that. I think we just let that record stand for years.
I can't imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I greatly, from the bottom of my heart, from my filmmaker heart, from my heart, from my personal heart, thank you so much, Charles, for
the guy's got 3 hearts. He's like a cow, or those stomachs. I've lost track. I want to say I'm very proud of you for your diet, your success in your diet, and I hope that that you continue. And I'm sure you're feeling great. Good for you.
Thank you.
Home runs for 5 hours. That's another way that it was like baseball. By the way, I worked on, was it 2 or 3 baseball movies as an operator. And sorry guys, I'm not a baseball fan. I'm from Boston. Yeah, the Red Sox, awesome, whatever. Not my thing really. But I did Mr. 3000. I did Major League 3. And on both of those, I had to. There were times it was all about what the play was, and I go, I don't know what you're talking about. Just tell me where to point the camera. Sorry, guys. But what was interesting was, we shot both of those at major league stadiums, and the first time we walked into those stadiums and walked out, into the infield, the number of people on the crew that were just like, it was like a religious experience for them. And I was like, oh, I wish I could feel what you're feeling. But they were like, you have no idea. You have no idea how important this is to me. But yeah, that was fun. You know, I mean, baseball. I learned about baseball from working on movies. There you go.
Perfect.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, DVX user, sure. It's been around a long time, and I just sort of found a little home to tell guys about what I'm working on sometimes. And it's nice to see what everyone's up to. You know, there's a part of me that always is going to be that kid in Boston that's on the outside of the industry, and it's just, oh my God, battery exhausted. That's hilarious. We've lost him. Scott's dead. By myself. Whiskey time. Rakesh, have you not been paying attention? This was up to here before. How do you think we survived these last 2 hours? I don't even know what we were talking about. Well, I'm probably going to do this last minute by myself here. I kind of hope Scott doesn't get another battery on there because it would be hilarious. He's the one that has to end this, I think. I could leave, but then you'd be looking at dead air. I wish I had some amazing wrap-up statement to give you guys, but obviously everyone stay safe. You know, we're in the worst situation we could think of right now. We've experienced in years. Oh, I think he's coming back, but hopefully we all get to do what we do again because we love it. And yeah, this is. Oh, there he is. There he is. You should. The things I said about you when you were gone, Scott. You have no idea.
You thought you were going to have to close it out yourself, huh?
Battery exhausted. That was so awesome.
Well, we knew it was going to happen. I just didn't know when.
Amazing.
There you go. Yeah. That's the lifespan of a Sony A7R3 with a battery.
Now we know. Anyway, so there we go. It's exactly 7 o'clock. This is our time.
This is perfect. Let's see. And we snuck flasks in. Charles and I went to the Fenway.
Yeah, that's true, Donnie. We're not going to talk about our Fenway Park experience.
Wow, there's a whole bunch here. I just want to get all these little comments in here just so you can see all the love that you have from everybody. Yeah. Well, that was lovely, but
nice, everybody.
Everybody rip-off video.
What does that mean, Alan? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Balker, Mr. Pepper. Apparently it's 5 hours. Boom. There we go.
There it is. Okay.
So seriously, thank you, Charles. Just hang out down below when I drop you out. We'll chat for just a moment.
Okay.
But thank you so much, everyone. And if you, let me put up your banner here. Right here. CharlesPapert.com. Go there for all things Charles Papert. And, you know, to see what he's up to. And do you have any other like social medias that you want people to know about?
Yeah, Instagram, Charles Papert's my handle on Instagram. I don't use it a ton for work. I'm not obsessed with it. It's, there's a lot of cat pictures on there, which are cute. But that's.
Are they cat butts or just cat pictures?
Yeah. And the site, I'm gearing up to cut a whole bunch of new sizzles for the site. That's a long-term project, but here I go. All these TV shows that I worked on that I've got trailers up for that I'm like, it's amazing how the best looking stuff doesn't make the trailer on a comedy show. That's, but it is what it is. So there'll be some new stuff coming up.
It is so true. Thank you, each and every one of you, for being on this live stream, both on Facebook and YouTube. And there's still a bunch of you out there. Thank you all for hanging in there. Yeah, this has been a marathon, and it's honestly been one of the most informative videos that I've ever done. Thank you, Charles, for informing myself and everyone else. And I do appreciate it. I can't say it enough because this is hard to get someone as skilled and as creative as yourself to sit down for an hour, but you went 5 hours with only one 10-1. That's epic. That's
I'm used to being on set, apparently. Thank you again for having me. This was super fun. Yes, Alan Martin just pointed out I shot a music video for his band. Oh my God, what year would that have been?
90s.
92 maybe, and it never got finished. And as I said to him once, did I dream that or did we actually shoot it? Because I have no footage from it. It's so crazy. But yeah, I go back. This is what happens when you've been around for a while. You shoot things and you actually forget what you've done. So there you go. Okay.
So Thank you. And I'm just going to close it out now. Let's
Okay.
one more.
Good night, everybody.
Great time.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone. Everyone, go watch all those movies that you talked about. Go back and rewatch all this and get all those nuggets of wisdom that Charles has shared. And yeah, as always, as I like to leave it, don't let your passions center around your life. Let your life center around your passions. Thanks, everybody.